السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته مع الشيخ.
وعليكم السلام. You sound so familiar.
Humble guy, we there. How you been?
Kareem, how are you?
Not Kareem there. I'm actually not Kareem. I'm Hamid, yeah.
Hamid, that's right, Hamid. Sorry. My bad. How are you
No,
today?
you good. You good, Akhi. What's going on? So how's
There's a guy,
your...
Kareem, that's been like coming up the last 3 or 4 days. First it was like you for 3 or 4 days, and then it was like Kareem for 3.
Oh, this guy Kareem, he's a very controversial person, Akhi. He says a lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, he like insulted me. He cussed me out. He said that I'm a kafir.
He takfired you for what?
I mean, he's just tripping. I feel like he just misunderstood, but it's okay. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think he's like 17, 16 years old,
It's
so
all good.
his opinion doesn't even matter, you know?
It's all right. What's going on?
Alhamdulillah, yeah, Sheikh. What's going on with you? Like, how's your journey going? How many shahadas you took, inshallah? Or you gave, you know?
Like on this app?
On the app, yeah.
Only 3.
Only 3. You know, even 1 is a lot. The way that you said only 3, you know? I've been on this app for almost like 4 years, but I only give 1.
Just ask Allah to accept it, akhi.
Inshallah, inshallah. You work really hard though. Wallahi, I've seen you. You're really like very sincere with your da'wah. May Allah reward you, inshallah. Yeah, but you're a little bit harsh though to the Jahmiyas. That's something that I've noticed. A little bit of harsh.
I'm harsh to everybody.
No, you're harsh to like people who are Jahmis, you know, like me. I'm a Jahmi.
Oh, I don't know, but I mean, I try to be consistent.
Consistent to like what?
To everybody. Like if I hear something I don't agree with, I state that I don't agree with it. If I don't approve of something, I object to it and I denounce it. If I approve of something, I stay quiet and I don't say anything.
So like, what's your goal? Like, what are you trying to achieve, inshallah?
I mean, my goal is to die a Muslim, akhi, and to propagate the message of Islam.
I mean, that's everyone's goal right now, right? To be honest with you.
That's it. That's my only goal.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I gotta get back to work, akhi. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, Hamid. If you ever want to meet up, I know you're in the Bay. Just hit me up.
Yeah. I was actually, I went to, I'm in Los Angeles right now, but once I get back to Bay Area, I'll let you know, inshallah. We can actually go somewhere and get some, like, you know, coffee.
Yeah, I'm down. Inshallah.
Inshallah. That's the plan. I'll talk to you later, akhi. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Have a good day. Andre, are you playing music?
No, I'm at the reception at a hotel.
Okay, what's going on?
Yes, please, can I have some champagne, please?
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. What's up, man?
Yeah, so I just have some questions for the host.
All right.
So with the whole regards to the Trinity, have you... Sorry, I just received a call from my boss. I just got promoted. Yeah, so yeah, with the Trinity, what do you understand about it?
I mean, I understand the different formulations of it and the positions various Christians hold.
Yeah, so could you tell me what the Trinity is? Or
I
what it
guess it
means?
depends on who you ask. Are you Catholic?
I'm non-denominational.
Okay, so your formulation is going to be ad hoc because you don't hold to the ecumenical councils, right?
I just believe that all three persons is God.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine. That's what all Trinitarians believe.
No, I've already checked in. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, what would you say?
Well, that's what all Trinitarians believe.
Yeah,
That
so
all three
what's
persons are God, right? But what's the difference between a person and a being?
the person is? I think it's who you are. The being is what you are.
What's the difference between who you are and what you are?
Yeah, sure. So, for example, a person, right?
So
That
is
could
Jesus, well, maybe I can ask it differently. Is what Jesus is God to you?
be. Sorry.
Is what Jesus is God to you?
Jesus is God.
So
Yes,
is Jesus God in the sense of that's who he is or that's what he is?
that's who he is.
Okay, so is he also who the Father is? Is the Son who the Father is? And is the Father who the Son is?
What
Or
are
are
you
they what each
talking
other, or are
about?
they what each other are?
This is just mental gymnastics.
No, you're the one that said the who versus the what. So you've now
No,
stipulated
you said
Jesus is.
that.
No, you said that. That's what you originally said.
Okay,
You
what's
said
the?
there's the who and the what. So I asked, is Jesus the who God is? You said yes. So is he the who the Father is too?
What do you mean by that? They're two distinct persons.
Exactly. So who they are distinct persons. Who they are distinct persons. That's right. So who they are not each other. So when you
Yes,
say
but they share the
who Jesus is
same
God, then I say
divine
who the Father
nature.
is a different God. That's my point. That's kind of
No.
my point when you formulate it that way.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm just trying to simplify this for you.
So, like, Allah, right? Is he just one being with
Allah is one.
Yeah,
Allah?
Allah
Is
is
what?
one. Well, Akhi Anwar, it's okay. We'll talk to him one at a time. Allah is one being. Yeah, he's not composite.
So, why is it that
Are you running a
Jesus?
composition argument?
Sorry.
Are you going to run a composition argument? Is that what you're trying to do now?
I just want to ask you some
Because
questions.
you're not really addressing why the Trinity doesn't equal three gods anymore. So if you concede that you can't deal with it, then we can move on to the Allah question.
Yeah.
You
All right
concede?
then. Yeah. Go on then.
All right, beautiful. No, you concede, right?
Sorry.
You concede. We can move on to the Allah conversation.
Yeah, we can move on. Go
All right,
on
no
then.
problem. Okay, thank you. W concession. All right, moving on.
So,
Go ahead.
like,
Ask your question.
let me remember because I forgot.
Okay.
Yes, I remember. So, I've got a question for you. What should I call you, by the way?
Call me Muhammad.
Sorry?
Call me Muhammad.
Muhammad.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, why is it that Jesus isn't going to be judged?
He's going to be judged. Can you open up the Quran? Open up chapter 5,
Did you
verse
just
30.
say open up the Quran? I don't have
Yeah,
the
I'll show you where
Quran.
he's going to be judged.
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's go to chapter 5.
Oh, you can go there. I don't have the Quran.
You want me to open it for you? Sure, no problem.
Put it on the screen as well.
I'm not able to put it on the screen where I'm at, unfortunately, because I have a lot of Maharam women around me who aren't wearing hijab. So I won't be doing that right now.
You must be in America then.
No, I'm in my house where my mom and
Do you live
aunts
in
are.
America?
I do, yeah. But my point is, I'm inside my house. Women don't have to wear hijab inside their house around muharram men.
Around haram men.
Muharram. See, that's the thing. You guys got to learn these terminologies if you want to
I have to
have
learn
these.
those terminologies.
If you want to have interfaith dialogue, you should learn how we speak and learn our terminology, like we learn usios and hypostatic and hypostases and what it means to be begotten and spirate and all of the vernacular that comes with like the polytheistic Trinitarian viewpoints.
Do you think Muhammad knew all of those stuff?
Hey there.
I'm here for scanning for food.
Yeah, you guys, what are you doing?
Scanning for food. We're picking up non-perishable.
Is that Aisha?
Oh, hold on, dude. You gotta go, man. Hold on. I'm helping a Boy Scout really quick. Sorry. What's your question, brother?
We're here for non-perishable items.
So, you mean like canned food and stuff like that?
Food,
yeah. Let me go grab you guys some cans. No problem. Hey, right on. What Boy Scouts are you with? Right on, man. Well, give me your hand right there. Thank your father, man. He's a good man, huh?
Yeah.
He's got you going around the neighborhood. Let's go do that really quick. Give me a second. Guys, 1 minute. I got a Boy Scout here. He needs some perishable goods. He's picking up some stuff around the neighborhood, going door to door, doing it for the, goodness of his heart. It's a lot better than 𝘚𝘱𝘬𝘲𝘪𝘢, who just came up a second ago. Take this guy's perishable food. I'm going to hand him some canned goods. I don't know what I have in here, but we're just going to grab, there's some stuff, there's some corn. All right, we got some, all right, beautiful, man. All right, here we go. Got to hand him some cans and just say, Bismillah. One sec, let me hit this young man really quick with the stuff he's looking for. Hey, right on, brother. Is that your dad? That's your dad's thing right there?
Yeah.
Hey, man, well, right on.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure, bro. You guys are doing the right thing out here. Did you guys put it in here?
Yeah, just good.
Right on, man.
My makeshift wheelbarrow.
No problem. If you guys let me know like in advance, I can go to the grocery store and buy some stuff for you guys.
Okay.
All right. Hey, God bless.
We'll hit you next year.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds good. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Moving on to the next person. Sorry. Shout out to the Boy Scouts. What's up, Akhi?
Can you mute Vault for a bit?
Are you a mod, Akhi?
No, not a mod.
Oh, no. Let me make you mod, bro. Sorry about that. I removed the mods on the day 𝘚𝘱𝘬𝘲𝘪𝘢 comes because we have we have like a whole different set of mods that we use for that live.
Nah, I remember.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I enjoyed the lesson last night. Alhamdulillah, it was good.
I'm actually in the middle of posting it right now to YouTube. So all three are posted to YouTube, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all the classes, put them into one video, so that way it could just be like a whole, like multi-hour stream. So that way I can open another TikTok account and I'll be playing it like nonstop on another account. It'll be like a 24-hour roll.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, we're going to flood. See, here's my strategy. It's to flood TikTok with Muslim da'wah and Islamic content, and to make it to where every time they scroll up on a screen, they're going to see Islamic content, inshallah. That's the goal.
It's needed, especially with what TikTok is doing to us now.
Absolutely. We got a couple people requesting. I don't know if any of them are sincere, but we'll go through them one at a time here. I don't know how I have so many viewers, by the way. I used to only have 5 viewers on my lives. Now I get 10s and 20s, which is cool. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. TikTok makes you grind. Like it's like the weirdest. All right, Mr. Like all the guests that requested, not a single one is like accepting.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أخي.
Hey, brother, you're the, hold on. I know the name. Wait. Don't tell me. Abdullah Ali al-Waco. You have a different
Yes,
account
yes,
today,
that's
bro.
me.
What the heck?
Uh,
Okay, and then
I
Abu
wanna.
Malik. Assalamu alaikum.
مالك ما بعتش الرقم الواتساب
Bro,
تبعك
add
قلت
your
لي بدي
number
ابعث لك
me.
الرقم
I remember. See, I have photographic memory, and when it comes to like sounds,
سمعني
I seem like I can't forget them sometimes. Abu Malik, كيفك يا أخي?
May
حبيبي الله
Allah
يسعدك
bless you, أخي.
مالك ما بعتليش رقم الواتساب
I know عشان أنا بستعملش الواتساب التيك توك بارك الله فيك بس يعني بدي أعطيك مساعدة إن شاء الله خير والله يزيد لك إن شاء الله الله يزيد لك
بركة
الأمور اللهم آمين.
والله أنا بارك الله فيك أنا بتمنى من الناس الطيبة بس يعني
الله يخليك.
بس يكملوا لي 50 الله يسعدك يا ربي الله يمد بعمرك بس 50 الله يسعدك روح الله يجبر بخاطرك الله يوسع عليك الله هيك بميزان حسناتك الله هيك يفرحك بميزان حسناتك عند ربنا يا ربي بميزان حسناتك الله يسعدك الله يرزقك الله هيك من عنده لا تحتسب يا رب لا تحتسب يا الله يا الله انت الرازق يا ربي انت اللي بترزق والله انت اللي
اللهم
بترزق
آمين اللهم آمين.
انت اللي بترزق
نعم
يا ربي انت
خليني أترجم للناس أخي. يعني he's
ماشي
saying
تفضل
بارك الله فيك. The
الله
أخ is
يسعدك
asking if anybody can assist him with any form of a gift. He's in need of it. Him and his family, they are starving at this time and they are desperate for help. He's saying that Allah is the one who's rich. Allah is the provider, the sustainer. Allah is the one who provides for all of you. And so Allah will, and he didn't say this, but I'm going to add this. Allah will ask you what you did with your sustenance and your provision. So you should spread it out, and may Allah accept it from all of you. Allahumma ameen. Once the brother gets to 5K, we'll go ahead and put him down, inshallah.
والله العظيم والله العظيم ربنا هو الحاسب ايش اقدر اجيب اكل لاولادي انا الاسد هو اللي يعني 30,000 نقطة هو الوحيد $150 اقدر اصرفه اقدر اجيب اكل لاولادي الله هيك يفتحها عليك يا رب الله يرزقك الله يروح الله يرزقك يا رب الله هيك يعطيك الله هيك يوسعها عليك يا رب الله يعطيك الله هيك ان شاء الله بيجي واحد بجبر بخاطري انزل وانا مبسوط انزل وانا مبسوط انزل وانا
بارك الله
مبسوط
فيك يا أخي. جزاك الله
الله
خير.
يسعدك
الله
الله
يخليك.
يرزقك
الله يحافظ عليك وعلى
خليك على الرزق
أولادك.
وانا حابب اضلني عندك
شرفتنا
انا
اليوم.
حابب اضلني عندك الله يسعدك الله حابب اضلني اسمع قرآن واضلني معاك الله يسعدك يا ربي ان
جزاك
شاء الله
الله
هيك
خير حبيبي.
بجبر بخاطري هيك بس اقدر اجيب اكل يا رب
ولا مهم إن شاء الله. الله معك. يلا بارك الله فيك.
حبيبي
السلام
شكرا
عليكم
شكرا
ورحمة
بارك
الله.
الله
Vol, how are you doing today?
الخير فيك انت يا محمد، انت اللي كتر خيرك يعني.
اللهم امين والجميع. شو اخبارك اليوم؟
Volt is not a Muslim, no?
I'm a Muslim bro, but if you're scared if I'm ex-Muslim, that's something else.
So if you're a Muslim, can you recite your Shahada for us, please?
Shahada. I'm coming to
Shahada.
talk. I'm coming up to talk with this respectful man called Muhammad.
So would you be able to recite your Shahada for us?
Bro, are you gonna force me to be like a Muslim again?
Are you a Muslim right now?
No, bro. I left
Okay.
Islam.
No problem. Everybody, may I please speak with Brother Volt on my own for a moment?
Thank you, man.
What's your question?
My question is like we are talking about Islam and religions. What's the proof that there is Allah? I see you did a great job with this man, and if you are not here, he wasn't going to be like able to have this money, even if he is in Gaza or other or whatever he are.
Do you believe that?
I believe if you are not in US and you have enough money to support this guy.
How about I tell you I believe that every dollar I have was given to me by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it's already assigned to who it's going to go to. that money was going to go to him no matter what, whether I was here or not. But that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put me here and He caused me to do that. And there was nothing between that process other than Allah's will. This is what I believe.
I wanna like
Allah is the turner of hearts, my brother. Allah is the turner of hearts. I can decide something in the morning and say to myself, I'm not going to give out any money to anybody. But then when the person comes asking, and my heart becomes soft and it melts for that person because I hear their situation. There's not going to be something that forces me or causes me other than Allah's will. If Allah decrees it, He's the one who changes my heart, and He puts that in me to do that, right? And what He's saying, and the brother's prayer is correct. He didn't thank me, he thanked Allah, alhamdulillah, which is correct. Because I did not do it for him, I did it for Allah, because I know Allah is watching, right? Because the Quran, it says, أَلَمْ يَعْلَمْ بِأَنَّ اللَّهَ يَرَى. Does he not know Allah is watching? So the man, he knows Allah is watching, so he's coming to ask for help. Even he's a lion. He said, I'm a lion for my family, a lion for my kids. You think any man, he wants to go out and begging for the people? Like, nobody really wants to go beg for the people, vote, right? And nobody, right? Nobody really wants to be separated from their wealth either. But alhamdulillah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He puts the marhama between us. He puts the compassion between us. And we should help each other. And we should never be in fear for poverty. And we should always do the best we can. But it's not because we willed it ourselves. And it's not because we're the source of the help. I myself, somebody gave me that money at some point, right? I either worked for it or somebody gave it to me. We're just passing around the buck today, right? I ate something, alhamdulillah, I'm satisfied. The brother now needs to eat something so he can be satisfied. So his kids don't go to sleep crying and hungry and their stomach is hurting. So we are in this situation together. There's no difference between me and him, except that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is testing him and He's testing me. And the test is unique. We have two different forms of tests. But maybe my test, something will come out of it, and out of his test, something will come out of it. Allahumma ameen. Yeah. And we just hope for good things, brother. Anyway, what's your question?
I totally agree with you about doing the good and doing your best, passing whatever help you can for anyone, not just someone of like the same religion or same thoughts. That's really great. I agree about that. Totally agree. And that's what makes this point is really did it change it for me when I became like so much sure about that there is no religions or anything or gods that made human more human being kind to each other, because we have emotions, we have really intelligent minds. We learn from the mistakes of the past, of the history. Like we really know, like marrying a child or slavery or killing someone or unaliving someone because he is different from me, or thing like this stuff is like nowadays is like a crime. So the more we are like getting into knowledge and human rights and this kind of things nowadays is totally so much different from the religions and the ideas of the religion.
Well, let me ask you, in a way, when we derive morality and we come up with the difference between right and wrong, how do we determine what is right and what is wrong as a society? How has society measured what is right versus what is wrong and what is in between? Do you know the methodology society has used historically or even modernly? Do you understand how we derive our morality?
Sure, man, sure.
Explain that for us, if you don't mind, just so I can see if we're on the same page.
So something like as examples, like in the whole world, like the most of the countries that we are watching for like at least now 30 years, we are so much advanced than before. Like in general, laws and constitutions and United Nations and the human rights organizations and stuff like that, always in even science, even in psychology, in general, all our
Do you know what it took to get there? Yeah. Do you know what it took to get there?
no. I just want to say something, and then you say whatever
Yeah,
you
no
want.
problem. But my question when you're finished, because you can just
Yeah.
keep going after you're finished. My question when you're finished is, what did it take for us to reach this milestone you're referring to? But go ahead and finish and then answer that.
So we learned in all the science and all the ways that human being now, we agreed about one thing: whatever is harmful to human beings and is damaging the one or the group, we made a punishment for it, and whatever is making human being more advanced, more safe, more happiness, give more happiness, more peace, we reward it. So that's why we have a punishment
You
for
know what?
stealing,
Yeah.
a
So
punishment
I'm
for
going to ask a
unaliving
question about that.
someone.
Yeah. Can I
Yeah.
cut you off for a second? Sorry. So I'm going to ask you about that. So you're focusing on harm, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Beautiful.
We know
Okay.
what is harming
Do
the
you
human
know?
being.
Does a person get to have his own autonomy? Like, can a person choose for himself if it's something that doesn't harm another person?
If someone want to harm
If
another
it does
person,
not
he can
harm
choose.
another person physically or financially, can a person engage in that behavior?
He can, but the
Okay,
laws
perfect.
will
Okay, all right.
punish him.
No. Forget the law for a minute. We're talking about morality. So we're talking about the difference between right and wrong, not the kanun, habibi.
Morality.
يعني بارك الله فيك تفهم عربي صح؟
اكيد.
اوكي شكرا. العربي تبعتي ضعيف بس اصبر فيها شوي. اوكي يعني مش الفرق بالقانون، بدنا نعرف الفرق بين الحق والباطل. فاهم؟ Like the difference between what's right and wrong. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now when we come to discussing what's right and wrong, we have to decide, like, how did we decide what's right and wrong? And you made a good argument. I like it. You said anything that is going to harm someone, we would say, hey, this is wrong, right? So if it causes like a physical harm, emotional harm, or a financial harm, we can say it's wrong, correct?
As long as it is harmful with no benefit or
Well, benefit is a different analysis, right? Like I should be able to do whatever I want. It doesn't have to benefit anybody. For example, if I just want to lay in the sun and not be bothered, there's no benefit in that to anyone, right? There's no benefit in me being lazy, but I should be allowed to do it. You should not criminalize me for being lazy, right?
As long as you didn't harm anyone,
Like
that's right.
you can't say I'm a bad man if I decide I just want to lay down in the middle of a park and not do anything all day, right?
In the middle of the park.
يعني إذا أنا بروح على البرك وبمدد إجرية وبقعد وبسويش ولا شيء طول اليوم من النهار لليل، في شيء مالها؟
الحديقة قصدك البارك اللي هو الحديقة.
Like the park, you know what I mean? The park, like where the kids play.
Yeah, the place that you go to take like a sit and
where the kids play and the people play and we play soccer.
As long as you didn't harm anyone financially or emotionally or anything, that's fine.
All right, beautiful. Okay, what if a son wants to marry his father and they want to have intercourse? Anything wrong with that? And they're both both adults. Yeah. The son is 20 years old. The father's 40 years old. He leaves the mother. He says, I don't want to be with you. I want to sleep with my son. He's an adult. He can decide what he wants. What's the problem with that? What's the crime?
I tell you two major points about this. Two major ones.
They're
First,
adults. Hold on, they're adults. They love each
yeah,
other. They're not harming each other.
yeah,
They're gonna benefit each other financially,
yeah,
emotionally.
yeah, yeah,
What's the problem? Like, what's the
yeah,
secular argument against a father and a 40-year-old father marrying his 20-year-old son and them having
yeah,
an intimate relationship? Hey,
yeah,
Muslims in the comments, I see you throwing up. That's because you guys got the Quran. So, unfortunately, because you have divine decree, we know why Muslims, we don't accept it. Because we know Allah says it's batin. But what is the atheist going to say to this?
Yeah. Let me make it so much clear for you that before Islam, no one in human nature
Wait,
did want
what?
his father.
That's not
did
true.
Want to his mother.
That's not true. You've never heard of the Oedipus complex. They actually have a name. They actually have a medical term for this problem. So now let me say something. So now you're not really answering my question. My question is no, brother. The question is the moral quandary here. You want to say it's wrong, but you don't actually. Hold on, brother. Relax, really quick. You want to tell me it's wrong, and I agree with you. It's wrong. But you got to give me your epistemic justification.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, give me like just like a little time to answer you. So, in the human nature, no one desires his father or his mother or his sister.
Brother,
Why?
that's an assumption. It's
genetically,
brother, that's an
what?
assumption. Again,
no,
that's an
science.
assumption.
That's science, man. That's
no,
science.
brother, it's not science. You need to.
Do you desire your father or your mother or your sister?
Sir, if I show you one example of a father and a son in a dating relationship, are you? Hold on. If I show you one example,
that's a single story.
sir, that's not my point. My point is that you need to give me epistemic justification and not tell me, oh, nobody in human history ever did that. That's not true.
No. I didn't say no one.
Yeah, there's literally okay. So what's your epistemic justification for saying it's wrong? The majority.
Listen, Muhammad.
What do you mean the majority? Akhi, hold on. Please, let's go slow. I want to move slow with you.
Yeah. That's why I'm telling you. Let me finish, and then I listen to you.
But hold on. We gotta go slow. So it's not that we're gonna finish one or the other. We're gonna walk through everything we say carefully. So I asked you, right? I asked you if it was okay for me to go to a park and lay down and do nothing. We established that was fine because of 3 reasons.
Yeah.
I'm not harming anybody physically, mentally, emotionally, which is the same, or financially. In the case of a 20-year-old man who has perfect mental competence, and the case of a 40-year-old man who has perfect mental competence, and the only thing between them, right?
Muhammad,
hold on a minute. Okay, these are 2 men that cannot procreate, so we don't have the issue of producing children with Down syndrome. We don't have the issue of producing children with genetic defects. We don't have any of those sorts of issues. We only have the term incest. That's the problem, incest, okay? Now tell me why incest, according to an atheist, is immoral.
You're not giving me a chance, man, to reply.
Well, I want a real good reason.
Can I reply now?
Yeah, but you have to give me epistemic...
Ask it like 3 times, Muhammad.
Yes, but you have to give me epistemic justification.
Yeah. Let me make it clear for you. There first for 2 major things that's never been allowed. First, no country can allow this. Second, the majority of human beings cannot desire their mothers, their fathers, their sons, their daughters. If someone did that, that's something like a mental disease.
Prove it.
That's all.
Prove it's a mental disease. Like, prove it.
Bro.
Like, you gotta prove it. Like, what do you mean?
If someone like, let's say the people like the men who desire men, that's something genetically, that's their nature, and they have rights in America or some countries because they know by science that's natural before Islam and before everything. If you're gonna talk about the Quran,
Wait. What is natural?
Didn't talk about the grand.
But you're not. Hold on. You're not giving me epistemic. Hold on. You're not giving me epistemic justification. Those
Muhammad, your voice is gone. Hello? Anybody hear him?
He'll be back now. It's just that he's got a call.
Yeah. Not maybe sounds like the internet, maybe. Muhammad,
And
we are
just in
not.
the last 150 years, we have changed our epistemic viewpoint, and we now say, oh, well, you know what? Maybe it's not advisable to marry a 7-year-old. And I agree with that. In 2025, I would not advise you to marry a 7-year-old for many reasons, okay? And I can give you epistemic justification for that. But it's not my point. My point is, as an atheist, right? You have to give me epistemic justification to explain. See, you're cutting me off.
No.
I want to be clear. Hold on, brother. Please, let's talk one at a time. So you give me epistemic justification, meaning you give me the grounds that make your belief rational. What I'm saying is you have to show me what makes it evil, right? About a 40-year-old father being in a consensual relationship with his 20-year-old son. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, we talked about something called the Oedipus complex. I don't know if you learned this in school. Okay. But in any case, it does, just because you're going to say, oh, the majority, that would lean towards our view, right? That the majority of society has accepted Prophet Muhammad ﷺ's morality. So therefore he is ergo moral. And therefore you would have no argument, no basis on that. So if you're just saying the sudden shift changes things, I don't think that's a good justification to be against Islam. So if we're just keeping it in the box of morality, right? And guys, he does know what I'm talking about. If he has left Islam and become an atheist, then it is inferred that he knows what I'm talking about, because nobody would simply leave their religion and hold on to a new view without doing enough research, I'm sure. Right? So I would like you to please address the issues that I'm referring to and tackle the quandary of the questions about how we derive morality. Because if you're going to say that we derive it based on majority opinion, then that means morality is subjective and always changing. It's not static. It means it's progressive.
That's why it's million times better than religions.
It's not then. It's not.
We
Because
always know our
no, I'm going to tell you
thinking
why
that.
it's not. Because that means that morality is going to be grounded in a majority. And if a majority is ignorant or less intelligent, and they simply have more power, more wealth, more influence, more capability to subjugate and dominate another group, that doesn't mean they're better. For example, if you watch the movie Apocalypto, for example, we see a conquering nation come through and devour smaller tribes that have better cultures, better morality, and they completely enslave them and sacrifice them to human consuming gods. So we see so we see in examples that large societies are not greater than small societies in every case. And we see that rich people are not always better than poor people in every case. So the way your epistemology works, it doesn't seem to accord to like the reality of bias and the reality of like us trying to be neutral at doing things. Like you seem like you have an animus towards religion for whatever reason, without really grounding it in some like standard. Like you should have one standard by which you judge things.
Yeah, for sure. We have a lot of standards, man. That's why we know that's the 1,500 years laws and Sharia laws and Quran laws. That's like so much old for human beings.
Okay, but
that's why there is
hold
nothing.
on. But that's not the point. The law is not the point. It's how we derive law. That's the point.
Yeah,
It's how we come up. Hold on a second. It's how we come up with policy. For example, if I drive my car down the street, I'm going to find a stop sign. I'm going to find stoplights. I'm going to find traffic control signals. I'm going to find lines in the road. These are all indications and markers and delineators as to how to drive. Are these policies, in our view, haram? Are they sinful? Of course not. They're policies. We need them. We're epistemically justified. We have good reasons called public safety to implement certain rules. But we don't decide the law because of our whims. We use either an evidence-based approach or we take like a collective from wisdom and we say, look, based on our wisdom, we know this is right and this is wrong, okay? Religion is a methodology for many people as to how to derive right and wrong. But you would be hold on. You would be straw manning a Muslim's position to infer that one person outside of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam like can truly represent what Sharia entails. Or even if you went to a single church father, like, and you said, hey, this church father said this, and that. No real honest Christian's going to tell you, well, because that church father did it, we're all bound by him. No, that would never be the case. Rather, they look at things epistemologically. They look at things from jurisprudence. They apply the whole thing, and it's called being holistic. Okay? And we're not here to straw man anyone. I don't straw man atheists. I don't straw man Christians. I don't straw man even other groups of Muslims, is my point. You should know, Volt, what someone's position is before you come starting trying to pick a fight. And so I'm gonna turn the table back on you now, and I'm gonna ask you.
I'm not making fight. We are just making like a normal conversation.
No problem. So now I'm gonna turn the table back on you. I'm gonna ask you again. You have to tell me, from the view of an atheist, how do we represent that it is immoral for a 40-year-old man to have an intimate relationship with his 20-year-old son when they're both consenting adults and mentally mature? Because for me, I'm going to tell you, my God told me it's wrong. For you, you got to give me a good reason for that.
Yeah, for sure. There is two major reasons for this. I gave you again. First of all, it's for centuries, like for 1,000,000 years, no one desires his mother or father or sister or son. That's first. That's science proof. That's science fact.
But I told you about the Oedipus. Hold on.
I'm talking about the majority.
But hold on. But I told you about the Oedipus complex. I told you can look into Oedipus. Yeah. You need to read, you need to go read some of the Greek works. This is what I'm trying to tell you. As an atheist, I'm very surprised you have not read Greek works. But in any case, Oedipus was a man who essentially was, he was the son of a king who was prophesied to kill his father. Okay, so his father had him sent out and he was supposed to be executed. But rather than being executed, the person felt bad for him and kept him alive. And he raised him essentially as a poor person. He grew up and he became a military commander and leader, and he eventually unalived his father, which was the irony of it all. And he married his mother, unbeknownst to him, it being his mother.
Who's that, man? Who's
Dude,
that?
I'm trying to explain. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. But you got to explain how it's immoral from an atheist standpoint. Is my point. You get it?
You're making this guy is like an
I didn't
example
make
for
this
the
up.
atheist?
Okay, hold on. Sojourner, are you following this convo?
Yeah, I'm following.
You agree with me in terms of the atheist not being able to really reconcile morality? Or are you against it?
For sure, bro. We have the best highest morality.
One second. I'm just trying to see where Sojourner's at right now.
Yeah, so I'm fully aligned with the host, and as a Christian, this is one thing where a Muslim and a Christian can both speak from the exact same foundation and make the same kind of argument because it's a theistic worldview. So yeah, I'm fully in agreement with the host on this one. So Volt, if I could run you through a line of questioning, I would really be interested in doing that.
You agree about what? Agree about with the
I agree with the host that you, as an atheist, your worldview does not support the ability to make any type of value or moral judgments.
which is today fact, like a live fact. That's the most human beings in this
So
earth.
that's just an
The
ad
majority,
populum
the
fallacy, and
majority. Let me
so
finish,
that's
guys. I'm not talking here. I'm just listening to you.
okay.
Give me a moment. You're not giving me a second to talk. The main thing here, it's not legal someone to marry his mother or his father or his daughter or his son, same as for women. Second, if you're talking about morality, the morality is something, even if you believe in God or not, it's something personal. If you're talking about like morality, it doesn't matter if you are atheist or religious or anything, because a criminal can be atheist or someone who believes in God. There is religion never did stop human beings from making crimes. It's not. We are talking about the existence of gods or not. That's the main point between the atheist and someone who believes there is a god.
Right, but
I feel like you
you're
have
not
moved
understanding.
away. Oh, sorry, Sojourner.
But
Go
you're
ahead.
missing the necessary entailments and results of the worldview. So just to touch on what you initially said was you first said that like an incestuous relationship is wrong because it's illegal. Well, that means that all we have to do is come together and make it legal, and therefore it becomes okay. Then you appealed to morality being a personal decision. So that means that you personally don't believe that incest is good, but if somebody else personally believes that incest is good, then it's good for that person. So this is the line of questioning that I wanted to run you through when it comes to this. And I'm not trapping you. I'm not being disingenuous. I want to run you through a very direct line of questioning to see if I can help you understand where the host is coming from. So, are you an atheist?
Yeah,
Are morals and morality, is it relative or objective?
relatives or
Okay.
relative or objective.
Relative to what?
I forgot this too in Arabic. Can you tell me, yeah, Muhammad?
So relative would be like dependent on the mind. Objective means independent of the mind. So a favorite color would be relative. It's relative to the person. Someone may like the color yellow, they may not like the color yellow. There's no moral value to that decision, but it is relative to the person who holds the opinion. So as morality, if you say
I
morality is relative, you're saying
عشان واحد. Yeah, let me explain to him in Arabic. هو بقول يعني morality يعني الشغلة شو حق وباطل بيبقى عشان واحد بحبها ولا بحبهاش. Relative, right? Or and what was the other option, brother? You said what was the other one you
or
gave me?
objective. Objective.
يعني ولا هذيك بيبقى عشان فيها how do you say? Oh, 1 second. Let me look up the word objective in Arabic. Give me a
So
moment.
objective in English would be like independent of the mind,
No,
meaning
no.
it
I want to.
exists.
I want to look it up in Arabic. 1 second.
Okay.
yeah. Objective.
It's gonna be
Objective
hadaf.
is
Hadaf.
objective. It's
Hadaf.
always objective.
هي مقصد.
It's always objective. Why? I tell you why. Because it's the morals is it's like different from a country, from a culture to a culture, from a place to place, from some age to age. We always learning from our history. We always learning from our mistakes. We always learning from the tragic stuff that happened in the past, and we learn today that slavery is wrong. Rights to have a freedom of speech is right. Freedom to choose your religion or whatever you believe is something human rights. We always learning how to make people more happy, more safe, more intelligent, and
موضوعي أخي.
always punishing
أخي
the
الكلام
crimes.
موضوعي.
Yeah.
Okay, just so you understand what I mean. Okay.
So I understand the argument that you're making, but when you say that it's objective, there's two problems with the justification that you gave for morality being objective. The first one is that you immediately made it subjective, and you made it to subjective to history and subjective to the results of history in the past. So that means that if history had not gone the way that it did, morality could be different today. Or you make it to where if we interpreted history a different way, morality would be different today. Now, if you say that morality is objective, which means it exists outside of the mind and it's not dependent on interpretation, there is no that would imply that it's an objective standard. There is an absolute standard for which we're measuring morality against, and that can't be history. It can't be society, and it can't be majority rule, because all of those
You
things can
say,
change.
Soju, you say morals out of mind?
It's independent of the mind.
What do you mean? Morals,
So
we
let me
always.
yeah.
Let
I'm
me
trying to
let me make it simple for you, Soju. You are a Christian, right?
yes.
If Christianity or Islam or any religions laws or morals or whatever you call it, whatever comes from the religions, if it's really great for humanity, nowadays 90 or maybe 95 or in the countries and human beings doesn't establish or living by this
Hold on. Let me
because
ask you this.
it's
Do you like,
it's outdated, it's expired.
okay, but brother, wait a minute. This is a problem with what you're saying. Like, if one person likes it and another person doesn't, right? The issue with it is that it's not
How do you determine who's right?
it's just a question. Yeah, it's like saying like the morality is shifting, and if we can get a majority, then we can basically just do whatever we want and say it's right. That's what you're.
Yeah,
That's basically what you're saying.
that's why you see what happened in Syria. At the same time, you
Wait,
can see how
bro,
Switzerland
1 second.
living.
Wait. Stop. Here's the thing. Just because you get an idea that like pops in your mind and you want to say something, don't just say it right away. I want you to like filter it, okay? Like filter your thoughts for a little bit, because I feel like you have a bit of an impulse to want to just blurt things out that are called red herrings. They're kind of irrelevant. What we're trying to just kind of focus on one thing right now. Okay, and we're going really slow. When we say morality is subjective, we're saying that you can pick and choose what's right and wrong. And we, people who are religious, we don't believe that you can pick and choose what's right and wrong. In fact, we believe that a father should never sleep with his son, even if his son's a consenting adult who's emotionally and mentally mature and has full capacity, that incestuous relationships, incestuous relationships should always be prohibited, right? From a moral standpoint, okay? Maybe there are other things we can disagree upon, morally speaking, no problem. But we believe that morality is going to be, for the most part, objective and based, and there's not going to be a lot of shifts. For example, to unalive someone for no excuse with malice aforethought is always going to be wrong, right? Kidnapping is always going to be wrong if you're going to move someone and expose them to harm, like we discussed, against their will and without any justification or privilege, right?
What if these things you say it's okay at some place in
That's my
the
point. It would never.
That's the
But
point
that's the
against
point.
your
It could
worldview.
never be okay. So now, if the government, for example, sanctions someone to be executed, that's not schmurder, right? That doesn't constitute schmurder.
So
Hold on.
slavery
Hold on a minute.
against everything.
Hold on. I'm going to get to that one too. So now, when the government does something, the government is not acting the way a human acts. So if the government decides to execute someone, the government is not committing schmurder, okay? They may call it extrajudicial unaliving if there was never a trial or due process. There is something called extrajudicial, okay? But what we're talking about right now is strictly like morality, how to derive the difference between right and wrong. So now when we talk about things like slavery, okay, we can get into that, right? We can get into what constitutes slavery. Is there levels of slavery, meaning ways to discern different forms of slavery, such as indentured servitude, being a prisoner of war versus a prisoner of the state, incarcerated?
No, that's not slavery. That's
Hold,
not
hold,
slavery.
hold on, brother. There are forms. See, Volt, I'm trying to speak to you, brother, but you're like not right, trying to listen. I'm saying there are different forms.
I'm totally listening, man. I'm just silent. I'm listening.
Why I said there's levels of it. There's different forms of it. Okay. And when you deprive somebody of certain rights, they perceive themselves as to be enslaved. Okay, if
Yeah,
you put me,
but
hold on, sir,
slavery is
one
okay.
second. If you
I'm
take me
waiting.
from my house and you put me in a box, a cage, a cell, even if you say I broke your law, I'm gonna say
Yeah.
they've enslaved me, they've imprisoned me. They're here holding me against my will, right or wrong? If they tell
No,
me,
wrong.
okay, so if they tell me, take this off and put this on, and they're making me wear something that I don't want to wear, are they treating
Yeah.
me like a slave?
No, wrong.
If they separate me from my loved ones, although I
Yeah.
want to go out to my loved ones and be with them,
Yeah.
are my rights being deprived? Am I not being
If you
forced
did
into a certain condition?
if you did a crime, you deserve it. Yes.
Well, that doesn't mean that it's not slavery.
It's called
You're,
Hold
no,
on.
it's not slavery.
I
It's a
don't think,
punishment.
again, sir, we're going to get into what constitutes a crime. Is it what, okay. Okay. Let's just start with this.
Slavery in
Start with
simple
this.
way,
What is,
you
no,
own
define
someone. You own
slavery for me.
someone's life.
Yeah, define
You
slavery
own
for
him.
me. Define,
You
no,
own him.
no,
You know?
define slavery.
Yeah, you own somebody's life. You own him. You own everything. You can rent him. You can do whatever to him, assault him. You can use him sexually. You can use him
Okay,
for sport.
no,
You can do whatever you want. That's slavery.
wrong. You're 100% wrong.
Slavery is against
Okay,
the freedom.
stop,
I take
yeah,
your freedom
stop,
away.
Yeah, stop gibberating now, okay? Slavery is the condition in which a human being is owned, controlled, or treated as property by another person or entity with, shut up for a second, with
Man,
their
I'm so-
freedom taken away. So now, dude, you need to stop, because every time you open your mouth, you make yourself look really bad. Listen, the word is O-R. It does not say end, okay? It is disjointive. It is owned, controlled, or treated. So you don't have to be owned, in other words. So your definition was wrong because you inferred you had to be owned. It doesn't have to be owned. It could simply be controlled. It could be treated as property. And it doesn't have to be by a person. It can be an entity. And the crux is your freedom is taken away. That's what the definition of slavery is. Okay? And that's a standard, that is a standard dictionary definition. And I'm looking at it.
So if I control somebody, that means he is my slave. If I
A
don't
slave,
own
by
him,
force, yes.
a slave
By
is
force, you
forced
deprave
to
someone.
work, cannot leave, cannot refuse, and has no legal or personal autonomy. People who go to jail, for example, right? They have to do certain work. They cannot leave. They're not allowed to refuse, or they are
that's a
placed in
punishment.
something. Hold on, sir.
Brother.
Listen, brother, relax. I'm just showing you. I'm showing you different forms of slavery. So why don't
It's
you
not
talk?
slavery. It's a punishment. It's called
You're-
punishment.
see, that's where you're mistaken. We're trying to show you, hold on, we're showing you how something can fit a definition, and you can also call it something else. That's called a synonym, right?
So you wanna make slavery is okay?
Hold on. Is it okay? Beautiful. Actually, you know what? I see how this is gonna go. Just hold on a second. You said it's a punishment. Okay. Is a punishment always in the form of being locked up?
No, it's
Exactly.
different.
So it's different. So we can't say if it's always a punishment, or it's not the only form of punishment to be locked up. There are other forms of punishment, right?
Yeah, slavery is not.
So now we can say there are other forms of slavery, right?
No.
So we can do that with punishment. We could say locking someone else up is punishment, hitting them with a stick is punishment, but you're saying making them work, locking them up, or controlling them, or taking. Hold on a minute. See, this is where I'm trying to work with you.
We're not hitting anybody. There is no laws allowing hitting anybody. You can lock them up.
No,
you can
actually,
make them pay.
Corporal, sir, you are allowed to discipline your children within certain reason,
You can't
and there is, yes,
beat them up.
discipline. Hold on. Discipline is allowed in the United States. I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah, but
That it
can you
wasn't.
beat
Hold
up
on.
your kids?
You can discipline your children, and
Yeah, discipline. Can you beat
strike.
up them?
Yes, you can strike your children in the United States if you do it as a parent and you do it within the appropriate guideline of the law. Yes.
The Department of the Family Affairs or something
Sir,
like
do you want me to show you it's a defense? Did you know in the California jury instruction, corporal discipline is a defense to child abuse?
Your wife or your kid.
You want me
or
to
your
show it
kids.
to you?
It's a crime, bro.
No, it's a defense.
It's a
Bro,
beat
come
it up.
on.
Well, let me ask you one question.
I'm showing how jury instruction. Go ahead.
Let me ask you one question. If it takes someone's life,
If you're not defending yourself, yes.
there we go. So in one case, taking a life is illegal. One case, it is legal.
Because it
The host
depends
is making
if
the
you are
same exact
defending
point.
yourself from a danger or not.
Hey,
Right.
watch this. He's cooked, bro. Hold on a minute.
this is
He's
bad.
so cooked. Watch this.
Yourself, guys. You cooked yourself.
Hey, brother, hold on. What does this say? Parental right to punish a child, right? A parent guardian, inserting that person's name, right, is permitted to discipline the child, is not guilty if he or she used justifiable physical force and or justifiable method to discipline a child. Physical force or insert the other method is justifiable if a reasonable person would find that punishment was necessary under the circumstances, and the physical force and or method was reasonable. Okay, so
Reasonable.
now, so hitting your kid is allowed in the United States, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So what?
So what? Let me explain. So what? Hold on a minute.
It's wrong.
Brother,
Brother.
that's, here you go. Hey, hold on. You said it's wrong, but guess what? The majority of California's assembly voted on it, and the court has a sua sponte duty to instruct on it, right? So now let's walk this back because I got to explain how this works for everybody who just got here. Okay. So when we say there are different forms of slavery, right? And that locking people up and not letting them leave and taking away their rights is one form of it. Okay.
No, it's punishment.
That's like saying that is only one form of punishment because there are other forms of punishment too. So
do you own the prisoner?
Slavery and punishment. Hold on.
Yes, the state owns prisoners. The state owns prisoners. It says that in the U.S. Constitution.
Literally called state property.
You only punish him.
No, the U.S.
literally called
Constitution
state property.
says prisoners are property of the state. That is how they are able to deprive them of their rights, freedom, and autonomy is because they are property of the state.
This dude needs to take a constitutional law class. I swear.
There's no conversation with someone. Like the most important thing about debate or discourse is the ability to come together and define terms and make agreements. And every time we bring a definition to this guy, he just doesn't know to it.
So
there's no way to discourse with someone who defines things however they see fit.
Originally saying slavery is okay for Christians.
There are forms that are okay.
Bro, we're not okay with it. Nobody has to say they're quote unquote okay with it. Okay, that's not what we're saying.
Halal.
We're saying, look, brother, is there framework for this stuff? Like, look, I don't like to see people hit their kids. Might it be justified sometimes? Under the right context, it might be. That's the point.
It's even good for
We don't go around encouraging it. Hey, bro, listen, let me finish. Stop interrupting. If for example, I would advise somebody, be like, yeah, talk to your children, be nice with your children, develop a good relationship. But is there a point in time in which it can be justified? Apparently, it's a defense. Apparently, the majority of legal scholars have come to the conclusion that 3405 of the Cal Crim is legitimate, that it's in the 2025 edition of the Judicial Council of California criminal jury instruction. So for whatever reason, California's assembly disagrees with you, okay? They don't think it's immoral to discipline your kid using corporal punishment. Hate to break it to you, okay? But the whole point of that was to show you that there are forms of punishment outside of what you're saying. So when we define words, we say how they're exactly the same, not how they're different. So when we define slavery, and I'm happy to define it again, I guess, but it's the condition in which a human being is one of three things: owned, controlled, or treated. One of the three. Doesn't have to be all. Look at you, bro. Like, oh my God. Oh my God. You got to go down for a minute. I'll bring you back up.
That's bad.
It's really bad because I'm just trying to get through the definition. But we're not saying it has to be all three. We're just saying it has to be one of the three.
Yeah, that "or" is a very important word in that definition, and it's like physical violence. I can make a blanket term and say that physical violence is bad, and physical violence could be as simple as smacking someone on the butt, you know. But I don't think that that's good to do to your child every day. I don't think it's a good way to wake them up. But if let's say they're doing a behavior that is detrimental to them, then it could be.
Yeah, like, okay, for example, hold on a minute. All right, I see one of my children is about to hit another one of my children, right? Am I allowed to grab that child by the wrist and physically restrain him? And in the process of physically restraining him, maybe he hurts his wrist because I grabbed the wrist too hard. Maybe I accidentally jerked his arm and tried to yank him back and he fell on the ground and scraped his knee. But in the process, I was defending one other person and I was acting in my parental right to use some justifiable physical force that was reasonable under the circumstances. Volt, that's the point. The point is we can't just blanket condemn things and say they're good or bad. We have to deliberate over facts. We have to use context, right? And so when we're defining words, we're trying to define them so we are clear about what we're saying to each other. So what is it, Volt? Maybe you can tell me this. What is it that you are actually disagreeing with us on now?
Okay, can you finish?
Yeah, you can tell me what you disagree with us on.
All I'm doing, for sure I'm disagree with you both, bro. I always just listening here, I'm not talking. Can you give me just 1 minute, a timer? Because I didn't cut you, I didn't cut anybody, I was just listening the whole time. Okay, not just 1 minute, not 5. You say controlled or owned or treated. That's for different forms of slavery. Totally disagree, bro. Because if you own someone, you can control him, you can treat him however you want, you can alive him. It's okay because you own him. Second, if you control him, you don't own him, or you can treat him however you want because you just control. Maybe the control is limited, maybe the control is at some point is high. You can control him to different levels of controlling, but you don't own him as a slave, and you can treat him as you want. The third one, if you treat him as a slave, that's not gonna give you the right to control him or own him at the first place. So, which it means slavery is totally exactly against freedom. If you own the person, it's a slave for you. You can control, you can treat, you can do whatever you want to him. But if you're gonna make controlling people like the government control, every human being controlled by their government and rules. It's not so the 8 billions are slaves. No. Treating, if the human treating each other bad at some point of the anywhere in this planet, so you're gonna say maybe the half of the planet is the slaves. No, that's wrong. The United Nations stopped slavery, stopped trading people as slaves, trafficking, human trafficking or whatever. It's a crime. It's a crime since the United Nations stopped this. And the last human market, it was in Saudi Arabia, 1960s. So if we're gonna talk about it's a crime, yes, it's international crimes. Did your gods knew before it was going to be crime? No, because it wasn't gods. Religions are man-made things. Books are man-made thing. So when we talk about slavery, it's totally a crime. It's totally against our nature. You're never gonna be okay or happy with someone slave you, or your mother or your sister or your wife or your son or your daughter. You're never going to be accepted in yourself or in your family because it's against our nature. Whatever form of that. That's why we don't do something like crimes to not get punished from the government. That's why we are more intelligent, because as human beings, we knew this kind of slavery in religions, it's totally crimes. In these days, we put punishment for stealing. Even if you speed up, you're gonna get a ticket. That's how that's how world works. That's how, as human being, we getting advanced every day and every day. That's why we discover these books, and the religion's history is totally just something not useful for humans now. That's why the systems doesn't use religions for doing anything, economy or science, or or judging people as for crimes or whatever. We're not using religions. We never used religions in anything that makes a good proof, like a good thing, like a fruitful for humanity.
You
We
have
never
90
used
seconds.
what?
You have 90 seconds to wrap up.
Yeah. So my point to you guys, in general, if you're gonna say the morals is whatever it is you call it, it's always something human being making it better and better every day. Every day we're learning something new. Every day we're getting advanced. Every day we make humanity have like more rights, more freedom, more peace. That's why in the old ages, a million wars, a million people passed away because of wars and religions. That's why we say, as I make ex-Muslim and non-religious now, even there is a creator for this universe. He never did contacted human beings, and he never sent a religion or did talk to somebody, because there is a million contradictions about religions.
All
The
right, you got 20
judgment.
seconds left.
So yeah, there is no something called soul or devils or angels or whatever you call this kind of uncover like hidden powers. It doesn't exist. There is no clue or evidence about it.
Habibi.
Thank you.
Nin'an min shamatak. The brother wants to ask you some questions. Go ahead.
Earlier, when we asked if morality was relative or subjective, you, after the host explained it to you, you said objective. But every justification you've given since then has been a relative standard. So you said that slavery is only bad. The only thing you could cite was that the United Nations made it illegal. Well, according to your logic and worldview, if the United Nations came together again and said, hey, we changed our minds, we want to do slavery again. Well, according to the standard that you used, slavery now becomes right again. Then, after that, you said that morality, whatever we call it, it only exists because humanity has made it better and better and better as the years and time has gone by. You use the term better, meaning that there is a worse. But if it's all relative and it's dependent on what the humans do and decide, that means the standard of absolutely good or absolutely wrong exists outside of them regardless of their decisions. So that's what we're asking for. How can something be better or worse if it only depends on the decisions and the majority to come together and make the point? You keep appealing, in one word, to an objective, external, personal standard that exists outside humans, and then the justification you give is completely relative on those humans.
So your final statement? Well, I'm not getting things.
To wrap it all up, your worldview is contradictory, and you can't provide a justification to the manner and criteria to which you say morals exist. On the one hand, you say they're relative. On the other, you say they're objective. Your worldview refutes itself and can't be justified.
The morals. Do you mean like we don't have evidence about the morals?
No, I'm saying we have evidence of morals. You know that certain things are wrong. You observe that.
Sorry that I'm native Arabic speaker, not very well.
أنا بترجم يعني شو بدي فهمش.
Speaker.
Say one more time, Sojourner. I'll translate for him as best as I can.
So we do have evidence.
I'm trying to get his point. You know, his question.
Okay, خليني
You're
أفهم
contradicting
منه.
yourself.
Go ahead, Sojourner.
You're contradicting yourself because you say in one breath that morality is relative.
يعني هو بقول يعني إذا أنت بتقول الحق عشان واحد, you know, in other words, like if what's moral is dependent on a viewpoint of a subject, right? Go ahead, Sojourner.
So you say it's relative, and then you support that by saying that's, let's say slavery is wrong because the United Nations came together and said that it's wrong. But if we continue that logic, the United Nations could change their mind and say it's good again, and then it becomes good.
Like, do you
obviously,
Volt,
United Nations
Volt, hold on a second. Volt, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I want to simplify this for you, so I'm going to say it again, what he just said, and just in different ways. He's saying if a group of people vote on something, and they can change what's right and wrong by simply voting on it, then this shows inconsistency, right? Insofar of what you previously said, that what's moral is simply based on what a person sees as right and wrong from a relative standpoint, right? So, and I guess you can kind of even look at it another way, but if we're simply picking and choosing what's right and wrong, then you don't have a really good way to prove that something is good or bad if all you're using is that harm principle, because there's going to be times where harm is not the only thing that arises, right? So in the example I gave, and I'm gonna kind of like go through this a little bit. In the example I gave in what's wrong with a 40-year-old father and a 20-year-old son having an intimate relationship if they're consenting adults, and there's no genetic a possibility of a child being born with a genetic defect, right? They quote unquote call this victimless crime, okay? It's akin to me not wanting to wear a seatbelt in my car. Why should a cop be able to pull me over and write me a ticket, right? So what we find is in it, Volt, is wisdom in the prohibition of these two things, okay? There's wisdom in prohibiting people from driving without a seatbelt on, and there's wisdom in prohibiting a father and a son from having an intimate relationship, okay? There are societal repercussions.
Is it legal?
I would say it would depend on the jurisdiction, whether it's legal or illegal.
It's not everywhere.
Hold on, sorry,
no one can marry his son.
Relax. Let me finish my thought, because you asked a question to interrupt me, and I answered your question. I didn't answer your question to open up your line of questioning. I just wanted to be nice. Now you're being rude. Anyway, so
bro,
yes,
I'm being nice. You are nice. I just muted myself, so I
know, but don't try to ransack my consciousness, my line of thought here. I was trying to go through something, and you asked a question, which I answered, and then you attempted to ask another question. And I notice a lot of people on TikTok do that. That's why I'm very keen on it when it happens. So I'm going to ask you to refrain from doing that so I can complete my thought. I gave you a full 5 minutes, right?
As I'm gonna hop off, I appreciate the time.
All right, thanks, Sojourner.
You're still running. Yeah, God bless.
Appreciate you. Yeah, so Volt, back to what I was saying. So, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. So now when we're deciding what's moral, right, we have to use our wisdom. And what religion has provided us, especially in the Quran, in the Sunnah of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is a lot of wisdom that you should acknowledge wasn't there at the time of the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam until after the revelation came. For example, are you yourself aware that in the history of the Arab culture, that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had prohibited forms of marriage that were deemed haram, but were considered among the Arabs to be quote unquote moral at the time, that you today, if you heard about it, you might find those things abhorrent. Do you know what the word abhorrent means, brother?
Which form did say?
Abhorrent meaning disgusting.
Yeah, like
the form of marriage, for example, a woman could put a flag outside of her home and call to many men to come and have intercourse with her. And then when she would become pregnant, and she would bring a sorcerer, basically a woman who does magic, or a witch, and she would
Yeah.
pick among the men who was the father. And when that child was born, they would give that child to the father to raise him. This was one form of marriage. It became prohibited after Islam, right? There were other
Do you know?
forms of marriage. Hold
Do you
on.
know?
There were other
Do you know it
forms
was
of.
halal
Hold on a
until
second.
Omar?
Again, why are you interrupting me again? Why are you doing
Go
that?
ahead.
I'm in the middle of a statement. If you want to respond, you're going to get your chance. Again, I gave you a full 5 minutes. So, back to what I was trying to say, there was another form of marriage, right? Where a woman would be married to a husband, but then another man would come and impregnate her. Okay? And she would have a child, and that child would be raised in her house. This was also outlawed from Islam. So as you can see, like the concept of morality through society has always gone, into different spectrums. But what we see in the wisdom of the Quran, of Islam, is it is very much a middle ground, right? It has provided rights, it has provided balance and equities. And in the system of law that Islam has brought into the world, we saw justice flourishing. In fact, only after Islam. Because the type of justice you were militating towards and intimating towards earlier in your 5-minute statement was discussing the things that the UN has done. But today I would tell you there would be literally no UN if it was not for a lawbearer by the name of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And this is my honest opinion. But I could sit here and go on and on really all day about it. But I just want to know, like, what's your opinion of the reform that Islam brought to the world? Why aren't you acknowledging those accolades and those attributes about Islam and what it did to shape and change the world?
You were saying the last question. What is it?
Yeah, I'm saying you sat here and you tooted the horn for the UN, but I'm saying, like, what have you acknowledged about Islam and what it has done for the world?
Nothing. As long as Islam destroyed my country as Egyptian, slaved my grandmothers, and allowing a lot of crimes.
Okay, may I speak?
Yeah, I'm gonna bring another Egyptian up, of course, brother. Well, I want to make sure.
No,
Well,
if Itachi come in, let the sister go.
well,
Go ahead,
I
sister.
want to make sure. I want to make sure that 𝘚𝘮𝘲𝘪, is that how you say it? 𝘚𝘮𝘲𝘪.
What?
How do you say your name?
Volt. His name Volt, Habibi. Volt.
No, I see Volt, but I'm saying, oh, is it
الفاشخ.
فاشخ
okay.
في عينه والله ما انك فاشخ الا نفسك يا حبيبي.
I'm trying to see what I was trying to say.
بس for the record.
And okay, so did you finish what you have to say, Volt?
No, I was saying, as example, I don't want to go back for being making like intimate course for some kind of in hadith, strong hadith, which is زواج المتعة, which is like a marriage for a pleasure. It was halal until Omar stopped it.
Wait. You just gonna spread lies like this? Like this is the second.
I have the hadith, the strong hadith now. If you want.
Before this, Sister Itachi, would you like to address the first point? Because we're not gonna let this
Second point.
لحظة. 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time.
Volt, you were supposed to discuss. Sorry. Well, he was supposed to talk about legal reform because that's what we've been discussing. Because originally he couldn't answer any question about how he derives morality in an epistemically justifiable sense, which I had to go through explaining that. And then we went ad nauseum discussing the definition of slavery and punishment. Then he denied the social justice and legality of parental discipline and said that it never happened anywhere, although I showed him that it's actually a legal defense. And then, hold on. Dude, this conversation has gone into like so many different directions. That's what I'm trying to say. Like
a long time ago.
Like Volt doesn't know how to focus. So the last thing I asked Volt was to explain to me why he's not acknowledging Islam and its contributions to reforming all societies across the globe through through essentially the rights that came and shine through like Sharia, and I
Yeah, of course.
discussed all that nonsense.
Even in the US, Thomas Jefferson literally used to go and look into the Quran and the Islamic laws because he thought that they were things that were of benefit when it came to society. So you can't just deny
Give
history in
me
that.
one example.
Thomas
Marrying for wife?
Thomas Jefferson, he
No,
literally
give
had
me
a
example
Quran.
of.
I'm telling you, and you could go do the research. Thomas Jefferson, who had a Quran during his presidential whatever reign, you can go and look at it. That Quran is still in the White House. Like this is like just basic history,
Dear
bro.
sister, give me example of something like nice to a human being to establish from the Quran and Sharia laws, like
Yeah,
marrying wives
those same
for
laws in
wives.
regards to those same basic laws in regards to the Sharia, for example, when it comes to unaliving, when it comes to wars and all of these things, you could
It's
still
against.
find their effects. Hold on.
It's all
You
against
could stop
the
interrupting
law.
me.
Go ahead.
Okay. You could still find their effects and their teachings being done throughout the world. So this, for example, just like the basic one, don't unalive people needlessly, right? You can't just do things by yourself. You have to do it through some sort of governmental or jurisprudential way. Okay? Like I can't, as a Muslim, go and just start unaliving people. It has to be done through a governmental status.
So if unaliving ex-Muslim is okay, so you say it's okay if the
No,
government
did you
doing
not
it?
just hear what I said?
Yeah, you said the government if gonna be doing it, but at the end of the day,
It is
it's
called
against
treason, which is still also
freedom
punishable. That's
of.
you understand that treason is a punishable offense in almost every single country around the world.
Which is it? Changing the religion?
Treason, TREASON.
No, it's different. I'm
It's
talking
the
about
same
changing the
thing.
religion, not a treason. It's not the
Yeah,
same.
that's the same
It's not the
thing.
same. It's
It's
never
going to
been
be
the same.
considered treason under
No,
Islamic law. It's treason.
No, it's not.
Do you know what the
If I
definition
check
of treason is, bro?
the United Nations and all constitutions around the world gives the right to believe whatever you want. If I changed my religion to any other religion, you don't have the right to
Yeah,
unalive
because
me.
you're talking about
That's
secular
Islam
countries.
only.
Yeah, so again, you're talking about secular countries and now how they understand the term treason. But treason in general is going to be based on going against the country in which you're living in. Okay, so if the country that you're living, can I
Yeah.
finish?
Sorry, Itachi.
Sorry, I thought that was him.
No, I just wanted you to ask him about what does he believe about sovereignty, like in nations having sovereignty.
No, go ahead.
What
Go
is
ahead.
sovereignty?
You ask him.
Are you? Yeah, like you don't know what sovereignty is?
In Arabic, bro, I'm native Arabic speaker. I'm not
Okay.
English expert here.
Honestly speaking, I think the morality topic is kind of pointless.
Well, like the morality has to
arguing
intersect to the sovereignty
Bro,
issue. Hold
and
on,
it's even
sorry.
worse when it's an Egyptian atheist, in my opinion. So
I just wanted to say this.
Anas saying,
Hold on, Volt. Hold on, Volt. 1 second. So the tie back here, the reason why I bring up sovereignty, just to show like how what's relevant, is because we're talking about now. He was starting getting into UN, right, and talking about like international standards. But he needs to remember like what is the UN? Who constructs the UN? What does it represent? Who does it represent? Who voted at it? It's basically saying like a minority of people get to decide all things for everybody. And so when we talk about sovereignty, right, we talk about like de jure versus de facto sovereignty, internal versus external, right? And so what people do in Gaza or Afghanistan or Yemen or Iraq, right, whether that has bearing on us or on the religion at large, right, those are definitely questions that need to be addressed, but you're not addressing them, Volt. You're not really getting into like the actual weeds of what is morality and where do we derive it from. You've been running from that question from the outset. That's why the disgusting question I asked you and you never really answered it. And I'm going to ask it again. I'm going to ask it again in front of 40 people. Yeah, no, I asked you in front of 40 people earlier and I'll ask you in front of 40 people again. But you got to explain to me, what, and I'll ask the cleaner version. What's immoral about me not wearing my seatbelt?
okay, bye.
It's a crime, right?
Bro,
Yeah, bro, answer the question.
not
I'm
a
listening to
triangle,
you.
it's
I
a
told you a
fraction.
million times, like our morals as a human being, it's doesn't make you, if you are atheist, if you are religious, it
No,
doesn't
but
make
that
you
doesn't, that's not the point. That's what we
some
were
kind.
talking about. We were
Yeah.
talking about morality, and you've been running from that,
Speaking.
combo.
I actually have a better example. One
Morality,
sec. So Volt, you know what interest is, yeah?
interest.
Yes.
I know interest is not jizya. Yeah.
I didn't say it was jizya. I'm just asking you, do you know what interest is? Don't be smart with me.
Just seeking an opportunity
I'm
to
just making
slander,
it.
Yeah,
sister.
do you know what
Anas,
interest is?
Anas,
Yes or
Anas,
no? Do you know what
Anas.
interest is? Yes or no?
I don't
So when
believe
you
that.
take a loan, Volt, because now I'm gonna have to speak to you harder. When you take a loan out, do you know what interest is on that loan?
Yeah, sure, but I want to make sure
Okay,
that
beautiful.
Anas.
So I'm not talking about
Itachi,
jizya.
can
I
you
didn't
give me
say
a
jizya,
second?
so don't
Can
get
you give
smart
me
with
a
me.
second?
Don't play
Got-
with me. Don't play with me.
I'm
I'm not
not
the one to be
playing.
played with.
I'm not
Okay,
saying
so then
anything. I just
so
want to
now that
say
you
something to
understand that what
Anas.
I'm talking about is just regular interest and not jizya, because I didn't say jizya.
Are we
Don't
fighting
be
here,
smart.
Muhammad? We're just talking, guys. Why you make
Okay,
it
yeah, we're
like
just talking, but don't
No,
act
bro.
smart.
Well, I'm about to let Enes do whatever he wants right now.
Yeah, yeah,
Enes, do
yeah.
whatever you want, bro.
But
Go,
let
go
me
off
tell
on him,
Anas
bro. I'm
something
done.
because he think that I believe
No,
some
no,
kind of
Akhi, look,
God.
I just want to say he's not gonna focus even if he speaks with me or with the sister or with you.
No, 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 no. I'm just saying
He always
something.
going to seek an opportunity to slander Islam. That's what he's going to do.
Slander?
And check
What you talking about?
every two questions he has to say something bad about Prophet Muhammad or about Islam. He cannot argue academically. Sister, finish your point, please.
Yeah, so
Bro,
is
bro.
interest a good or
I'm
bad thing? Volt, is interest a good or bad thing?
not. I don't want to say
I'm asking you a basic question. Is interest a good or bad thing?
It's a loaded question.
What's loaded about
interest
the
is a
question,
good or
sir?
bad thing.
Low interest rates are fine. High interest rates.
Okay, whatever.
We'll bring him back in a
Yeah,
second.
I don't believe that any interest is good. So can you debate me on that?
Interest is usable for all the whole world,
Who
even
does
the
it
Arab
benefit?
countries and Islamic countries.
Who does it benefit? I'm not talking about Islamic countries. I'm talking about the concept of interest.
The interest?
Islam disagrees that you should charge people over what they've already, asked for in terms of a loan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that actually
That's
benefits the
why
people.
that's why the whole world using it. It's benefit.
No, it's the opposite, my friend. That's what I'm trying to show you,
If it's
is that
harmful for the human being,
interest only
yeah,
benefits the person who is giving it. Okay, it harms the individual who is taking it.
it never did.
It absolutely does. When
That's why
people
it's
go into
legal
debt,
and
hold on.
all human beings using it.
When people go into debt because of interest on loans or mortgages or
Yeah.
anything of the sort, this is something which harms them. So how can you justify interest as being
Harm,
something which is
harm,
moral when Islam
harm.
says that it's something that's immoral
No, no,
because it
no. It's
harms the
totally
people?
moral and it's totally
Oh, it's
legal in
moral to take
everywhere.
more money than what you actually, are
And
owed?
it's making you more successful,
Can you
more
prove to me, can you
independent.
justify to me objectively that it is
Yeah,
moral for
the
you to
whole
take more
system of
money than
America
what you
is
gave?
on debt. The
Yeah, I'm
whole
asking you, can you pay
America
attention
is
to the
a great
question? Can you pay attention?
nation because of debt.
Can I get mod, please? This guy doesn't know how to control himself.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. My question is, how can you substantiate objectively that interest is something which is good when it harms one individual and benefits another off of that same harm?
Because if you are,
What is the objective principle that you're using here?
yeah, if you are having a job, you have like something you call it in Arabic, damanat, which guarantees that you're gonna pay back. They give you the loan.
Okay, yeah, they pay you back the same amount that you gave them. Why do they have to take more? What is the moral principle
Because
there?
you are using others' money.
Yeah, so again,
Obviously.
what principle tells you that they should take more money than what they actually gave?
Yeah, because it's not your money.
Yeah, I
borrow
didn't say that
you
it was
borrow
their
others'
money.
money.
Hold on, pay attention. In Islam, we say that you can give the money, but you can't take more than what you gave. Versus
Yeah, I know.
in a capitalistic society, they say you get more than what you gave. Okay, so I want to know what objective principle that this goes off of. Because you're claiming that it's going to be something which is known morally. So I want to know what objective moral principle they're going based off of.
It's based of benefit for the country, for the
Again,
banks,
I
for
asked you,
the
is it objective? Okay, so is it objective or
for
subjective?
everyone. You tell me what you tell me why
I'm
the
asking you,
jizya
is it
is
objective
benefit.
or subjective,
If
sir?
someone don't believe,
Is
why
it
he have to
objective or
pay some money?
subjective? Is it objective or subjective?
Again, objective or subjective?
Yeah, which one is it?
What is it? Is objective or subjective?
Okay,
Interest.
objective simply means that it is something which is known in and of itself, versus subjective means that it depends on the subject or individual who is making the claim. So I want to know, is it objective or subjective?
Can you ask your question in Arabic?
No, I can't.
Oh, sorry, you don't know Arabic. How do you know Quran?
I know Arabic, I just don't debate in Arabic. Like, I don't know these terms in Arabic.
So, interest.
I don't know, Anas, maybe Anas knows the answer.
In Arabic
Or
is
maybe Anas can translate
You
it in
want me to
Arabic.
translate, sister?
Yeah, just translate objective and subjective for him.
No,
Oh, we did. No, I did that earlier for him. I told him.
What did you tell
It's
him?
موضوعة.
موضوعي.
نعم موضوعي.
نعم موضوعي.
موضوع الشيء يتغير ويتبدل، الشيء ثابت ولا شيء يتغير ويتبدل؟
نعم.
subjective يعني بيتبدل وبيتغير، يعني أنا بيعجبني الحاجة هاي باخدها، ما بيعجبنيش ما باخدهاش. objective خلص ما بتتغيرش، ثابتة، عجبتك كان بها، ما عجبتكش اضرب راسك في الحيط.
لا متغيرة يا أنس، وأنا على فكرة كنت
Okay,
سني.
beautiful. So, okay. So if it's subjective, then you can't substantiate that interest in and of itself is a good or bad thing.
It is. We can.
You just said that you can't. You literally just said that you can't prove that it is.
No, we can, because it's
Oh,
a
you
change
can. So,
from
but why
country
did you
to
just say that it's
country.
something subjective? Did he not just
The
agree with
rates-
you, Anas, that it's something subjective?
He said no. He said it's subjective. Yes. بتتغير.
Exactly. So you can't say that it is something inherently good or bad.
Listen. If you're gonna say it's not gonna change, or it's
Yeah,
never
I
change.
can tell you that because I base my morality in something, but you are basing it on yourself. That's the point.
No.
Let's
I base it on science, on the
well,
system.
okay, well,
of
tell me the
interest,
science that you base.
of the
Tell me the
intelligence
science
of
you
the
base
human
interest being
being.
good in. Okay, beautiful. Tell me the science you base interest being good in. Go ahead.
Economy did.
But economy is not science, sir.
Economy is science.
The economy
no,
is
it's
not
okay.
science.
But
What are you talking about?
do you know what is inflation?
Yeah.
What is inflation? Go ahead, tell us.
التضخم.
What is that? Explain it. Give definition for inflation.
There is
You know
many
science, right? Go ahead.
There is many reasons for inflammation.
Inflammation.
Inflation.
Inflation.
Going on my YouTube
asking
today.
what
laugh
are the
about my
reasons.
English, and you know no Arabic.
No,
and
we're not laughing about your English. Just
This is going to be my most famous YouTube short ever.
Do you have?
Where's Christian Code?
Do you have?
You're gonna put it in YouTube with the whole
Inflammation. Wallah, inflammation is going on YouTube. Okay. Wallah, inflammation is going on YouTube today.
Cut whatever you want, bro.
طيب, do you have definition? Do you have definition for inflammation?
الناس تتكلم على الربا، وعندنا البنوك احنا في الدول العربية والإسلامية.
باهي انت مش مصري، انت تونسي.
لا أنا مصري يا خريج الأزهر.
انت مش مصري برو.
اللهجة التونسية واضحة. Anyway, let's pause here.
على أساس
I have a question.
على أساس إن أنا مصرية، أنا عندي اللهجة العربية.
وأنا حضرتك مصري.
أنت مش مصري، اللهجة بتاعتك مش مصرية.
أنت حضرتك للأسف ما تعرفيش يعني.
لهجتك مش مصرية.
لا أنا مصري حضرتك، أنا بتكلم مع توانسة.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, so he asked you about inflation, right? Not inflation. So he's asking you, in regards to inflation, can you prove this as being something which is objectively good?
Objectively good?
Yes.
Can I prove it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's legal everywhere.
This doesn't
Like
make it
million years
just
ago.
because it's okay. So by
Yeah.
your logic, if it was legal, because it is in some societies, right? It's legal in some societies in regards to the Eskimos. It's illegal for them to eat their newborn children because they don't have enough food. By your logic, since it's illegal, it is objectively good.
For the majority of humans,
Is it
if they
objectively
make it
good for
legal,
the
yes.
society of Eskimos to eat their newborn
Like
babies?
let me finish.
I'm
If
asking you a
it's
question. No, I don't want you to finish. I want
I'm
you to
not
answer my
answering. I'm
question.
just listening.
I
يا
want you
زلمة
to
يا
answer my
زلمة
question.
جاوب على السؤال بعدين
أنا ما
نحكي.
بتكلمش أنا بسمع بس.
Okay,
لا
لو
جاوب على
بتسمع
السؤال
بس
بعدين
يبقى عايزك
نتكلم.
تجاوب then. Okay? The question, okay, السؤال is very simple. There are societies of Eskimos, for example, who think it is okay to eat their newborn children because of the fact that they do not have a food supply. This is legal for them. So by your logic, this is something which is objectively good. Now I want you to say it is objectively good for people to eat their babies.
Yeah, is it legal?
I asked you a question. Can you answer yes or no? Is it objectively good to eat their babies?
I'm not saying objective or subjective.
You just said because it's legal that it is
Our
something which is
debating
objective.
is if it's good or not about the interest.
Sir, I'm asking you. I asked you another question.
Let me get
You
talk for a
you
second.
said because it is
خليني أتكلم
legal that
ثانية.
makes it
أنا
objective.
بسمع بس.
Okay, انت بتسمع بس يبقى فتح ودانك and listen to the question. Okay? So again, the question is, you said because inflation is legal, that makes it objective. Okay, my question to you was that since it is legal for Eskimos to eat their children, does that make it objectively good?
You finished?
Yeah, can you answer the question?
Yeah, can you give me a moment to talk or just
Can you
listening?
answer the question? If you don't answer the question, I'm going to interrupt you again.
Interrupt me for what?
Because you're not
always
answering the
listen
question.
to you until you finish.
I'm going to interrupt you if you don't answer the question. It's that simple.
Is eating people, kids, is legal all over the world?
I didn't say all over the world. I said in that society.
Yeah, it's wrong. Some countries are
Okay,
wrong.
by what
Some
standards?
laws are
By
wrong.
what standard?
That's
Okay,
why
now
we
beautiful.
say
You said it's wrong. Now by what standard is it wrong?
because we said it's موضوعية. الأخلاق موضوعية.
Okay, so it
القوانين
is موضوعية.
موضوعية.
So when I asked you the question about inflation being bad or good, and you said it is objectively good because it's legal, meaning it's not موضوعية, okay? You said that it is because it's legal.
Inflation is a problem, ma'am. What are we talking about? It's a
Okay,
problem.
so you agree that it's a problem. So why are you saying it's good because it's legal?
No, it's not legal. It's not legal or illegal. It's a system failure.
This guy's contradicting himself so much.
Bro,
Can I
it's a system
sister can I
failure.
try?
It's a
Can I
system
try
problem.
something? Okay,
It's not
يلا
legal or illegal.
Volt, hear me. Volt.
Yeah.
Do you believe in absolute truth? Absolute truth يعني حقيقة غير مختلف عليها مهما كان.
لا يا أنس ما فيش حاجة مطلقة ولا في حرية مطلقة ولا في حقيقة مطلقة.
Okay, so let's switch it to English. Let's switch it to English. طيب, okay. Do you believe in absolute truth? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. Are you a man?
Yeah.
Is that an absolute truth?
It is, as we know, not absolute truth. As
so there is doubt you're not a man. I just want to affirm this.
It's your knowledge makes you know that you are a man.
No, is that an absolute truth? You are a man,
bro. I'm telling you.
I'm asking you, يا حبيبي. I'm asking you. Answer me. Is that an absolute truth? You are a man.
According to your knowledge and your proofs that you got in your hands, you are a man.
I am man. I know I'm a man. I don't need no proof. I don't need your opinion, and this is absolute truth to me. Sir.
How do you don't know? You don't need a proof. You
Volt,
just know
why you're not answering my question, Volt? Why you're not
في عندك أولاد؟ في عندك أولاد؟
I doubt it.
I want to know. في عندك أولاد؟
If he has, probably he got pregnant.
Why you doubt it, Anas?
Hold on. Do you have a son or a daughter?
Does it matter for something?
Yeah, for the purpose of the question. Sure. I want to ask the same question. I want to ask the same question. I want to ask it either as to your son or your daughter or your mother or your father. Do you have absolute knowledge that your mother is a woman? Yes or no?
According to
Or absolute truth, is that what you said, Enes?
Yes.
according to the DNA test, you can know, yeah. But if you're gonna say about
So wait.
absolute,
Even according to the DNA test, if you know according to the DNA test, you
if you wanna make sure
let's say
that's your
we made
dad, your
خليني
father,
كمل يا الزلمة.
yeah.
Subhanallah. Now if
تفضل.
we let's see. Now if we do a DNA test for you and we find that you are a male, okay? Now is this an absolute truth?
According to the knowledge you got from the test, you know that you are a male. You don't need to have
Just
like
give me
absolute
yes or
truth
no
or
يا
not.
الزلمة يخرب
Yeah,
بيتك.
Anas,
Anas, there's an easier way to go
It's
about
not.
this, and we'll know if he's honest or not. Is
Go
1
ahead.
plus 1 equaling to an absolute truth?
هو في شيء عندكم انتوا.
Yeah,
Do
is
you have
1 plus 1
anything?
equaling to an absolute truth?
Do you have anything that
Is
absolute?
1 plus 1 equaling to an absolute truth?
As we know, it's 2.
Okay, there's a possible world where 1 plus 1 equals 3.
We don't know.
Oh my
Our
God.
knowledge is
Speaking.
our
Don't waste your
knowledge
time,
is.
bro. Don't waste your time with this moron.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to point out from the
This
beginning.
guy's actually just being a moron.
Barakallah
He's
feekum.
gonna go
It's
on the internet
obvious.
today.
He's literally just waffling.
Bro, any atheist has to be qualified to have a conversation. This is the most important question that you should ask any atheist before starting any conversation with them. Do you believe in absolute truth? Because if he doesn't believe in absolute truth, then everything is possible to be correct, anything is possible to be wrong. So anything that you're going to criticize me, according to you, your criticism is not absolutely truth. Therefore, there is a possible that I am correct.
No,
What
I
the
honestly
heck
think this guy's an insult to atheists. Like I don't even know any atheist that would reject 1 plus 1 equaling 2. This is beyond stupidity.
I think he was just being argumentative.
He's
and
being facetious,
contrary.
yeah.
You just
the
want
concept of absolute truth altogether, sister.
Yeah. No, you reject it. You said that there's a possible world where 1 plus 1 equals 3. I don't know. What?
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
السلام ورحمة الله.
فولت اللي كان معاكم
نعم.
user he username not good إساءة لله الفاشخ
We should block him.
إساءة لله سبحانه وتعالى.
Subhanallah.
This guy opens up disgusting lives against Islam with his atheist idiots.
I want to say his fake Egyptian accent was so obvious.
Bro, my accent isn't even that good. And it's better than his fake Egyptian accent.
Tunisian accent, like it was apparent immediately when he spoke.
Yeah, man, I really need to learn how to debate in Arabic, bro. There's a lot of these lives in Arabic that I think it would be beneficial to learn these terms in.
There is one live I go to, he speaks mostly to atheists, Egyptian also. And there is another live I go to, they speaks to Christians. So probably
Yeah,
if
I've
you would
seen
like...
there's this guy named Sharif, he speaks in, he's Egyptian, I'm pretty sure, and he talks to Christians. He's really good, mashallah.
Check Yusri. Yusri is also well connected. He's a good brother. His name is Yusri.
Send me his username after the live.
Inshallah.
Yeah, but I don't see too many of them talking to atheists that much.
Oh, Darren
Atheists?
Dorsey's here.
Oh, there is someone talk to atheists all
Oh,
the time.
Darren's here, wow.
Hi, Darren. Hopefully you're doing good today.
Darren, I want you to come run that argument you run on your live with me.
Darren's a nice guy. I don't think we have to
No, I
argue
know,
with him
I'm not
over
saying he's
here.
a bad guy.
I think we can just talk to Darren in a friendly way and just give him
No,
da'wah.
of course. I don't mean that in like a...
No, you're good at touching.
bad
I
way.
just, I like to do da'wah and just invite people to Islam. I'm a little bit preachy like that, I don't know. Darren, you want to come up and get some da'wah?
Hey, bro. Darren's traumatized by that body bag, bro.
Maybe G1 wants to come up. If we bring G1 up on the panel, it will warm things up. We can bring a Christian up.
Bro, G1, his processor is 15 megabyte, bro.
I love G1.
G1's good.
This is the same
solid.
G1. The same G1.
No, but
Yeah, we
he's
like
good
G.
guy. He's not like he's not
Hey,
running.
brother, we like G1 on the Speaking Muslim panel. G1's solid. You know why I like G1? G1 at least he'll try to make an intelligent argument to support his view, and he doesn't just blaspheme and make illegitimate criticisms. You know what I mean? Like he's actually defending Christianity and from his point of view, and I respect that.
You know, look, brother, I know him. He knows I'm playing with him.
Oh,
I know him since
enough,
many years, bro.
G1's an OG.
Yeah. We all go back to like Clubhouse days, bro.
Bro, but his arguments, he has no updates. Like he doesn't have any updates, bro.
No, bro, we watched evolution of G1 on my channel. We have a whole evolution of him. G1, come up, man. Let's talk about it. See, Christians don't like coming up to my panel for some reason. I don't know why. Hey, G1, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. What's new?
Nothing. I was watching a TV show.
Oh, which show?
Have you heard of Snowfall?
No, I don't watch very much TV.
Yeah, it's a pretty good show.
I feel that like Netflix and all these subscription services have taken over.
Yeah, they have.
Now, have you watched that new show about Jesus?
No, what show?
They just did a premiere on Amazon.
The Carpenter's Son.
No, not the Carpenter's Son. I haven't watched it in a while. Let me look it up.
But Anas, you're back on the debating scene.
I don't debate. I have conversations.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I don't think going like viral debating is helpful to any part because it's gonna be only slanders and attacks. And what's the point to prove the other person is wrong? Now, some people, they like to debate. It's a good, and some people like to watch it. But me personally, I like to engage in discussions. You know me.
Understandable.
Do you have absolute truth about? Have absolute truth about the of Allah?
It hurt him so much, bro.
G1, I had a question.
Was that the same guy?
No, that was somebody else.
I guess so.
Oh, that was hilarious. You guys have no one.
I had a question about how you guys view existence. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like, it depends. I would say like Hegel has a definition of existence, even Aquinas.
Yeah. Like Aquinas, he views it in the same way I think Aristotle does about it being like a substance or some sort of like ontic force, metaphysical force that can be attributed to something. Do you agree with that?
That's one sense of it, but there isn't like Aquinas wouldn't say that existence is definable, but we can give like a descriptive definition of existence. That would be that which is not nothing. So that's what existence signifies.
Okay, because the way he puts it is that, from what I understand at least, is that essence is going to be what it is, and then existence is that it is, meaning that it actually like obtains. But then he'll say like, God is existence, so I think that it's some sort of like grammatical issue when he says God is and predicates existence as being some sort of substance.
No, he isn't. He isn't saying that. He's not using existence to signify a substance. He's saying, when you read him on being in essence, he talks about how being can be understood in two ways. In one way, wait, give me a second. In one way, being can fall under the 10 categories, so substance and all of the predicables like quantity, quality, relation, and etc. And then in another respect, it can be propositional. So when he says God exists, right, that's signifying a proposition, right? And he's not saying that the identity relation there is what's being signified the proposition. He's just saying that existence is just something which is included in the subject God, right?
Yeah,
But
so
that isn't what he means when he says God's essence is existence.
this is like because Ed Feezer, he says that it would essentially be like the way that I'm understanding it from him is that it's going to be some sort of attribute.
Nah,
But
existence wouldn't
obviously
be.
attribute is going to be something which is identical to God for you guys.
Yeah. Existence isn't treated as a predicate. It'll be more or less treated, like if you want to talk about like logically speaking, it will be treated as a quantifier.
Exactly. But when I was talking to Zero earlier, and he said that it would be a predicate.
Zero would be a predicate.
Yeah.
In a sense, it wouldn't be like a predicate which like adds anything new
Yeah, exactly.
to the
Because
subject.
predicates would be essentially like attributes, which is what I would disagree with. I would say that it's
Yeah.
a quantifier in that it picks out something, like a distinction between something that exists versus that which does not exist or obtains in reality versus doesn't obtain in reality.
Yeah, because we would say that Frege, like, so when we say like it could be viewed as a quantifier, we're not really saying that, like for example, you know, like Frege, he talks about like first order and second order,
I've
like
heard you guys
concepts,
talking
right?
about that stuff, but I haven't really
Yeah,
looked into it too much, no.
yeah. So Frege would say like existence doesn't apply to individual objects, but it applies to concepts. So when you say that, you know, something exists, or when you say like a horse exists, you're just saying there's an instance, right,
Right,
of that
exactly, yeah.
concept, right? But like when you read like analytical Thomists and whatnot, I forgot the name, I forgot the individual's name, I forgot the individual's name. I think his name's like David Brain or something like that. If you read like David Brain, he speaks about it that existence, the way in which Frege uses it, he applies it to concepts. But the guy is saying that no, existence is actually going to apply to individual objects, right? Not such that it adds anything new to the subject, but such that is the precondition, right, for a subject to have in order for you to say anything true about it or not. And he kind of like uses Quine, because Quine says that to be is to have a value bound variable, basically, meaning that there's something which exists in the given domain, right? And existence isn't being indexed to the domain, but the individuals who fall under it, who fall
Right,
in it,
exactly. So then
basically.
that's why I get confused about the statement God is existence, because if you're saying it the way that, you know, because what I would essentially agree with you that, right, existence is going to be a quantifier. It doesn't make sense to say God is existence. I feel like that falls into like so many different problems.
Yeah, so what Aquinas is trying to draw out here is that, because when we look, for example, right, because like later, like Phrygians, right, talk about how existence, so they give a distinction between two kinds of existences, where like actual individual objects, like for example, you, Itachi, you exist, and then like concepts, right?
Right.
And they would say that, oh yeah, like Itachi does have an actual existence, right? Because at one point, you know, Itachi didn't exist. But then the same logic can apply to concepts, right? Because the only way in which we can say that something exists is if and only if there's an instance of that thing. Meaning
Right,
that
it
if that
obtains
instance
in
doesn't
reality.
exist,
Right, it obtains in
exactly,
reality. But then
exactly. So if that,
that's the thing is like when we talk about concepts, we're not necessarily saying that these things quote unquote obtain in reality, but we can view certain concepts' effects in reality. Like gravity, for example. We don't say that it's a thing which exists in reality. We're just going to say that the concept of it and the effects of it can be, viewed in reality.
Yeah, practically. And that's why I would say we take more of Quine's notion of it metalinguistically. But then you have to explain, because remember, just using a quantifier itself, because remember, quantifiers are like logical operators, right, within logic. They don't tell you how a things exist and the different ways in which a thing can exist. It just says it exists.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Metaphysics actually gives you that type of explanation. So when Aquinas is saying God exists, right, and is being viewed propositionally, right, he's not viewing it as to be something which that is the existence which he's speaking about, which God is identical to. No, it just means that when we say God exists, right, there's a subject, right, and existence is something which is contained in the subject of the proposition, right. So it's not giving us any more information, right? It's like saying G1 is G1. You feel me?
Right.
Right.
So
In a
that's my
similar
thing.
way.
Is like when I'm specifically from Ed Feezer, because that's what I'm reading. Realistic metaphysics, when he's saying God is existence, I'm like seeing it as if he's viewing it as a substance. I don't really think like it would make sense to say that it's like an attribute or a predicate of God, because we wouldn't say that existence is a thing. We're just going to say that it's going to be like a quantifier. It's going to say like I said before, it's something that picks out the difference between that which obtains versus what doesn't obtain in reality. And reality just being the state of affairs as they actually are, as opposed to them being, concepts or anything of the sort.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be like an attribute or something which adds anything new to the individual. But so when Edward Faze is saying that, oh yeah, like God is existence, right? He's talking about like his being, right, as considered in
Okay,
itself.
this is probably he mentioned it as a name, maybe?
No, it's not
Instead
mentioned
of
as
an
a name.
attribute?
No,
He's
he's saying
mentioning.
it in a different way. I think G1 knows what I'm referring to, and like I think a lot of Christians say it as well this way too. So I think it's honestly it's different for me to hear you say that it's a quantifier instead.
Yeah. So when we speak, we wouldn't take it as a predicable, but we would say that it's predicated of our individual subjects, right? So we'd say like existence is properly said of objects or individual objects and concepts itself. So we would kind of like deviate from Frege and kind of take what Aquinas is saying, because that's more in relation to what Aquinas is speaking about. Because when you read like certain scholastics, right, they talk about how existence implies some positive being, right, which has a nature. Because something which has a positive being, right, is going to have like a definition.
Right.
And definitions are properly said of individual substances. Like, for example, like a man, right? When we say G1 is a man, there's a definition which is true of G1, and it's contained in G1's being, right? In which we can identify him in that given respect.
Yeah, like for example, we can describe certain things. Like for example, a unicorn. We can describe the quote unquote essence of what a unicorn would be, but it would take for God to cause it to actually exist, quote unquote, as in to obtain in reality.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think you actually
that's
agree
the
more
whole
with
point.
us than with what you guys
No,
are saying.
I
That's
don't
bro.
agree. Well, it just really it depends if you take Quine or Frege. Quine and Frege kind of differ, because Frege is saying that existence properly applies to concepts, whereas like Quine is saying that existence applies to individual objects, such that we're not saying that it's been said of the domain, but it's said of the members who are within the domain. So it's like a precondition, basically. And that's what Aquinas and like any analytical Thomas will kind of like illustrate to you.
I'll look into it more, because I was just I think like maybe I'm reading Feezer wrong, but that's how I understood it from him, which is like I think it leads to a bunch of different issues to say that it's a predicate, or to say that it's something which can has a real metaphysical substance. Like it just doesn't make sense to me.
So when like, because Edward Fazer, he's not, you could say he's like an analytical in some respect.
Mm-hmm.
You can see he's analytical in some respect, but he doesn't really like, because when you read these guys, right, and they say, oh, existence is like a predicate, it is going to be like the other predicables, like quantity, relation,
Right.
like, because they're all going to be accidents, right, which, if you read like Aristotle, they're going to be secondary existences, meaning that it's added to an individual existence, right? Because accidents can only exist in something which already exists,
Mm-hmm.
right? And since if we're treating existence to be like some type of predicate, then we're saying that like it applies to something which doesn't exist, but that doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
Because something has to exist in order for you to say it has this, type of predicate. So it's not being used in the same sense. So you can kind of say like it's equivocated or it's like analogous.
All right. I think we're kind of boring everybody else on the live, not gonna lie. But I think those.
No, it's actually legit. It's good. This is a good interaction. But if you guys want to move on, we can go on to something else. There were a few people requesting, but I was kind of
Yeah,
knocking them down left and right. So if anybody else wants to request and come up, you guys are welcome to. I'll put a prompt back up. One
Somebody
second.
kept tagging me in the comments. I'm not sure what that was about.
I wanted to say put a topic, أخي.
Yeah, we're gonna put a topic up. What topic do you guys want to run right now?
Muslim.
All right, let's do that one.
I love this, bro.
All right, give me a second. I gotta make a background for it. 1 second.
The way I heard, that's G1's favorite topic too.
I just
Do it, أخي. So J1, you there, bro?
Yeah, what's so good?
So what do you gotta say if we told you Jesus is Muslim? How do you respond to this?
I would ask you, what do you mean by Muslim? And what's the conditions to be Muslim?
Muslim is someone who's following the religion of Islam. Now, what is the religion of Islam? The religion of Islam is the submission and the obedience of God by following the condition to follow the Prophet of your time.
I wouldn't say that's, are you saying that's the only condition or is there more?
This is the only condition, to follow the Prophet of your time.
Interesting. So Shias would be Muslim according to that condition, right? Because they
Who?
follow the Prophet Muhammad, right?
Who?
Shias.
Oh, now this is different now. That's
How is
of
it
course
different?
of course some of the Shias will be considered Muslims unless you have nullifier of Islam. We have something called the nullifier of Islam. If he
What does that mean?
commits one of them, then he will be not Muslim.
So if they commit what?
One of the nullifiers of Islam. So there are some things, if you do, it will nullify your Islam.
And what's those nullifiers?
Regardless, now, how do you respond to Jesus being Muslim?
How do I respond to Jesus being Muslim? I don't think that's the only conditions to be Muslim, right? Because because you're saying because you're a Sunni Muslim, right?
Yeah.
And Sunni Muslims don't think Shias are Muslims. So I'm kind of confused.
That's not true. Not all the Shia are kuffar. It depends.
So not all of the Shias are kuffar?
Now, again, this is regarding Islam. It depends on the deviation and the innovation. So how much you will deviate and how much you will innovate, you may remain in the wider range, but if you cross the line, that's it. Now, regarding the Shia, that's another topic. My question, bro, how is not the only criteria to be a Muslim? What is there are other criteria to be a Muslim other than obeying the Prophet of your time?
Okay, cool. Then Mormons are Muslims, right?
Mormons are not obeying the prophet of their time, therefore not Muslims.
What do you mean? Mormons believe Joseph Smith is their prophet.
Yeah, but Joseph Smith is the false prophet, and you are appealing to a false prophet, a prophet right now. Again, how would you respond? How would you respond? How would you respond to Jesus being Muslim? This is the question, and yet you're asking me. You're begging the question all the day.
How am I begging the question?
You're not responding. You're asking me.
That's not begging the question. You know the real.
Okay, no problem. How would you respond to Jesus being Muslim?
How would I respond? Well, I feel like the conditions that he gave kind of like, it's not really precise, right? Because based upon those conditions, like there's going to be certain people who are Muslims, which historically speaking and academically speaking, that isn't going to be the case. So I would say if I can give you more conditions.
Of course, they are more Muslims. Like, for example, there are Moses, there are Noah, there are Abraham, peace and blessing be upon him. They are all the prophets, of course. And all these prophets and their followers, they were true Muslims, and their religion was Islam. Now, again, how would you respond to this as a Christian?
As a Christian, okay, cool. So wouldn't Christians be Muslims?
No.
And why is that?
Because they are not following the prophet of their time.
What do you mean we're not following with Jesus
the prophet
Christ? Jesus Christ was a prophet. You know that, right? I hope you know Christians.
Yeah, he was a prophet. But you're not following the prophet of your time. And even if you are Muslim, okay, I'm gonna say you can make the claim you are Muslim. Let's see if that's true claim or not.
I got cool. But what do you mean I'm not following the prophet of my time?
Jesus is not your prophet. Your prophet is Prophet Muhammad. That's the prophet of your time. So if you do not follow the Prophet Muhammad, you will not be considered to be Muslim.
No, he's not my prophet.
No problem. So now you're saying you are Muslim. Is that your claim?
No, you're saying you have to follow your prophet of your kind or time. Is that what which one did you say?
Time.
You said time?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, can you give me more conditions?
I told you this is the only conditions. To submit to God, right? You need to know what God commands, correct?
Okay, so would you say Quranists are Muslims as well?
Bro, just listen to me carefully.
What do you mean? Because you're
asking me about the condition when I'm trying to explain the condition to you.
Yeah, because we're trying to see if the condition is going to be faulty or not, right? Because if that is the condition, then like it would mean the Quranists are Muslims, right?
Why you appealing to, like, why don't you defend yourself?
Because we're testing your conditions.
You're testing my conditions. Respond to my conditions by testing it on Jesus, for example.
I don't have
respond to my
just test on Jesus.
Okay, so let me tackle it from a different angle. What was the religion that Jesus was preaching?
What was the religion that Jesus was preaching?
Okay, yeah. That should be easy for you.
Yeah, it was Judaism. He was a Jew.
Okay, can you prove this by any chance?
What do you mean by any chance? You're asking me for like historical evidence?
I'm asking not for historical evidence. I'm asking for scriptural evidence. So if you can appeal to the scripture.
But that's not how we... Yeah, but when we talk about him doing the specific act, right? That isn't something which we use the Bible for to prove. We would use historical evidence. So I feel like you're asking me
the Bible
one
is
type
not
of
your
evidence.
evidence. So the Bible is not your evidence.
No, yeah, but you're talking about if he actually did do such a thing, right? Because if I just appeal to a book, right, itself, right, that's just going to be begging the question. It's like, for example,
it's not begging the question. Look.
It's like someone saying, prove Jesus Christ existed, and then I go to the Bible.
Just let me explain.
That Jesus Christ already exists.
G1,
it's going to be the same thing about his teaching as well.
G1, hear me out. Let me explain. When we say Jesus is Muslim, we are appealing 100% to our book, to the Quran. Our Quran says that Jesus is Muslim. The prophets before Jesus, all of them, they were Muslims. It's mentioned. So God make it clear to us what religion these prophets were and what religion we should follow. So I'm asking you, as a Bible believer, do you have any religion that was taught by the prophets or preached by Jesus?
Yeah, I already told you the answer.
What is the answer? Do you have a religion?
Do I have a religion? Yeah, I'm Christian. I'm part of Christianity. That's the religion
No,
I'm
not
part of.
you. Do you have any religion that has been preached by the prophets in your book?
About the religion, I feel like Judaism would be something regarding to what was taught concerning faith and morals in the Bible, sure, and that would be like Judaism. That's what's practically characterized. But it doesn't
So
say
let me
like
get this
Judaism was
straight.
taught.
So all the prophets were preaching Judaism. All the prophets were preaching Judaism. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, all of the prophets were. Yeah, sure, you could say that. Yeah.
And then Jesus came and he preached Christianity?
Well, Christianity would be a consequence of Judaism. It would be like some subsect.
Some sect. So
It
Christianity
would be
is
a
a sect.
subsect.
Subsect. So Christianity now is a subsect of Judaism.
Yeah, you could say so. Like Messianic Judaism, yeah, you could say so. Christianity,
Are you,
like the term
am I
Christian.
speaking to a Messianic Jew here? Or I'm speaking
Nah,
to G1, the
the
Trinitarian?
reason, yeah, you're not speaking to a Messianic Jew because I don't hold to like Jewish practices, that's why. But the early Christians were Messianic Jews because they did uphold Jewish traditions. And the term Christianity is just making a distinction between Orthodox Judaism.
I got you. So you're saying that the true Christianity that was exclusively after the time of Jesus. And what we have right now from Christianity is a different religion than the religion that Jesus was preaching. That's what you said technically.
Is it? It's not a different religion. Christianity arose when Christ
Is the
ministered.
Christianity you are following, the Christianity that Jesus was preaching? Because you said Christianity is a subsect of Judaism.
Yeah, it's a subsect of Judaism, yeah. Do you know what I mean, brother?
No, I don't know what you mean.
So like when Christ was preaching, he was preaching from, the Bible, of course, right? But specifically the Old Testament, the Tanakh.
From John?
From I already told you the Tanakh. John isn't in the Tanakh. Do you think John is in the Tanakh?
No, I thought because he said he was preaching the Bible. But anyway, carry on.
I thought the Tanakh is not the Hebrew Bible. But yeah, like I was saying, so Jesus Christ was preaching from the Tanakh, and within the Tanakh, he spoke about like the new covenant law, and the new covenant being him, and that's expressed in
I don't think you are aware of the discussion, G1.
I'm very aware of the discussion.
No, what is the discussion about? What is the discussion about?
The prompt.
And what is the prompt says?
You believe, I assume, where Jesus is Muslim.
Now read the prompt. What does that mean? That he was following the religion of Islam. So what we are talking about
that isn't the case, is it?
Yeah, but what we are talking here about is the name that Jesus was the religion name that Jesus was following. That's what we are talking about.
Yeah, I told you Judaism.
Okay.
He wasn't following himself. That makes no sense.
Great. So the religion of the Tanakh, the religion of the prophets, is being Judaism. Can you prove this? Can you prove Moses
historically? Sure.
Yeah. Can you prove that Moses historically was Jew?
Historically, countless of historians say this same thing. Graham Santon says it.
Are you gonna prove it, or are you just gonna talk for the sake of?
Well, I'm giving you references, but I don't see how this relates to the prompt directly, since you're trying to say that Christ is a Muslim.
Because you cannot respond to
some
it.
type of condition.
I will tell you
and
how.
And the conditions that you gave, I think, is too loose.
If it's too loose, then it should be easy for you to fit Jesus, to take Jesus out of it.
No,
how is that make sense?
Because in a sense, like for example, I can say that Muslim means to follow one God, and any individual who believes in one God would be.
So let's see if my criteria stand or not.
But we can.
Let's see if my criteria stand or not. Islam means submission to God. Islam means submission to God, correct?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, to submit to God, that means you need to have commands from God. Direct commands from God, correct?
Direct commands from God?
Right.
Do you really have to have direct commands from God? Yeah,
How would you be able to submit if you do not have commands?
Because some people, like for example Aristotle, reasoned to the notion that God existed and
Yeah, but
submitted
we're
to that
talking.
notion.
Again,
He's
But
talking mainly
Aristotle,
about
it
people
doesn't.
who actually. He's talking about people who actually receive the message, as opposed to those who are based off of their natural inclination. There's going to be a
Yeah, I
difference.
know that's what he's trying to indicate, but that isn't what he's saying.
I say
And
no,
that's
what I'm
why,
saying.
more or less.
and
Okay,
that's why the condition is too loose. Because if the
okay.
condition is to be
G1, just
Muslim,
tell
is
me what
that
is submission. Just tell me what is submission, according to you.
yeah, submission is going to be the acceptance of some higher authority.
Higher authority. So if I accept an higher authority, then this higher authority is not gonna command me anything. I just accept the higher authority and then I will be submitting. How this indicates submission,
That
please?
what it can be, because submission just means you recognize an
This indicate
authority, and then
acceptance.
you
This
accept the
and
and the
acceptance.
individual doesn't have to give you a command for you to submit to them. Like for example, like you submit to your parents, and it's possible that your parents could not even say anything to you
Yeah,
to do, right?
yeah,
And
and
these
then I will be
individuals,
doing nothing. If they said to me nothing, I will be sitting and doing nothing. How is this
submission,
a submission?
following commandments would be an expression of the submission, but submission itself is accepting an individual as a higher authority, and the higher authority doesn't always
Right.
have to
So
constantly
how
be
you
giving you
express
commands.
the submission?
By recognizing
Then
the
how you
individual,
express the submission? Listen,
recognizing the
if you can
individual.
claim you are,
I'm
bro,
telling you,
recognizing that's.
I'm telling you,
Walaikum salam.
recognizing
One
the
second, akhi.
individual as a higher authority.
Akhi, billah alayk, one second.
Alaikum
Let me finish this, billah alayk. Now, recognition is not submission. And I'm asking about submission specifically.
How
I'm not
is
asking
I
about
never said recognition
acceptance.
and submission
Listen,
together.
let me finish, please. I'm not
I never
asking
said
about
that.
acceptance.
But
I'm not asking about acceptance. I'm not asking about recognition. I'm not asking about awareness. I'm asking about submission. What is submission?
I already told you. I said
Which is what?
recognizing a higher authority and accepting the higher authority to be someone
Okay, if you
to
accept the
be
higher
over you.
authority in the high, okay, how I would know? So to express the submission, you're saying to express the submission, you need
As a
commands,
submission,
right?
yeah, yeah, you can express submission by following the commandments which they give.
Okay,
But just because they don't give commandments doesn't mean you don't submit to them. That's my whole point.
no problem,
Like because
no
like
problem, no
it can
problem.
be. Let me
Let
give
me
you a
grant you
hypothetical.
this.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
Let me grant you this. Let me grant you this. No, I don't want hypothetical. I said let me grant you this. It doesn't matter. Now let's
Okay, cool.
go on. Now, if you want to express this submission, you need to have commands. Can you claim that you are submitting, and can you prove that you are submitting without expressing obeying the commands?
Can I prove that I've submitted to someone without following what they've asked me to do?
Yeah.
Nah. But that doesn't really
You
mean you're not
cannot.
submitting to the
So
individual, though.
then the expression, no, the point here, the expression of the submission, okay, is required, which is the obedience of the commands is necessary for you to prove you're submitting to the Creator. That's necessary.
Yeah,
Okay?
the obligation to do them, yeah, would express that. But not
So,
everyone,
As it pertains to
but
the
not
prophets,
everyone
Anas,
obliges.
let's put it this way: as it pertains to the prophets of God, you would agree that they don't just claim to submit to the one true God; they also, portray that through their actions by also, following the commands of God as well. Yes.
Do you understand that? I feel like this is kind of getting long-winded. Look, so you're trying to say that Jesus is a Muslim, and the condition to be a
and
Muslim
you
is
didn't
to
respond.
submit to the one God and to follow
To
Islam, right?
obey the commands, that's not what I said. To
So
obey
not to
the
follow
commands
Islam
of
is not
God,
following being a Muslim.
I said to obey the commands of God by accepting and obeying the prophet of your time.
Can I ask a question? A clarifying question.
Go ahead.
Can you be a Muslim if you don't accept
So
Islamic
let me
teachings?
let me set out the conditions a little bit clearer. Okay, so let's go through it one by one. Did Jesus believe in God?
Sure. Okay,
Okay,
go
cool.
ahead. Sure.
Did Jesus believe in his scripture, prior scripture, the revelation, ergo?
Yeah, sure.
Did he believe in angels?
Did he believe in angels? Yeah.
Did he believe in the day of judgment?
Mm-hmm.
And he believed in God's divine will? Okay, he's monotheist? He submitted to God? That would define him as a Muslim.
Okay. Joseph Smith believed in the prior scriptures. Joseph
believes in other
Smith believed
gods.
in one God.
He doesn't believe in one
Joseph
God.
Smith was a Mormon.
No, he doesn't believe in one
So
God.
Joseph Smith would be
I
a
can
Muslim?
prove to you. I could prove to you.
Wait, you're
Joseph Smith
using the
doesn't
same
believe in one
conditions,
God.
though.
But
I just
Joseph
substitute
Smith doesn't believe
Jesus
in
for
one
Joseph
God.
Smith.
No, but Joseph Smith doesn't believe in one God. That's a misnomer.
Joseph believes in one Yahweh, you know that, right?
No, Joseph Smith believes in a plurality of gods.
Yeah, gods, but he believes in one Yahweh, you know that, right?
Yeah, but
He doesn't believe
we
there's
don't
multiple
believe.
Yahwehs.
But we don't
He believes
believe.
that
We
there's...
don't believe there's multiple gods. In
Yeah,
any
but
sense.
gods isn't being used in the sense as Yahweh. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but we don't. But Jesus didn't believe in little g gods either.
Jesus didn't believe in little g gods either. Well, Jesus didn't believe in them, right? But he did
Nor did he
understand
believe
that
in
they existed.
No, he didn't
But
believe
they
they existed.
existed insofar as people believed in them.
That's
And
different.
it's expressed in the
No,
Bible.
that's different.
It's not
Joseph
really
Smith
different.
actually believes in little g gods.
Okay, and the little g gods is not
That's
going
a
to be that
symmetry
one God
breaker.
Yahweh. Yeah, but
But that's a symmetry breaker. That's still
wouldn't be polytheism.
polytheism.
You know that, right?
That's still no. It is still. Then what's that? What's the difference between that and Hinduism?
You know Hinduism are monotheistic. You know that, right?
No, it's not. Stop.
Yes, it is.
Stop,
yeah,
Stop.
search up right now.
Bro.
Search up. You don't believe me?
Stop.
Search up.
I don't care what you
Search
say.
up.
Hey, bro, you ain't gonna
said
pull a fast
Hinduism.
one on me right now, bro. Stop.
No, search up. If you don't believe me, search up.
Bro, this guy is not arguing with me that Hinduism is monotheistic.
Hinduism, they believe in one. You don't know. You don't know.
Jump off a bridge,
that-
dude. Stop.
No. I'm being search up. Hinduism, they believe that is one God, and the one God exists as many manifestations. So those different forms that they have or representations of God is alienated to the same God. Like legit.
Just a
search
moment,
it up.
guys. Just a
Then
moment.
demigods, which is this is the actual definition
What
of
does it say there?
polytheism.
What does
Just
it
a moment,
say?
Anas.
Demigods is the
G1,
actual definition of polytheism.
G1, let me tell you
Search
something.
it up, bro.
Just
Yeah,
a
what's
moment,
up?
G1, listen. All polytheists will never admit that they are polytheists. They will always
That's
argue
false.
that they are monotheists. Let me
That's
tell you
false.
something. The Quran already told us that polytheists, when asked, why do they worship other gods other than the one true God, the creator of the heaven and the earth, what do they say? They
But that's
say,
false,
we do
though.
not worship them except they should draw us closer to this one true God. Basically, or they can use any other excuse as to why they believe in these gods, knowing that there is the one true God, yet they still worship these gods. So they say they believe in these gods, or they worship them so that they bring them closer, or basically the mediator between them and the one true God. What's the difference between what I said and what you saying about the Hindus and also Christians, especially Trinitarians? What's the difference?
The difference between Trinitarians and the difference is that Trinitarians are monotheistic, and those
You see,
individuals are
you argue
polytheistic.
it's monotheistic, but exactly the Quran
And the
already gave
proposition
you
which
the
you stated
criteria.
earlier that but you said something which is false. You said all polytheists would say that the monotheist. That's not the case. I know someone.
Okay,
and I'm saying that's not
let's
true
tell the theory.
because I know someone.
Anas,
I know someone on this school, right, who is a polytheist and accepts that
just
he is
a moment.
polytheist.
Shall we test the theory?
The proposition is
Shall we
false.
test the theory? All
Test the theory.
polytheists claim to be monotheists.
All what?
All polytheists claim to be monotheists.
That's false.
Shall we test the theory?
All polytheists claim to be monotheists. That's false.
Claim to be monotheists, of course.
Yeah, and you know the
All
proposition is going to be
polytheists
false
claim
if
to be
there's
monotheists.
one. Yeah, and you know how the proposition is going to be false? If there's
go
one
on.
polytheist who doesn't claim to be a monotheist, you know that, right? And I know a polytheist who doesn't claim to be a monotheist, and he claims to be a polytheist.
Not per
Guys,
individually. What
can
his
I- can I
beliefs
get
That
some-
doesn't
are.
matter. Oh, you said all
Can I-
polytheists, right?
I get some
Claim to be
clarification?
monotheists.
I'm talking about their
If
belief
there's-
system.
You're talking about the
Okay, let me rephrase my words.
polytheist is being
All
indexed to the individual.
polytheistic-
What are you talking about?
G1, just a moment. All polytheistic belief system are built based on the fact that they believe they're actually monotheists, but have a way around worshiping other gods, still claiming to be monotheism. That's
Yeah.
exactly what Christianity is doing today.
And wait, so you're trying to say Christians are polytheists? Okay, what's your argument for that?
Exactly.
What's your
That's my
argument for
point.
that? So yeah, what's your
Okay,
argument
the
for that?
argument.
Well,
The argument is
hold
that
on.
first you
One
said,
second, brothers. One second. Sorry. I appreciate it because the conversation started with Jesus is Muslim, right? So I don't want to get too entangled. I don't mind you guys going farther, but let me just say salam alaikum to anybody who just came to the panel. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam wa
Salam
rahmatullahi wa
alaikum.
barakatuh.
Rami, Khalid. Is that a real account?
Yeah, it's a real account. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. I never had you on my panel before. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, brother.
When I clicked on it, you guys got like 80,000 followers.
Yeah, bro bought all of them. It's okay. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I paid $50 for it, man. I want to get my money worth. Yeah. Did I overpay?
Yeah.
Yo, I'm hearing an echo. G1, brother.
G1, I'm gonna drop you and I'll bring you back. Oh no, you're good. Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't know who you were. I just clicked on it and I just saw. I was like, oh, mashallah.
All good, all good.
The Three Muslims podcast, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's where I was gonna say. I thought I recognized the photo. Mashallah. May Allah accept it from you.
Allahumma ameen, ameen. Likewise, may Allah accept the works of the Muslims on the panel.
Allahumma ameen. So are we changing the subject then? Are we going to Dr. Muhyiddin's argument, or are we gonna stay on topic?
I think Rami wanted to ask something about it.
Well, it feels a bit dumb now because we moved past it. I was going to comment on the polytheism, Hinduism thing, but I feel like we've
No,
gone
we
past
should
it.
talk about that. That was super funny, actually.
I don't think it's important for anyone here because like no one cares about Hinduism really. We're what, Muslims and Christians.
I would say mostly. I don't know what the other 129 people are, but yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll say it quickly. I was just going to say that polytheism is defined as the belief in or worship of multiple gods, right? Even if you believe there is one God and then he manifested in a million different gods, as long as those million different gods are still God, the proposition that Hindus believe in millions of gods is true. Therefore, they're polytheists. Adding on to that, they all have their own individual mind and free will and backstories, and some go to war and have lovers and all this stuff. So yeah, they are most definitely different individual gods, and that's most definitely polytheism.
I think that's where Hinduism kind of divides away from like the Christian understanding, because they do take it to be that they have different wills and different minds and stuff. So
yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It depends on what sect of Hinduism you follow, because there's individuals who believe. I think there's a Hindu on the sect. I don't know if I've met them or not. He believes that there's one God.
yeah, no, but he could say one God, but then obviously when you critique the position and you see that they, like each of these individual quote unquote instantiations of God is going to have their own causal efficacy or their own will and stuff, that's obviously going to differ from your guys' position on the Trinity.
No, the guy doesn't believe that they each have their own individualistic will.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really talk to Hindus, but that's what I understand it to be from their
It's just X is a G,
position.
Y is a G, and X is not the same G as Y. Exactly, exactly, Rumi.
Bro, Rumi's a waffler. I heard he stopped arguing the Trinity because he can't solve some issues that Ahmad presented him. Anyway,
Issues. Rumi could solve the Trinity.
I don't know. He could solve the Trinity?
Yeah.
Wait, why are we talking about Hindus? How did we get there?
I don't know. Somebody spoke about Hindus. I have a question.
Defend the LPT.
Forget the LPT. I kind of want to stick to this topic, but it's like a little bit of a deviation from it. Would you say that if God gives a message to the people, there would be ways to be able to differentiate as it coming from the one true God as opposed to not?
The
from
ways
a naturalistic standpoint, at least.
Nope.
You wouldn't be able to differentiate between a message from God versus a message that's coming from somebody who's false?
Nope.
How so?
Because the information is going to be divine, meaning that the only way you can actually distinguish between something which isn't divine is from God himself. So through divine revelation.
So, but when it comes,
you can't use natural reason. You can't use like natural reason for that. Or, like that's why a lot of theologians, even Islamic theologians, I know you guys don't take them, like Ibn Sina, Ibn Rashad, they make a distinction between the ways in which we can come to know God through natural reason.
No. I'm not talking about God himself. I'm not saying like knowing specific attributes and stuff. I'm saying a message from God. So if somebody was to come and say, for example, I got XYZ message from God, we would be able to know whether or not these claims are true or not true. I.e., if he's giving multiple prophecies and statements in which only one who has the knowledge of it, which would be God in this case, right, could know, then we would be able to differentiate, at least in probability sense, of whether or not this person's telling the truth or not. I think that's what it says in Deuteronomy as well.
And you're talking about like probabilistic. Yeah, if you're talking about probabilistic, but when you're saying how do you know it's from God?
No, I mean, in
And
terms
how
of
do you?
probability, I'm not talking about, solid knowledge. I'm saying probabilistically, we can differentiate whether or not somebody's, bringing a message from God as opposed to not.
Yeah, you could say like there's some line of probability that we can either determine based upon the content which is given to
Right.
be like, you know what, maybe, this is not something which pertains to humans, but something higher than humans.
Right.
Yeah, that's going to be
So,
more probabilistic. But when you're talking about the message itself, which is given, that is going to correspond to divine revelation. So when you're asking, how does one differentiate between that which is not from God and that which is from God? Principally speaking, is going to be divine revelation. But we can use natural means to have a probabilistic way of showing it to individuals. You don't have access to that type of
right. So, like, when
information.
it comes to, so I would be saying more so in terms of things such as divine knowledge, right? Things which only God would be able to tell the individual, such that whether it's in regards to the past or future, no individual on earth actually has access to the knowledge, right? And the more they make of these claims, the more we would be able to say, that probability could be higher or lower based on like the accuracy of them.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sister Itachi, wouldn't you say that the revelation has to make the claim first before going into all that?
What do you mean?
Meaning that the revelation itself must make the claim it's divine. If it doesn't make the claim, then why the heck I'm investigating the revelation?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, yes, because, there's people who could say, oh, I predict XYZ to happen, but they're not necessarily making it as a divine claim. They're just simply saying, oh, like, this is my prediction of what's going to occur in the future. Yeah, I would agree with that. That's not an issue.
Accordingly, the Bible should be disregarded immediately because it doesn't make the claim.
Well, I mean, I don't know that I would agree with that, because they do claim that the prophets are receiving divine revelation from God.
True, the prophets are, but the book itself, it does not make the claim it's revelation from God.
Yeah, but they're not gonna view the book in the same way that we view the Quran. They're going to view the book as being a narrative of the prophets who are getting this quote unquote divine revelation from God. So it would still come under the same category of what I'm saying. That, these individuals, they're making claims that can't necessarily be explained, quote unquote, by anything other than that which is divine. Like, there's no naturalistic answer for it. You get what I mean, Anas?
No, I understand what you mean, but have you noticed that you said they, meaning the Christian, they will perceive it? We're speaking here objectively. So if objectively speaking, and if you're going to put a fair criteria about what you were speaking about, which is to recognize the revelation, first of all, the revelation has to make the claim it's divine. And then and further to go and explain, because if you do not make the claim, then the claim does not exist. Here, the Christians are making the claim for the scripture. I agree with that, but the scripture itself is not making the claim for itself. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think Christians are making the claim that the New Testament, for example, is the revelation from God, or the verbatim words of God even, right? They're saying that these are accounts of Jesus who they believe is God, and Jesus claims to be God or sent by God or whatever. So the authority in this case, and the claimant in this case is both Jesus. Right, so it's not exactly the same. They're not saying that, oh, the Paul's writing is verbatim from God, is revelation from God. Paul's writing is seen as an explanation of what Jesus was preaching.
Yeah,
So
my point was more so to go with what you guys were talking about Joseph Smith and about all these other individuals who would be coming, let's say, after Jesus, for example, we would be able to differentiate regarding whether or not their message is actually coming from God based on the statements that they make. If that statement cannot, fall in line with regards to divine knowledge, because if I'm not mistaken, I haven't looked too much into Joseph Smith, but I know that people claim that he has made prophecies that are, not true or false prophecies. We know that that's going to be a criteria that you could come to naturally or even through scripture, because Deuteronomy, it says that a person who makes false prophecies in the name of God cannot be a true prophet. So therefore, it would exclude him from having the true message of God, therefore nullifying whatever it is that he's claiming. Would you agree with that, G1?
Yeah, I wasn't listening. I was watching son.
That's
This
crazy.
guy.
That's crazy. Wait, but
Basically,
whoever said
G1, you're so
the
terrible, bro. What the heck?
and I mean, if
Well, I
there's
thought
other
she was
Christians
talking.
that
I
want
thought
to
she was
come up
talking
and
to
talk
Remy,
about
innit?
this as well.
I thought she
What'd
was
you say?
talking to Remy.
What'd you say?
I said I thought you was talking to Remy. That's why I wasn't
No,
listening.
Rumi's not.
Rumi's not even
Not
here.
No, Remy.
Oh,
The
Rami.
younger.
I mean, kind of. I'm mainly addressing you. When it comes to claims regarding the divine knowledge that I was talking to you about, Joseph Smith, he makes these quote-unquote divine claims that are later refuted due to the fact that they are not accurate and incorrect or false and such, right? Right, so that would nullify or at least take away from the probability of him bringing the message of God, right? So it could be dismissed, because if there's inaccuracy in what he's saying is coming from God, then it can't by definition come from the all-knowing, as we would both agree. Yeah, so it would apply to all of these other religions, whether it's Hinduism, Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, whatever it may be. Whoever is claiming to be a prophet, they have to be consistent in that God is all-knowing. God cannot make false statements or false propositions, whether it be about past, present, future. If it's the case that they do, and they turn out to be false, then their ideology can be dismissed. And this goes for anything. Like it could literally be just one statement. If one statement is incorrect, then the whole thing is gone.
He left you again.
No, it's fine. If there's any Christians in the audience that want to come up, G1's been up here for a while, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, listening. Yeah, I heard what you said. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So when it comes to this continuity argument, I'm just going to say that that which can be coming from God is automatically going to take precedence over whatever is here now.
Were you trying to respond to the continuing argument?
That would be my objection to it. Would you agree that if God legislates something and it could be demonstrated that it's actually coming from God, that it would automatically dismiss whatever it is that was from before, or at least abrogate, quote unquote?
I don't really know precisely.
I'll give
If
you.
you want to speak about the continuity argument, I would say like Rumi's your guy.
Well, I mean, somebody said you made a continuity argument, and it was kind of bad.
To me, I don't make continuity.
I don't know, but my thing with this continuity thing is that there's going to be issues, intrinsic issues from a Christian standpoint, but also just from a natural standpoint. Like, we would agree, if a message is claiming to come from God, there's going to be certain ways to be able to indicate it without having to refer to other scriptures. So you would be able to do some sort of internal critique of that scripture that's claiming to come from God, such that, for example, if the propositions or statements that are being made in it are true, then it would raise the probability as opposed to lowering the probability of it coming from God. And you would take whatever God says over, whatever it is that came before, even if he wanted to, quote unquote, change his mind, as people say.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Abu Ziyad, 1 second, brother G1. أخونا أبو زياد في شيء؟
إن شاء الله I will go. For tomorrow I am edit 3 hours. First hour for درس إن شاء الله. Another hour for a question from Muslim.
Okay, inshallah.
3 hours. question from غير المسلم غير المسلمين.
بارك الله فيك.
إن شاء الله.
يعني الدكتور شاكر يعني هو بده يرجع بكره إن شاء الله, and we'll continue the classes that we're doing then. Same time, 3 p.m. California time?
Yes.
Okay, inshallah. That's a great benefit. So let me just tell everybody. So the classes that we have planned for Monday, Wednesday, Friday will resume tomorrow for our fourth class, which is Sunday, يوم الأحد. So بدنا نغير اليوم ولا are we just going to add a day?
فقط غدا. Just tomorrow.
Just tomorrow. Okay. So we're going to include Sunday. So we'll have a special session, 3 p.m. with Dr. Shakir. 1 hour lesson on Islamic creed, 1 hour Q&A on the topic, and then a 30-minute open platform for non-Muslims to come up and speak with Dr. Shakir. Barakallah fiqh. Thank you, أخونا أبو زياد. جزاك الله خير.
الله خير. أسأل الله العظيم أن يتقبل منكم. حياكم الله جميعا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
اللهم آمين. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. So I apologize for the disruption to the conversation. Continue, please.
Yeah. Rumi got muted earlier. Can you unmute him, speaking Muslim?
Oh, I don't know who muted her. He could come up though.
I'm here. You guys can bring whoever up. Who do you
He's
want?
not requesting.
Who are you requesting, G1?
Yeah, Rumi to speak it because I don't really care about the continuity argument.
Rumi can come up. Rumi, if you want to come up, I forgive you. Come up, Rumi. Rumi's mad at me.
Yeah, he's not requesting. Oh no, okay, here he is. So basically my objection is just going to be that God is going to supersede whatever particular argument you're going to make. Because we can establish based off of natural reasoning what can or cannot be coming from God.
Not if the argument is based on reason and it can't be like refuted.
Yeah, but again, I'm telling you that the argument is going to be based off of reason. My argument specifically.
I was going to say that my argument is based on reason as well.
Okay, yeah, so I'm saying that when it comes to this quote-unquote continuity argument, you're doing an internal critique of the scripture.
No, it's not internal critique.
It kind of is, because you're saying, is the Quran in continuity with the prior scriptures?
No, I don't grant anything.
I'm not saying that you're granting it. I'm saying that that is going to be the statements that you make, right? Is the Quran in continuity with the prior scriptures?
All I need to assert is that for someone to be a true prophet, they need to be in continuity. And I can demonstrate that from reason.
Yeah, but again, so that's why I'm saying that my objection is going to be that God can supersede whatever comes prior.
Yeah, I need an argument for that.
Yeah, so God has the ability to overwrite whatever it is the case that he says prior. For example...
Why should I grant that?
Yeah, for example, you have this in your own scripture, by the way.
No, not something that supersedes, as in something that contradicts.
Something, I'm not saying contradicts, I'm saying it supersedes, as in it can go against the thing that came prior in the sense that it can tweak it.
No, not in theology.
That doesn't happen. No, that doesn't happen in the New Testament.
No,
I'm not talking about theology. I'm talking about generally speaking.
That's the argument is based on theology, not anything else. Like if it's referring
the theology is just going to be something which you're asserting.
No, the theology of the previous prophets, that's all I'm
The theology is going to be something that you're asserting based off of your own bias towards what the theology actually is.
No, look,
we could come to a basic understanding of what the theology is. Theology is just simply going to be that the prophets preached monotheism.
No, I disagree with that.
Well, then that's going to be that's going to be based off of your bias.
Wait, I can make you concede that it's not based on one God. Do you want to
make an argument? Can I make an argument?
No.
Yeah, just hold on a second. So,
look,
Rumi, what would be the assertion in regards to
saying
that the prophets? Hold on. When it comes to the prophets, do you disagree that their message is to follow the one true God?
Not just that.
Okay, based on what?
Based on it's based on many things, right? For Christians, it's going to be
Well,
based on
yeah, exactly. So you're proving my point. When you say based on Christians, you're going to be bringing your own bias to the scripture.
No, look. I can give you like a fair example. If Muhammad came and said that Jesus is not the Messiah, I'm the Messiah, I will come back. Is he a true prophet or is he a false prophet?
Again, that's not going to be based.
Can you answer the question?
Again, you're avoiding what I'm saying. I'm saying specifically when it pertains to the argument that you're making, it's going to be based off of the bias, the inherent bias that you apply to the scripture.
No, because
yes, it is.
Which premise is based on bias? Go ahead.
I'm not talking about premises. I'm saying the entirety of it itself is going to be based off of a bias of what the theology actually is, as opposed to what one can assert. So, Rumi, for example, I'll give you an example. Okay, when it comes to a Unitarian, for example, they're not going to hold the same theology as you, correct?
Yeah, look, the Unitarians can still run this argument. The Jews can run this argument.
Again, yeah, but my point being is that you can use this argument against them, and they can use it against you, because the theology inherently, the theology is going to differ based off of each particular group. So the argument's going to be inconsistent.
No, the argument is not, because I grant that they can use it against me. That doesn't make the argument false. Do you think, like, look, if you argue that there's contradictions in the Bible, just because a Christian can argue there's contradictions in the Quran, doesn't make the argument incoherent at all, does it?
Yeah, you're not following what I'm saying, Rumi.
No, you're not tracking the argument.
I'm actually tracking quite well. I'm literally telling you that you are coming with a bias of what the theology actually is.
No, look, the theology is what just the prophets taught. Now, however you interpret that is completely fine. I can just show clear ones that there's not going to be any sort of like a vague interpretation or multiple.
So you're saying that the theology is going to be what the prophets taught, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, can you show me where Adam taught three gods, or three persons, one God?
We don't have any written scripture of Adam, so we do Adam through a different way. We do Adam through oral tradition.
Okay.
So we go from before Moses.
What oral tradition do you have that goes back to Adam?
I can send you a book. We have Jews.
You have oral tradition that goes back to Adam.
Yes, we have literally quotes.
That's a rich claim. Yeah, no, you can substantiate that here and now. Go ahead.
Okay, let me get the book. 1 second.
Yeah. How many people are in this chain of narration, by the way?
I don't believe in chains.
Okay, so where's the oral tradition? How are you making this oral tradition then?
What is your count of tradition then?
Yeah, you don't need chains for oral tradition.
So what's each tradition? Oral tradition?
I can give the 𝘚𝘱𝘦𝘢𝘶 argument. Basically, there were 70 Jews.
The 𝘚𝘱𝘦 argument is going to apply to a miracle.
Yeah, I can give a type. I said. Remember,
a type of the 𝘚𝘱𝘦 argument. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so there's always been 70 Jews that have been passed on through all generations, that passed on to another 70 Jews that always preached and taught, right, that this tradition came from Moses, and then we have tradition from Moses, right, himself, or prior to Moses, that does the same thing.
Okay, and where does this go back to Adam? You said that it goes back to Adam.
Yeah, so, for example, right, I get the name of the book. But again, verifying oral tradition is just going to be like a reliability argument, which is a different topic, right?
No, I'm not saying specifically. I mean, reliability is obviously going to come into this, but how would you substantiate this idea of an oral tradition that goes back to Adam, aside from appealing to the scripture that you have?
Because we have, okay, look, what we do is that we have Moses, and Moses has told us that we have tradition that it's very simple. The people around the time when Moses came, they would need to find a way to verify Moses is like a true prophet, right? Now, around the time
that's my point. So how would they verify that?
Yeah, can I finish, right?
Yeah,
the way that they would do that, right, is by seeing if Moses taught the same things as Abraham or Noah, right? And the way they do this is, prior to them being scripture, is going to be through does he teach like the same events. So, for example, like a Christian can know about like the crucifixion and the resurrection without even reading the Bible, right? Because this is orally passed down, such as, about the events of Christmas and like Easter. So with Moses, we see the same thing in the book of like Deuteronomy, speaks about oral tradition and stuff like this. So the way that they would do it is through stuff like sacrifices or priesthood. So if you read like the book of Leviticus, speaks about the priesthood as well. So the thing is that with Moses, this was the same thing, right? People before him passed this on. So even though the tradition is written, or the books are written after Moses, we can still say there's this old tradition prior to Moses.
Okay.
And it does represent. So if you want the book name, I can give you the name of the book.
Rumi, first of all, you didn't actually like say anything in regards to Adam. You went into Moses again. But let's
No,
clarify.
I
Hold on,
said
one
prior
second.
to
You just spoke
Moses.
for like 5 minutes, bro. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Okay, let's just clarify to everybody what the 𝘗𝘯𝘴 argument is, because maybe some people don't know what it is. The 𝘗𝘯𝘴 argument, in essence, is just basically going to say that if a claim is made at a particular point in time, a claim of miracle, whatsoever, what have you, is just going to be the case that since there are individuals that are going to be around at that time, those individuals could either attest to this particular thing occurring, or if it's the case that somebody wants to claim that it's a lie, then it would be, you know, close or near to impossible to say that this person is lying and then made up this fabricated thing, and then automatically like a bunch of different people just started to follow in it. Yes, more or less.
Really what the 𝘗𝘯𝘴 argument is.
What was that?
That's not the 𝘗𝘯𝘴 argument at all.
𝘗𝘯𝘴, yes, it is. It's literally
No, it's
just
not.
making claim. It's making claim that there's going to be witnesses able to attest in respect to a particular event occurring. It would be more difficult to say that the claim is coming out of nowhere and then a bunch of different people are going to say that this is the case.
It's a national level, right?
Yes,
That the
exactly.
𝘗𝘯𝘴
Yes, that's my
argument is-
point. That's my point.
Yeah, so it's nationally transmitted from the time of Moses all the way to now.
It's nationally?
Yeah, nationally.
Nationally. So 70 Jews is going to be a national transmission?
Well, so they claim minimum like at least 70, but I think
Okay,
70,
where does this number
70
come from?
Jews, right? First, 70 Jews, they're going to say these are the most intellectual of the best generation.
Beautiful.
Now,
Where does the number 70 come from? What does that make it national? That's just going to be arbitrary.
how is it going to be arbitrary?
Yeah, 70 people. Why 70 people? Why not 71? Why not 69? So on and so
Because,
forth.
no, I'm not saying just because 70 equals national. I'm saying they believe 70, right?
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of the more people there are to be able to witness X event occur, the more likely it is going to be the case that it's going to be transmitted to the other people, and the more likely their claim is going to be true. Yes.
Yeah, but they have hundreds of thousands, right? The tradition speaks of
sorry?
hundreds of thousands passing on to hundreds of thousands, right? Back to
Yeah, that's
someone.
the point. That's the point. But the beginning of the tradition is going to start with the number of people that actually witnessed the event, correct?
Yeah, 600,000.
Okay, no problem. I mean, that number can't actually be substantiated, but no problem. And regardless, it's not the point.
Just like the miracles in Islam. Yeah.
The point being, we could take the example of the splitting of the sea. Yeah, there was going to be a plethora of individuals that witnessed this particular event occur. Those people pass it down, and it can be verified because these 600,000 people would have all had to, you know, somehow corroborate with each other that this event did not actually occur when in reality it did, or vice versa. Yes. Okay. So
Hey,
that's
Rumi, is Adam a prophet according to your belief?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So what are you guys talking about here? Continuity? I don't know how you guys got to the 𝘗𝘯𝘴.
continuity, but I'm
Yeah, I don't
raising
know. Can we go back to continuity? I don't know how we got to the 𝘗𝘯𝘴 argument.
because he's trying to make the statement or the claim that he can go back to Adam in terms of an oral transmission.
Rumi, that's dog shit, and you know it.
I asked him to substantiate it. You're telling me to go read a book.
Are you kidding me, bro?
That's not like an argument, just saying.
Okay,
all
hey
the
Rumi, who did Adam tell?
He told Enoch.
And who did Enoch tell?
I can read it for you. I can get.
Okay, and just real quick, how do you know that Adam told Enoch?
How do you know Adam told Enoch?
Yeah, how do you know Adam told Enoch?
Because it's passed down to oral tradition.
Good job, begging the question. So how do you know that Adam? Okay, look, you're literally just asserting your premise and your conclusion. I'm
Because
asking you,
they
how do you know?
taught the same thing.
No, sorry.
They taught the same thing. Like, am I
So,
engaging with
again,
Itachi?
this is the same argument you make against Hadith. You're begging the question.
Am I engaging with Itachi? Am I engaging with?
No, it's an open panel, sir. All right. Cool.
Alright,
So
Itachi, do you
yeah,
want to
so
go
I'm still here, but you can.
she's still here. She's letting me talk.
Okay, so if it's an open panel, I can speak to Itachi, correct?
Yeah, but I'm talking to you.
Other people's questions as well.
Can you not answer my questions?
All right, then I answered your question. Itachi,
Your answer is fallacious. I'm sorry.
Wait, I just answered your question. Now,
Yeah,
let me
your
get back
question's
to it.
fallacious. Sorry, your answer is
Wait,
fallacious.
What does a fallacious question mean?
I meant to answer. Stop being dishonest. Your
No,
answer.
You said okay. So what?
Your answer is a.
You know that it was
there's
just
no
a
way.
misspeaking.
There's
Come
no
on.
way.
I said the same thing anyway.
Like, there's no way.
Thing about your answer being fallacious. It's gonna go
Come
back.
on, don't harp
Rumi,
on a
Rumi,
misspeaking.
I said,
Come on.
Wait,
Rumi, your
answer.
answer is a fallacy.
Okay, what's the fallacy?
Begging the question.
Okay, can you demonstrate how?
You said that, okay, you know, Adam told Enoch
can you
this.
show me how I assumed in?
I'm showing you how right now. Okay? Begging the question is asserting your premise and your conclusion.
Okay, so what premise did I make?
Sorry,
What
asserting your
conclusion
conclusion and your premise. So what you did is you said Adam, we know that Adam told Enoch and Enoch told whoever, because they all passed down the same thing and we know that there's a tradition. Okay? That's it. That's all you said. Okay?
Stop begging the question.
Well, it's begging the question because you're asserting that it was passed down correctly.
Okay, so are you saying it's not?
I'm asking. I'm not saying it's not. What I'm doing is this is an inquiry. No. Wait.
Either it is or it isn't. Which one is
Okay,
it?
don't worry about what I think. I'm trying to see how
so
you can
don't think
demonstrate.
anything, just to be clear?
Okay, I'm trying to see if you're able to demonstrate. I'm trying to see if you can demonstrate that Adam, in fact, did give this to Enoch. So how do you know this?
Through phenomenal conservatism.
How?
You know what phenomenal?
No. That's just wait. That's just gonna be a type. Wait, that's just gonna be a subset of epistemology. Okay.
What is phenomenal
I want you, sir.
He doesn't
sir.
know what Israel is.
Okay, can you just kick G1? He's not adding any substance. He's just laughing in the mic.
No, but what's
You're not adding
Okay,
anything, bro.
Rumi. What I need you to do is not give me a type. Wait, what I need you to do is not give me a type of epistemology. What I need you to do is give your method. Listen. Just give your method. Phenomenal conservatism doesn't answer how you know.
Yes, it does.
Wait,
What? You just get his
just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking
Okay,
about.
can I finish? Can I finish?
It does. Phenomenal conservatism.
Can I finish?
You know, is a principle.
Can I finish?
Let me tell you what phenomenal
Can you let me
conservatism
finish?
is.
What's wrong with you guys?
I'll tell you what it is.
Yo,
'cause you know what-
listen,
Wait,
G1, I'm not
wait.
talking to you.
Just let him finish, and then you guys can correct him. And then can I
Thank
speak
you.
after
There
you?
is
And
no
then-
correction anyway. But just,
No. I'm not saying that they won't. Okay, anyways.
I
just let
understand.
him-
Okay, Rumi, so how do you know that Adam gave it to Enoch?
Phenomenal conservatism.
Demonstrate that.
Okay, do you know what it is?
Demonstrate that.
By you understanding what phenomenal conservatism
Yes, I do know what it
that's-
is. Now, can you demonstrate it?
No, so you don't know what it is. Just because
I just told you I do.
Bro,
Okay, what is it?
Can you demonstrate it?
seems you're allowed to believe it unless you have a reason.
Can you demonstrate it?
What is it?
Yo, mods, can you guys just kick G1? He's just ad-libbing.
what is
You're not
it?
adding
What
any
is it?
substance.
I'm gonna tell you what
No, you're
it
not.
is,
No,
because you don't understand.
dude.
I just told them. I told you guys what it is.
This guy's just ad-libbing. Just mute up, man.
Iraqi Psycho, 1 minute.
Yes.
Yo, speaking Muslim, this guy G1 has no reason to be up here. I'm not gonna lie.
I can
Okay, hold on.
He's
Time
ad-libbing.
out.
He's not adding
Guys,
any substance.
Guys, relax.
You're
Stop,
speaking.
All he does is
Everybody
laugh
just
and
stop.
look. He doesn't have any
Everybody
substance
stop.
to add.
All right, everybody just stop for a second. All right. G1, can you stop laughing into the microphone?
Do you want me to speak? I can speak, right?
Not
can
when
speak.
I'm talking.
Hold on.
Hey,
Hold on a
Not
minute.
what
Hold
you're
on.
not speaking. You're laughing.
Hold on, guys.
I'm
Really
just
quick.
speaking right now, level.
Yeah,
G1,
you don't add any substance, so don't
Iraqi
interrupt.
Psycho, wait a
You
minute.
can absolutely talk, but not when
Iraqi
we're
Psycho,
talking.
stop over talking me. 1 second. Just take a breath. Both of you guys, don't talk over Iraqi Psycho. Don't laugh into the microphone. Wait your turn. It is a panel discussion, so I don't expect there to be a one-on-one.
Exactly. It's an open
Yeah, but
discussion,
that
like I
does
said
not mean
earlier.
you can interrupt and laugh in the mic.
Yeah, I went.
Yeah, anyways,
All right,
so
yeah.
really,
So now, Rumi, please explain how phenomenal conservatism demonstrates your argument.
If you know what it is,
I do look. I don't think you understand that whether I know what it is or not doesn't actually do
Just say
anything.
you don't know what
right?
it is or not,
I do.
that's fine.
Wallahi, I know what it is. Okay.
Okay,
So now,
explain it then,
go
go
ahead. Me explaining it has
explain
nothing
it,
to do with
explain it,
anything.
explain it.
You need to demonstrate how this actually substantiates the claim that this is the method that we use to know that Adam gave this to Enoch. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If you know what it
Rumi,
is, you wouldn't.
Go
have
ahead.
Rumi,
It doesn't.
Rumi, you want
It
to
is.
explain to
It's
him?
irrelevant whether I know what it is or not. But I do.
He
I don't need to
is.
define it because
No,
that
I
has
don't
no
think you do,
bearing.
Anas.
That me
Wait,
defining the word.
Anas,
Listen, me defining the
Anas,
word
for
has
the
no
people in
bearing
the
at
room.
all on your
Wait,
claim.
Anas.
Can you
For the
substantiate your
people in
claim?
the wait, Anas. For the people in the room who don't know what it is, can you explain it to
Yeah.
them?
Are you gonna substantiate it or not?
Can you explain to
Okay.
them
You are
what it is?
wasting my time.
Rumi, do you
Just
want
say
to
you
You need
don't
to
substantiate?
show
know.
us.
Look,
Okay.
Anas,
You know
I'm
what?
not going
Let
to.
G1.
I'm
Okay,
going to
G1. Go
engage
ahead.
with Itachi.
Yeah, I'll do it.
G1. Go ahead.
So yeah, if okay, so phenomenal
Wait, G1,
conservatism.
I'm
don't
not
define it.
asking you
Don't
to define
define it.
it.
Just
I
enough.
already know what
I
it
know
is.
no, because
No,
if you
you
knew, no,
don't.
the
No,
funny,
you
the funny
don't.
I'm
thing is, no,
asking
no,
you
the
to
funny,
demonstrate how
wait,
this. Listen,
hold up,
bro.
bro.
My
If
critique
you
is that
knew,
you're not able to demonstrate how
if
Adam
you
gave it
knew,
to Enoch.
if you asked him, look, the question which you asked Rumi is how does he know that it is the case that it is true, and
Yeah,
is
so
appealing to
wait,
phenomenal
G1.
conservatism.
G1. When he asks, "How do I know?" That's like a how do I have knowledge, right? Which
Exactly,
has to
the
do with
epistemic,
evolution.
yeah,
What, dude?
it's an
Okay, no.
epistemic
Wait,
No,
question.
so
That's
that's so
that.
I have
No,
to give
no.
like
Let
my
me.
epistemic
Look, I
framework,
have
right?
to like
Why are
listen.
you
What
wait?
I have
Speaking
to
with
do
him is
now is
interrupting, bro.
explain myself.
Wait, speaking
So
with him is interrupting, bro.
I'm gonna ask my question again, right?
We
So my
already know your
question
question.
is what is the method, right? Not the epistemology. What is the method that we use in order to derive the information that we know to be true that Adam gave whatever to Enoch? I'll give you an example of what not or of how not to answer. If somebody asks me, well, how do you know that this apple is red? Soft empiricism. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say because I have sight and I can see. All right. So now do the same thing.
Wait, is it
And I'm not done. Please explain to us how the hell you know that Adam gave that to
It's
Enoch.
good. Yeah, he doesn't always
Wait,
talk about
he
me.
says no, right? No, it has to do with like a knowledge claim, right? Which
Yeah,
means that how do
Can
we
you answer the
have
question?
epistemic access to how do we have epistemic access to that Enoch passed it on correct? Adam passed it on correctly to Enoch, for example. So it has to do with knowledge, right? So these are knowledge claims, and we are speaking about epistemology.
Okay, so how do you attain the
So phenomenal
knowledge?
conservatism.
How do you attain the knowledge?
Phenomenal conservatism.
Okay, so what I want you to do now is explain
You
how
don't know,
phenomenal
do you?
conservatism.
You don't know, do you?
Just 1 second.
He doesn't know what
Wallahi,
it
I know what it
is.
is.
No, you
Just
don't,
listen.
because you wouldn't be that wouldn't be
Listen.
what
You know
should be
why? Because
asking.
me defining it would absolutely do nothing.
No, you define
It
it.
doesn't.
You
It doesn't
defining
have
it.
bearing upon your response.
That
Right?
wouldn't be.
So now
no,
you guys still haven't been. You're not able to demonstrate
Yeah,
this.
this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
know
Look,
what this
Are
let me
you
tell
gonna
let me tell
demonstrate
you.
how?
Look, no, Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
So you're not
gonna
gonna demonstrate how?
You guys are really
He
waffling
already
here.
told
Listen,
you.
just
He already
explain it. If you guys listen,
He
listen. If
already
you guys,
told
Oh
you.
my
you
God.
guys
Wait,
think
hold up.
is it demonstrable? Yes or no? Is it
Wait, Rami,
demonstrable?
look, hold up.
Yeah, Rami,
Like, wait,
this is
Rami asked the
Rami,
You're
question.
not gonna let us talk.
Is
So,
it guys?
because I'm telling you,
Guys, one at a time.
I'm
G1, hold
telling you.
on. G1, hold
G1
on.
go.
Rein it back.
G1. Okay. G1 go, and then I'll talk.
All right.
Okay, beautiful. So, right, Iraqi asked the epistemic question, right? He's asking me, how does he know that Adam passed this information to Enoch? So Rumi is appealing to phenomenal conservatism, right? Which is a principle concerning justification
Yeah, I
about
know.
seemings, right?
I know.
Which states that if something seems to be the case, right, then it's reasonable to accept it to be true,
Okay.
unless you have reasons to doubt it.
Okay. Now
So
answer
if-
these two
wait,
questions.
hold on,
Answer
let me
these two.
land.
Rami, let me say
Hold
something.
on, let me
say
land.
something.
Oh my God.
Wait, hold
Rami, 1
up.
second.
I'm not done.
Okay, let me know when you're done. Go ahead.
I'm not done. So if Rumi, you're saying, is appealing to phenomenal conservatism, then he's saying, based upon the data he has, right, it's reasonable for him to take it to be the case that Adam did pass, right, this information to Enoch, right? So if Rumi is appealing to that, Iraqi should be like, okay, cool, right? Okay, let me actually give you the reasons to doubt that, right? So you should give him counter reasons, right, to prove that what he seems to be the case isn't the case, right? If someone's appealing to phenomenal conservatism, that's what you should actually done instead of asking to demonstrate it. What the heck?
Okay. So I have a lot to say about it.
Wait, let me say
I'll get a
something.
lot.
Rami,
Okay, go
Rami,
ahead.
1 second. 1 second, okay. So what I obviously don't want, like, is just some like non-inferential justification. Okay. What I'm clearly asking for is that I need an inference as to why that is the case. Right? I never said that he's not justified, but what I need specifically is an inference as to why he believes that phenomenal. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. What I'm asking for is not some non-inferential knowledge. All right? What I'm asking for is, or non-inferential justification. I'm asking for an inference
as to why you believe you are justified in this, as to why phenomenal conservatism in fact justifies this claim. Now, what I'm specifically also asking for is not that you just explain to me or tell me that the epistemology that you're using or the theory of justification or whatever, right? That's what I'm asking for. I just want it to be demonstrated. All right?
He's appealing to look, you stated, phenomenal conservatism, right, is going to regard to some non-inferential justification. So you're asking him to demonstrate something in which he doesn't believe a demonstration that allows him to come to know it is legit a categorical error. So you don't know what you're talking about.
So he cannot demonstrate it.
He doesn't have to demonstrate it.
Okay,
right?
dude, then this means we can say it. No.
Let me
okay, so it's not demonstrable. Thank you.
Bro.
It's not demonstrable.
You don't know what you're talking about.
How do you know Adam gave it to Enoch?
Just because. Wait, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yes, I do. What are you talking about?
He's saying based upon he's saying based upon the data he has, right?
Phenomenal conservatism.
Yeah, sure, that's the question. No one's speaking to you.
With regards to phenomenal conservatism, it says it's a theory and epistemology that seeks roughly to ground justified
Dude, shut up. That is like the most vague definition.
The subject to holds a belief. So it's essentially sophistry. Because what you're trying to do,
bro, kick this guy out. Bro.
Yeah, I can't like yeah.
No, they're trying to ground.
Brother, you are a Protestant.
To themselves.
Yeah, kick this guy.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. This guy's sabotaging them.
Yeah, I mean,
can we vote on it? Hey, Rumi, should I kick him?
Yeah, just
no, keep him.
Keep ask. Wait. I don't.
Hey, man, everybody gets a word.
He's not providing it.
Let me get a word from everybody really quick. Rumi, should I kick him? I just want to get it on the record. Let me get it on the record, man.
You're gonna ask the Mary worshippers. You're gonna ask the idolaters.
Wow.
Get this guy out of here, man. Get this guy out of here.
All right, he's gotta go. It was unanimous.
Okay, continue with the conversation, please.
Yeah, phenomenal conservatism is not sophistry. It deals with skeptical questions like braining the fact.
Yeah. Michael Yuma presents that principle within this epistemological framework.
Okay, good. So, Rumi, do you have any evidence that Adam told Enoch this?
Anas, can you substantiate how phenomenal conservatism can be used for ancient stories as opposed to...
That's what I'm actually asking,
actually use it for, which is like just personal seemings and not ancient historical seemings. Can you substantiate that?
First you asked, how do I know, right? That's what you
yeah, but you don't know it based off of your own personal seemings. You're basing it off of what others' personal seemings could have possibly been historically. That's the problem.
No, look, this is my point, right? First you ask, how do I know? Not how do you know, or what evidence do I have to give you? That's like completely different. So that's a different question. So instead of like equivocating on the question, let's just be clear on. Can I finish? Wait, can I finish? Like, and I spoke for 5 minutes. Let me finish, right? So you asking how do I know is different to what evidence should I give you, right? So how do I know is based on seemings. It seems that X is reliable, right? And if X is reliable.
The question is,
can I finish? Is it like too hard for you to?
Yeah, the whole point is which seemings are you appealing to?
The seemings that like what type of seemings?
No, which ones, not what type. Which ones?
My senses.
What senses? What of your senses tells you that Adam spoke to Enoch?
No, look, my senses is going to be twofold, right? First is going to be through that trusting this person, and by trusting this person.
Which person, bro?
The person that wrote the book about this.
Okay, again, so how is that your own personal seeming? You did not actually interact with this individual. That's the whole point. The whole point of phenomenal conservatism. Hold on. Yeah, no. The whole point, let's make it clear for the audience, because phenomenal conservatism is literally just going to be, it's going to be on a basis of personal seemings. Do you agree with that?
Something that Anas couldn't define. Yes, I agree that Anas
no problem. Stop with this whole ego.
Wait, what did he say?
You're so irritating. Why
Rumi, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy?
Drop the ego.
Wait, this is hypocrisy. One second. Rumi, watch this. About a year ago, somebody asked this guy to define something. He didn't define it. Somebody said, therefore you don't know what it means. He said, it's an argument from ignorance, because just because I don't define it doesn't mean I don't know what it is. Come on, bro. Why? Yeah. No, listen. And yes, it is. And also, Rumi, and just to be clear,
you didn't hear what I said, so that's enough.
Just to be clear, right? I'm not saying what I'm doing is I just want to see if you are able to justify it, right? Not that if you justify it, therefore it's justifiable and it's true. I'm seeing that if you can justify it, then I would have a non-inferential defeater. Okay, so
That's
if
a
you
different question to what you
okay,
asked.
so Habibi,
Do
can you
remember
justify
your
it?
original question?
Okay, Rumi, is it demonstrable or not?
Do you remember your original question?
Rumi, is it demonstrable or not?
Wait, do you remember your original question?
Yeah, but the problem is I have to
Tell me
ask
your
different
original
questions.
question.
I don't
So
think it is
tell
really.
me your original question.
Dude, I asked you, my original question was, do you have an inference for
No,
the
that
claim
wasn't
you're
the
making?
original question. That was
Yes,
not
it
your original
was.
question. No, it
Yes,
wasn't.
it was.
wasn't, bro.
No, it
Okay,
wasn't.
okay,
Your-
okay,
I'll tell
okay.
you what it
That
was.
that was
Your
my
original
question.
question was
And
That
no,
wasn't
no,
your
and because
original
every time
question.
you would ask, every time I would ask that question, what you would do is you would just appeal and say again, phenomenal conservatism.
No,
When
phenomenal conservatism
when I'm asking you for an inference, right?
Iraqi.
A demonstrable. Wait, if it's not demonstrable, then I'm not interested in talking to you. Is it demonstrable?
Iraqi, that wasn't Iraqi. Phenomenal conservatism
Is
was
it
the response
demonstrable
to
or
your
not?
original question.
Wait, let G1 speak.
Okay,
Yeah, look,
okay,
Iraqi,
but wait,
phenomenal
G1, before
conservatism
you
was the
talk,
response to
it's
your
a yes or
original
no. Is
question.
it demonstrable?
Your original question. I want to reiterate.
Brother,
don't
is it
remember your original
demonstrable
question.
or not? I'm gonna
Let
keep
You don't remember
interrupting
your
until I
original
get an
question.
answer.
Oh my
Let him
goodness, bro.
finish.
Look, your original question was, how do you, right, Rumi, right? How do you know, right, that this information, the information that Adam gave to like Enoch, how do you know that? That's what you asked Rumi.
And
Yeah,
then
but
he
that
said
question was
seemingly
already.
so, and then it moved on to him asking if he's able to demonstrate so, and nobody has
His
answered that
response,
question.
Exactly what I'm
was
saying.
phenomenal.
Nobody has answered that
How
question.
could
Hey,
He's
speaking
been
of
going on
you
in a
gotta
circle. I haven't
control the
even.
panel, bro.
Wait,
Is it demonstrable or not?
Did Rumi respond to that?
Wait,
God damn it,
oh
dude.
my
This
gosh,
guy
wait,
is so
hold on.
insufferable, bro.
Rumi answered.
This guy's a
Hold on,
roadman bloke,
Eshe,
bro.
one second.
I'm asking a question. Is it
Well, you
demonstrable?
have to tap the
Let's.
correction.
Yeah, that question has not been answered.
Is it
And it's
demonstrable?
been more
What
than
I'm
10
doing
minutes.
is I'm
Rumi gave
performing.
his. Okay, Rumi
I'm
gave his
performing an
reasoning,
inquiry. Okay,
but he's
so I'm
asking
performing
if
an
it's
inquiry.
being.
Yeah, obviously, if Ennis is telling you, is it demonstrable, he obviously understands what phenomenal conservatism is going to be.
No, I don't think he does.
Okay,
wait,
wait.
that's not
Whether
what
you
he's
think I
saying.
don't,
That's not.
wait,
Guys,
let me talk. Whether I know it or I don't know it or I have no clue, that has no bearing upon its demonstrability. All right, so that's a tangent. So, do you have a demonstration?
Yeah, no,
Is it demonstrable or not?
Yes, it depends. Like, what do you? Because now the question.
Oh my God, it doesn't. There's no way.
Wait, can I finish?
Dude, what I think about the flipping word has no bearing upon your demonstrability of it.
No, it does, right?
Of your
Bring
demonstration.
back the Protestant.
Look,
Bro, bring back the Protestant, bro.
I'm bringing him back. Yeah, Protestant guy, come back. Ask a Christian, come back up.
God damn it, dude. You'll have more of a fruitful conversation with that guy.
Can I finish?
Yeah, but Rumi and
you're
Itachi was having a
open to
fruitful
it, and
conversation
you
prior
don't
to you being
understand.
here.
When you ask me, can it be demonstrated, right? You're not asking for what evidence it, for me, takes to be justified in believing in P. Now you're asking what
Everybody
evidence...
understands.
You're not answering the question.
Hold on.
Wait, let Rumi
Guys, hello.
Let Rumi speak, man. Come on, man.
1 minute. When somebody says, how can you demonstrate it? They're not saying you personally. When we're talking in regards to a debate setting, we're talking about how can this thing actually be demonstrated to the masses. We're not saying you as in your
Exactly.
personal self.
So, Itachi,
Yes,
all I'm doing
exactly.
is...
That's what you've been doing the
Rumi,
entire time, Rumi. You're jumping around.
I'm just performing an
You're
inquiry.
jumping around, Rumi. Like, it's
how did I
obvious
know
what
this?
type of question is being asked, and you're purposefully trying to like sneak
Wait,
away
so
from
it-
it by
it-
using all these
it-
random terms that can literally easily be looked up and defined. It's not that difficult.
When he asked, how do I know?
Brother, can it be demonstrated? Holy shit.
Can I?
Holy God. Dude,
Rumi,
can it be
you're playing
demonstrated?
a semantics
Let Rumi
game.
talk, man. Come on, man.
You're just playing a semantics
Bro,
game.
oh my
No,
God.
it's not a semantics game.
Yes,
Yes,
it
Dude,
is.
yes, it is.
Just let Rumi
Yes,
speak.
it is.
Bro, let Rumi speak,
Bro, I'm gonna
man.
start. I'm gonna
G1,
start doing showtime
dude,
if y'all
get
don't
his
control
cock
it.
out of your mouth, bro.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's...
Hey, listen, bro, pop it out. Pop it out, you monkey.
That's
Hey,
Jay.
listen.
Monkey.
Honest, don't do that. Don't
Okay.
do that.
Rumi,
Come on, bro.
Rumi, listen.
Is
Rumi's
he
a
the
monkey too. Rumi's a monkey
Oh,
too.
that's crazy. That's crazy, man.
They're
God
both-
bless you.
All right, guys. It's very simple. Rumi, when he's asking you, how can you demonstrate that, or why do you take that? Obviously, Anas is not saying you as in you personally. When we're talking in a debate setting, he's just simply saying you as in appealing to the masses. It's that simple, bro. You don't have to go on these like semantic games and saying, oh, well, you said how I view it. It's obvious how he intends to use that terminology. He's not using it as in you personally believe it because you don't have a reason not to believe it. He's saying, how can this particular thing be justified?
Cool. Can we just refrain from calling people animals?
Yes, please. Like, let's just keep. Well, I don't know why we have to get like ego involved in this. You could have a normal conversation and be, you know, a decent human being on a panel, bro. Come on now. And this is on both sides. It's not just one or the other. I don't know how to switch this to the next person. So.
If it cannot be demonstrated,
30 seconds.
Okay, one at a time, please.
can it be demonstrated or not?
Let me speak then. Let me speak and answer your question.
All right. It's a yes or no, sir. Just remember.
Let me speak and then I'll explain it all for you because I know this is like.
I'm listening. I'm waiting for the yes or no.
Do you know how to let someone speak without interrupting? Just speak a bit.
Nah, he doesn't know how to do that.
No, I know it doesn't. It's clear from the
God.
just have to
Y'all are so insufferable, man.
Wait. Let him. I'm quiet. Let him answer.
Hey, G1, we don't need co-signing. Rumi, defend yourself.
Okay, that's fine. So first,
What do you mean co-signing? What? Like, is this not open discussion?
It's open discussion, but you're supporting him. Hold on, really quick. You're supporting him the way a girlfriend goes to court and supports her boyfriend who's like fighting for custody.
Bro, that's wild.
Let his hand go and let him defend himself.
Yo, everybody mute up, man. Can y'all just let Rumi talk?
Just drop the ego when you're talking and just have a normal, cordial
Forget it. You can have
That goes for both sides.
That
goes for both sides. That goes for both sides. If we can't do that, we're gonna move on.
Okay, so let me speak to Itachi's bodyguard and like explain. So first we asked, how do I know?
Yeah, I just.
Bro, why did he get killed?
We're gonna move on.
Wait. So
Bro,
that's hypocritical.
Why does he get to be disrespectful?
Wait, so we were Iraqi cool. Iraqi cool.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie.
G1. I just said it right now.
Lee and Rumi are monkey and he wasn't kicked.
I just
Wait,
said
but
it
he
now,
just
and
came
he
for
still
Itachi. It
chose
wasn't
to
for
keep going.
But he made that a comment which was less
G1, and I
severe than the
just said
comment.
it now. I just said it now, and he still chose to keep going with the ego thing.
What do you mean with the ego thing?
Yeah, he just said, "Oh, Itachi's bodyguard."
They kick Iraqi, man.
G1. This is the same Rumi that called G1 a monkey N-word, and you're saying.
Okay, and it's so funny
that's
because
crazy. G1, your bodyguard.
And it's so wait,
Did he
and
call
it's
you
so
a monkey
funny.
N-word?
And the funny thing is, he apologized. And the funny thing is, he apologized.
I'll bring him back.
And two, right? Anas didn't apologize, right? You guys just, dismissed the actions that he did.
I'm bringing him back.
How about this? Everybody mutes. Wait. How about this? Everybody mutes except Rumi and Iraqi. That's it. No one else gets to speak.
Nah, be real. I'd rather intentionally.
G1. I'm bringing him back. I'm saying it now. For either any person on the panel, anybody starts doing this ego thing again. I didn't drop him, by the way. He just left by himself now.
I'd rather.
I don't know why he's leaving now.
I want to make a quick clarification. So what Rumi was doing is that he was answering Iraqi's question.
I could see myself. That's why.
Iraqi's question was about the chain of narration coming from Adam.
He doesn't accept chain of narration.
Brother, we don't need like a halftime summary, brother.
Bro,
well, I'm just explaining.
It's cool. I appreciate it, but let's just.
This guy just wants to be involved. Okay, listen. Okay, is Rumi here? Yo, Rumi, come up.
Yes, he's here. He's here.
Okay, here he is. Sorry, I didn't see him.
You should see me, and you could see me there. MashaAllah.
You see me there. All right, Rumi, listen.
Anyways, I never called G1.
Can you drop the ego? Like,
oh my God, bro, Itachi, leave him with his ego. His chara, leave it. I don't care. Listen,
it's not about you.
I just want him to answer the question. Leave his ego. Shut your that shit corny.
The issue is you guys get nowhere in the conversation. So
leave his ego. Look, I don't care. He can talk with ego. Just let him answer the damn question with his ego. I don't care. Yes or no? Is it demonstrable?
It depends how you feel like things to be demonstrated. Like,
What the hell?
Let me
dude.
explain. Can I explain?
Oh my
Like,
god.
can I explain? So, like, when we go into like a court of law, there's going to be like different evidence which is going to be there that's demonstrated, and then different evidence is going to give people a different justification to believe in X, right? So, for me to demonstrate or for something to be demonstrable, it's going to be like dependent on the person. It's going to be indexed to each person. For example,
Why are you interrupting the guy?
Why are you interrupting again? Yeah, for example, if I'm speaking
No,
to like
Rumi,
G1,
hold on, Rumi. As the brother in Christ,
Brother, come on. Just let
hold
them
on,
talk.
Bro,
They're grown
G1,
men.
bro.
Rumi, I'm
Oh
talking
my
to Rumi.
god.
I'm talking to Rumi.
And you're not a bodyguard, G1?
Anyways, Rumi,
Yeah, okay.
as a brother in Christ, for me, I would say just engage with that with Itachi instead, bro. And that's too childish.
yeah, that's what
Oh
I
my
wanted.
Yeah,
god.
that's
G1,
just a
man,
cope. He's
stop.
just not
Please,
answering
for
the
the love of
question.
God.
You speak.
You know he
because I be
blundered when he
wrong.
said that the
I
response is
be
dependent
wrong.
on what I think is
I be wrong prior
justification.
to you. It's so
No, I
funny
didn't
because
say that.
wait, Rumi, because think about
Yeah,
it.
you did. You did say that. Hey, Rumi, I want to hear you say
Yeah,
yes,
Itachi,
Masa.
you want to engage?
Yes,
Because,
Masa. I want to hear you say that.
I don't think Anas is like old enough to understand what's going on.
Here we go.
Okay,
Here
now
we
we're
go.
doing too much.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay,
So
okay.
this is all
not
okay.
doing-
Itachi. Okay. What
When
I
was
want you
the
to do is Itachi.
moderator?
Speaking Muslim is I don't know. He's in the drive-through or something. All right, look, Itachi.
Why do you
What
have
I-
to attack other people?
what I
on
say-
it? Come on.
Yo, Rumi, you
You're
there?
coming at Itachi. You're coming at speaking Muslim.
I'm
like,
right.
come on,
No,
bro.
chill out. Listen.
SJ, you're so
I'm right
sensitive,
here,
bro. It's a joke.
Relax.
Yes. I'm
God
very
damn,
sensitive.
dude.
I'm just,
Oh my
hey,
God.
no, today it's laissez-faire. I'm just gonna let things be, but just don't liken people. Yeah, just don't liken people to animals. Don't cuss.
Akhi, I'm doing
correct.
identity. I'm not doing likening.
Speaking Muslim, speaking French now. That's crazy.
Listen.
Yeah, but just like
Rumi,
I'm gonna let it go. Like you guys take the gloves off. You know what I mean?
No
Just don't
gloves
poke-
off. We don't
just
get
don't
anywhere
poke-
with the
no,
gloves
no.
off. We
Can
just
we
get
get
the
back to the
insult.
discussion, please?
Yeah,
We're
it's
talking
crazy
so much
because
about the
double-
rules
he
and what
doubled-
should and shouldn't
Yeah,
be said.
with
double
no
down.
Get to
with
the
no
damn discussion.
parameters, we just get to insults and ego like measuring. It's disgusting.
Okay, you're all
Like,
retarded. Like, can we get to the conversation,
Below.
please?
Rumi, because think about it this
Who?
Rumi. Prior to Anas joining here, right, the conversation was going well. As soon as
No.
this guy joined,
It wasn't.
what
Let
do you
me
mean, no,
explain
it
why.
happens all the time. What are you talking about?
Wait. Let me explain why. Let me explain why.
What do you mean explain? Anas is the reason.
I'm gonna explain why I disagree with you.
I mean, okay, just let me say something real quick because I think Rumi needs to be
The
embarrassed.
third time, brother. Go.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll let you go right after me.
Just ignore him, bro. Just show
Rumi, it's funny. No, his homonym suck. Like Rumi, firstly, just to tell you, I'm specifically a heterodox internalist, right? And I know you don't know who Feldman is, but for me to claim to be a heterodox internalist, I have to know different types of internalism, let alone know phenomenal conservatism itself.
What's
all right?
What's the argument
So
for internalism?
Rumi, just stop with your ad hominem. That was embarrassing. So Rami, you're gonna go right after me. But before Rumi answers, Rami can talk. But after he answers, Rumi, answer the question. You, the way you want to demonstrate it, go ahead and demonstrate how you think it's demonstrable. Okay? Or show how it's the case. So Rami, go ahead, akhi. Wait, 1 second. Rami, go ahead.
What I was gonna say is not relevant anymore. Let's just answer the question, Rumi, please. Answer it and actually answer it.
Look, I'm telling you that depending on the person you speak to.
Okay, you're speaking to me. I want. Listen, Rumi. You're speaking to me. I want some inductive or deductive reason. Give me an argument. Give me something that's demonstrable empirically, or something that you could deduce logically. Please go ahead.
Basically, he means anything.
Yeah, so any evidence for why we should trust
or why we believe Adam gave this to
Look, am I speaking to you? Am I speaking to Itachi? Am I
speaking to all of us, mate?
It's a panel, but listen, answer my question. Can you prove deductively or empirically that Adam passed a specific message or any religious theological message that he got from God to Enoch?
Yeah, for
demonstrate it. Don't tell me how. Don't tell me the mechanism. Don't tell me the vehicle. Do it. Drive me there.
Okay, so what do you mean drive you there? I don't know.
Demonstrate the evidence. Demonstrate the evidence.
Rumi, you're doing this on purpose.
Okay,
Come on.
Demonstrate the evidence, man. Stop running, please.
Okay, that's fine. Right, so there's a book called the chapter of Rabbi Elijah the Great, according to the text of the manuscript belonging to Abraham Epstein of Vienna, right? And if you go page 52 to page 54, you can clearly see a tradition passed on from Adam all the way to.
So you're telling me that Adam had someone writing a book, and on page 52, they recorded that Adam said something to Enoch. Is that a book? That's what you're telling me?
I never made that. I think you're not understanding.
Can you show us? Wait. Again, this is just asserting that in fact it is true because the book says it, therefore it's true. So how does the book? So how does the author know that?
How does that?
How does the author know that, mate?
How does the author know that? Because there's this oral tradition that's passed on.
Again, circular.
Oh my
circle.
God, begging the freaking
back
question
in the circle.
times 10.
You're back in the whirlpool, Rumi.
Wait, can I finish?
Get out of the circle and start answering.
No, I'm not saying
begging
this
the question.
Book is true because this
all right,
book is true, right?
Book is true, mate.
See,
you need to answer the question.
So, Itachi, can we just? I'm just going to engage with you. How is that?
Good boy. Listen to your Masaji one.
Hey,
Itachi,
yo, come on.
Really, don't talk to this guy, bro.
Okay, wait.
This guy's too childish, bro.
Yeah.
Look, Itachi's gonna ask you the same question. I don't understand what the difference is. Itachi, just ask him the same question.
Itachi's respectful and cordial. That's the whole point.
Wallahi, I'm glad that I'm not respectful to you. Wallahi,
that's fine.
Okay, that's good for you.
100%. No one should have respect towards you at all. Just so you know.
Good for you.
Libyano, the compass about Adam's tradition that he passed on to Enoch.
Yeah, it's basically the same question I was asking you before. How do you know that you're not appealing to a bias in regards to your theology? And what can you do to demonstrate that this is actually something that goes back to Adam? It's the same question.
Okay, so...
Like, I want you to demonstrate it. I don't want you... Look. You can appeal...
You ask, how do I know?
One second. I'm not saying you personally, Rumi. Again, I already clarified this for you. I don't know why you're playing the semantics game. It's really, really stupid. I'm just simply saying, you want to appeal to this book, fine. What evidence does this particular book give to say that this is going to be the case, or this should be the case, or XYZ, inductively or deductively? What is the argument that they give? Don't just appeal to the book, give the reasoning behind it.
So first, the book gives the line, right, from Adam all the way to Moses. Second, we can look at external factors to the book, right? See if the Jewish people or the rabbis around him.
What was the first thing?
Can I finish?
I'm asking you to repeat. What was the first statement that you said?
So we can look at first the claim that the book makes, and then second, the evidence that we can deduce from this, right? So the claim that the book makes is that there's a chain from Adam all the way to Moses. And then the evidence that's going to be provided would be first, it's going to be the evidence of the text itself. Second, it's going to be external evidence, right? So the external evidence can either be if there's any evidence contrary to it, right? So such as like no reason defeater. Does anybody say this person is a liar? Does anybody say that the person is wrong? Is there any evidence outside this book that contradicts this book, stuff like this? And if we have no reason to believe that, then we can have good justification. Now, if somebody is like skeptical, then it's going to be dependent on the person, right? But this is a different point to the argument. The argument is not about like reliability. Otherwise, the debate could just turn into, is the New Testament reliable? And because you disagree with that, then the argument is just going to become redundant, or this question just becomes redundant, right?
Yeah,
so,
the problem with what you're saying is that it's making a claim in regards to the text. I think by the text you mean the Torah, yes? Or which text are you referring to?
No, it refers to, it's not referring to the Torah. It's using the Torah, but it's independent, right? Just because the book comes later.
Text, by text, when you said that it appeals to the text, or the text is what gives the evidence, what text are you referring to?
No, so the book itself, right? So the book itself
Which book?
The book that claims to have this oral tradition from Adam all the way to now.
What book is that?
He said that it was
the chapters of the Rabbi Elijah the Great, according to the text of the manuscript belonging to Abraham Epstein of Vienna.
Okay, so now how can we demonstrate that this quote-unquote chain going from Moses to Adam is actually something that we should accept?
Based on if there's any people that it go contrary to him, if there's any evidence contrary to him, if this person is
Yeah, but
intellectual.
just because there isn't something that's contrary to it. I mean, there's going to be.
No,
You
I'm
agree
not
that
saying
there's
that.
not going to
Show
be.
me.
One sec. You agree that there's not really going to be any evidence to substantiate this claim, right?
Right, that's
Or
what.
there's
That's
going
my
to be very
question. What
minimal
evidence
evidence.
does the book provide? That's what matters here. You're not showing that.
Yeah. So first, look, I hold to 𝘚𝘱𝘦𝘢𝘪𝘢, right? So this is like a 𝘚𝘚𝘱𝘦𝘢 epistemology. It's actually like a virtue 𝘚𝘚𝘱𝘦𝘢 epistemology to be precise, right? And the coherent is part of my framework, right? Because like I said, both is going to be either testimony from outside sources, saying that this person is a liar, or saying they're contradictory. Like for example, right? One plain example is that critics will bring up that Irenaeus' chain is different to Tertullian's chain when it comes to the line of succession with the popes. So if we see something like that, hypothetically, if that claim was true, right?
Excuse me. Wait. But you're saying that it's hypothetically. You're already asserting that it's true. So you're wait, Rumi. You're already begging the question that it's true. We're asking you to provide evidence for why the chain exists and why it is true. So for you saying that there is no contrary evidence or that nobody's calling this person a liar, okay, but why would they call them a liar? What substantiates that this chain exists in the first place?
I don't think you understand anything I said, right?
I do. I hear you continue.
It's not very difficult to understand, Rumi. The point being is that you're appealing to some sort of evidence in regards to, you said his name was Elijah, Rabbi Elijah?
Yes.
Okay, so his evidence is going to be this chain that he's claiming goes from Moses to Adam, correct?
Yes.
Okay, where does he get this chain from?
He gets it from the rabbis and the people around, right?
And how do we substantiate that this chain is actually something which is correct?
So, because, well, there's multiple reasons, right? First, you can say because there's no, so it's going to be multiplicity. It's not just going to be something.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I understand that there could be multiple reasons, but what is give me the best reason. How can they substantiate that this chain is actually reliable?
I don't use the best reason. I use Bayesian epistemology right here. I use that the more evident, there's no such thing as a quote-unquote best evidence. There's
yes, but claiming something is more evident when there is nothing to begin with to go against it. That's not really going to be a claim, right? It's not going to be something which you can demonstrate. You're just saying, oh, this person says it because there's nothing else to go against it.
No, that's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that I use Bayesian epistemology here, right? I don't use like sufficient reasons. I just use necessary reasons and then Bayesian epistemology. Right?
Okay, and what's the necessary reason that you're using to accept this chain?
No, so when it comes to epistemology per se, right, I just use necessary reasons and Bayesian epistemology, right?
Right,
now
so here, what is the necessary reason to accept
this? The necessary reasons is going to be there's no contradictions between this and anything else, right?
Yeah, because it's the only standalone claim in regards to this whole thing.
Can be other,
what is the other? Okay, so fine, let's go with that. What are the other things that you could bring that could potentially go against it?
Look, if you show me other rabbis, because many rabbis...
You're not understanding what I'm saying, Rumi.
No, I don't think you understand.
I very much do. You're saying that because this exists and there is nothing that goes against it, then I can accept it based off of the fact that it would be. That's literally what you just said. Am I hallucinating anybody?
No.
No, I don't think you're understanding, right? What I'm saying is this, right? I'm saying first there's multiple different rabbis that claim to have a chain back to Adam. That's first of all. Second of all, right? I'm saying that if you have a text or if you have a person and this person hasn't been contradicted by other people and they have a chain and this person has been known to be righteous and to be intellectual, etc., right, then we have good grounds. Now there can be further supporting evidence, but just how like phenomenal conservatism states when you speak to people that critique it or people that hold to it is weak justification to believe in X, and then you can strengthen the justification. Is why if you hold to like my position and you read people like Susan Hack on Evidence and Inquiry, you can have weak justification to believe in X at T1, but strong evidence to believe in X at T2, right? So what I'm just saying is this, right? According to this book, I can have some weak justification unless contrary is shown And because this debate is completely different, this debate is just that, is this text reliable? It's not that, is this affecting continuity? Because this text could be like completely reliable, but it isn't relevant at all. Or this text can be completely corrupted and be relevant. Just like how you believe the New Testament is going to be reliable, and this text is going to be weaker in reliability. But I can still have like some justification to believe in this. So my point is this is irrelevant to the argument. The continuity is just, can you establish continuity, right, with the prior prophets? Now, if you want to say that the Quran, like the previous scriptures also
Right, Rumi, I want you to speak and get everything out, but you really need to like be able to like concisely say what you want to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look, it's very simple. This is irrelevant to the continuity when I'm attacking your view, right? You can.
Okay, so then back to what I originally said to you. You're doing an internal critique based off of a bias of what you perceive the theology to be, going from Moses to Adam. This is exactly what I said to you from the beginning. It's exactly what I said.
That's P1 of the argument.
Okay, so then you don't disagree that it is going to be an internal critique based off of your bias that comes from the theology.
Let me finish. Look, P1.
This isn't real.
This is actually crazy.
This is not real. You literally disagreed with her in the beginning, and
you rejected that way when I started, and now you're saying exactly what I said when we began. This is actually insane.
Hello. Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
P2. Look, P1 is assuming the theology, right, as you said, like of my view or whatever, right, or a Unitarian or Jewish view. P2 is denying that, right? P1 is saying, if the theology I'm perceiving is correct, then Muhammad's a false prophet. And P2 is assuming that if the theology I perceive, or Jewish or a Unitarian perceive, Muhammad's still a false prophet. So either way, right, I don't care, right, if you believe it's my way or you reject it completely, Muhammad's still a false prophet at the end of the day, right? It's a disjunctive elimination with 3 premises and 1 conclusion. So just because you say, because you're perceiving it your way, I don't give a shit, right, reject my way, Muhammad's still a false prophet, and the argument still follows, right? Because the argument is saying that if the Bible, look, you can pretty much say, if the Bible or the teachings of the Bible of the prophets is true, then Muhammad's a false prophet, right? Which pretty much people are going to agree because Jesus speaks about the crucifixion, resurrection, etc. And then Peter is saying, yeah, deny the Bible, deny the reliability, deny what we say, and Muhammad is still a false prophet, right?
So the issue, Rumi, isn't going to be about denying or accepting the Bible. It's going to be denying the idea of the theology bias that you have with it.
Okay, denying
it. So one second. I can say that I will accept what the Bible says, but I will reject the presuppositions and the biases that come with the quote-unquote theology of the Christians,
okay, that's fine.
of the Jews. I can accept, so you could accept the text and accept that there are other interpretations to it that will align with what Islam is saying.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that, and I can still make you admit that Muhammad is a false prophet.
Oh my God. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay,
so then you agree that this would be able to apply to this, yeah?
What apply to it?
So I can apply my own understanding of the quote-unquote theology, and it would show that it is going to be in continuity with him, yes.
We would debate the interpretation, right? Because we don't want to be ad hoc.
Of course we would debate the interpretation. That's the whole point.
Yeah, so...
Wait.
That's what I've been saying.
Hold on.
That's literally what I've been saying. Oh my God.
I have a question.
Bro. Is
this argument of yours, Rumi, if it's based on a true internal critique, you have to adopt your paradigm. You don't get this... You don't get to select the interpretation.
Which is what he disagreed with.
That's
what he disagreed with at the beginning, and now he's saying that would be his interpretation.
He's going to say that
No, it's not an internal critique, right? I'm not assuming your paradigm to be true. All I'm doing is attacking your paradigm from the outside and showing it to be false.
Yeah, that's called an external exposition. Hold on.
Problem.
Exactly.
Speaking. The problem is going to be that he is going to appeal to the understanding. It's essentially just going to become. Hold on. Let me finish. Okay. It's essentially, like you just said, Rumi, is going to become an interpretation debate. Okay. In that which interpretation is going to properly fit with the quote unquote theology of the prophets according to the Old and New Testament, where you're going to appeal to the church fathers and all these things and say, because you're going to say,
I don't do that. You haven't.
No, even if you don't appeal to them specifically, you could appeal to the teachings that they bring regarding the Old and New Testament. You don't have to say that you're appealing to them. hold on. You don't have to say you're appealing to them, but you're going to appeal to the particular teachings that they bring.
Look,
The
all I need
understanding
to do-
specifically, yeah.
All I need to do is debate you on the text and show you that Islam contradicts it, and I can do it with clear verses.
Rumi, you're not tracking. Rumi, you're not
No,
tracking,
you're-
bro. You're
you're
not.
not
No.
tracking.
Let me explain. You're not
Itachi,
tracking.
Itachi,
You're not tracking.
right.
You're not tracking. Let me explain.
Itachi, right?
Bro, let me explain.
Rumi,
It
but
might
the thing
it
is,
might be more beneficial because I actually do
if I
think
can
that
have
you're
a
not
moment,
understanding what
just
I'm
to say
saying.
this, Rumi, we're not literalists. We're contextualists. We're not going to base our interpretation from a plain reading. We're going to use
fine.
context. And so, are you going to hold on? So, if you're going to just make up your own interpretation,
I'm not going to do
you
that.
have to. So, are you going to hold on? So, are you going to show me scholars from our creed who hold the positions you're going to impose on us, or are the positions you're going to impose? Are they? Hold on. Let me finish, dude. Why do you overtalk me? I've literally been very generous and charitable to you this entire time. So, are you just going to make an external imposition of your view and interpret our text and our religion for us? Is that what your argument entails?
I'm not interpreting your text.
Okay, then proceed with
It's
your
an external critique,
Go
right?
ahead.
It's an external
Yeah.
critique.
So
Rumi, it's an
proceed with
external
your
critique.
argument.
Yeah.
You're welcome to. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So Rami, when Jesus says he's going to get crucified, how do you?
How do you know
interpret that?
Jesus said that?
Okay, so do you reject Jesus says that?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Muhammad's in continuity with Jesus? Go ahead.
Matthew 21.
Oh no, bro. How do you know Jesus says that? If you reject Matthew,
I could simply say I don't have to. No, that's my point. That's my point.
Go ahead.
Rumi,
do it.
Rumi, let me
I
finish
want
the
you
point.
to do it,
I'm gonna
and
tell
I
you.
continue.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm going to tell you. I could simply say I can accept what it says on a surface level, but I'm going to reject the interpretation that you're doing with it. That's my point.
Wait, Rumi, can you restate your question, please?
How do you know Jesus teaches the same theology as Muhammad?
Using the historical critical method.
Okay, does the historical critical method admit that Jesus died on the cross?
Yeah, the Quran also admits
Yeah,
that.
we don't reject that.
Okay, so no, do you believe Jesus died on the cross?
Yeah, historically, yeah.
Yes, so historically Jesus died on the cross, correct?
Yeah, the historical attestation, yeah.
Yes, so you as a Muslim can hold that Jesus died on the cross.
Historically speaking, not in reality.
Okay, so history can contradict reality?
Yeah.
Okay, that's completely okay. How do you know if something's in reality or not then?
Yeah, so when we see things occur, when things are attested, for example, we know that people saw Christ die, and they believed that Christ died, and they wrote that Christ died. Is that correct, Rumi?
Yes.
Does the Quran corroborate this or negate this?
Depending on who interpretation you take. If you take your interpretation,
the mainstream interpretation.
Yeah, the Quran. Well, I believe the verse is like an unfalsifiable verse, in my opinion.
So I asked you about the mainstream interpretation. Don't be a
Yeah,
sophist.
the mainstream interpretation is that Christ never died, but he made to appear.
No, I asked what the Quran says. What does the Quran say?
Yeah,
It doesn't
the
just say
Quran
that he
says
didn't
that-
die. What else does it say?
It said he made to appear, right?
Right. So historically speaking, people did see Jesus die. They did believe that he died, and they did write that he died. Is that correct?
Yeah. Does Jesus say he died?
Can you just say yes or no, please?
Yeah, that's what like.
All right. So the Quran corroborates the historical evidence,
Yeah.
right?
So can
Beautiful.
Jesus say,
Wait. I'm not done.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you for conceding that the Quran confirms the historical evidence.
Yeah,
And so
but
the historical critical method does not contradict the Quranic claim, because the Quranic claim makes two claims of two natures. One that's naturalistic, one that's verifiable via naturalistic means, and one that's supernatural. It's not verifiable via naturalistic means.
And Jesus says.
Let me finish. I'm about to land. I'm about to land, bro. About to land.
Go
All
ahead.
right. So the two claims in the Quran are that Jesus historically died, meaning according to the historical data, people saw him die, or wrote that he died, believed that he died. And then the second claim is of supernatural nature, that although people saw him die, wrote that he died, believed that he died, God in reality saved him. But that's supernatural. That's not verifiable via historical means.
Can Jesus say something that contradicts reality?
Depends on what you mean.
Can he say something like the Trinity is true, which contradicts reality?
No, he can't, no.
Okay, so he can't say a statement that contradicts reality, correct?
Yeah.
Does Jesus make a statement that he's going to die?
No, not historically.
Okay, so how do you know what historically?
Using the historical critical method. We already went through this.
Okay, so...
You see how you're stuck, Rumi?
No, that's fine. According to the historical critical method, if it shows that Jesus preached his death, then what do you do? Do you admit that Jesus contradicts?
Yeah, if according to the historical critical method, it shows that Jesus predicted the crucifixion, then Islam would be false, but it doesn't.
Okay, so what historical critical method do you use?
Yeah, the criteria of dissimilarity and the criteria of embarrassment. So the criteria, let me present it, okay? According to the criteria of dissimilarity, right, we're looking for things that the post-Easter church would have wanted to say or would have been likely to make up or to fabricate on the lips of Christ. So the data shows that according to the Gospels, which is basically the most relevant historical data that we have, this historical figure called Christ, he was, or they really believed him to be the Messiah. Now, how did they come to believe that he's the Messiah? Is it because he died? No. The Gospels tell us that when he died, they denied his messiahship. So how did they come to think that he's the Messiah? The most plausible conclusion is that he claimed to be the Messiah. And they had enough reason to believe that he's the Messiah. And so you have this messianic expectation in the first century, and this is unanimous amongst all views, whether of the Sadducees, who weren't too, they weren't looking forward for a Messiah. They were more concerned with temple stuff. Then you have the Dead Sea Scroll. Let me finish. I'm giving you a history breakdown. Then you have the Dead Sea Scroll community. Then you have the Zealots. Then you have the Pharisaic view, which Jesus aligned with. The common view between all of them is that the Messiah would be some kind of figure to restore Israel, to remove oppression, and to basically establish a kingdom. Whether it's a cosmic kingdom, whether it's an earthly kingdom, there's a difference of opinion. But they all agree that he will come, he will remove the oppression from Israel, he will restore Israel. So when Christ claimed to be the Messiah, lived his life, for some reason they believed that he's the Messiah, they had enough reason to think that. And he dies. So he dies, right? They see him die. Why on earth would they continue believing he's the Messiah? Now Christians are stuck with a dead Messiah. What is the best way this is embarrassing. What is the best way to explain this? Is to go into scripture, find vague references of a suffering servant. You find this in Psalm 22, Isaiah 53, and other passages, and read those prophecies into his life and make it seem as if he really did come to prophesy his coming. That it was his plan the whole time to come and die as a suffering servant. But we know this is historically implausible because of the internal data and the external data. Therefore, the historical Jesus likely didn't predict his own death and resurrection.
You want me to address all your points now?
Please.
Yeah, this is fine. Saying there's a consensus, that's a fallacy, ad populum fallacy, so that doesn't matter.
What's the fallacy?
Ad populum fallacy.
How did I appeal to ad pop? What?
You said the consensus says this.
I never mentioned a consensus.
The consensus
Are you hearing things?
Can I address all your points on
I
that?
never mentioned a consensus.
You did. Okay, so maybe
what?
People should, okay,
Yo.
people can watch it back if they recorded it.
Just wait. Maybe 1 second. Maybe I'm mistaken. Guys, did I mention a consensus?
Yeah, you said it.
No, he's just not tracking.
No,
Okay,
I
people.
literally did not
and
mention a consensus,
it
bro.
will be
But
posted.
anyways, go on. I literally
Okay,
didn't mention a
so
consensus.
you did say consensus, right? And you did say unanimously. But let's just like say you didn't hypothetically, right? You're saying that well, we have a dead Messiah. Well, if first, and then you say, well, they have an issue, they have a criteria of embarrassment. If you read something like Batman lately, they don't believe that the criteria of embarrassment actually.
Embarrassment. I said dissimilarity and embarrassment, dude.
And yes, you included that as well. Can I finish?
Right.
Like, I'll
So
let you
the main point is dissimilarity,
Look,
not
I don't
embarrassment.
want you to try to save yourself
Yeah.
by keeping.
That, yeah.
correcting.
Don't mention things that are irrelevant, please.
Okay,
Just address
you
the
believe
topic.
in them to be irrelevant is different to when they're actually.
This is what
are
happens when you're stuck, Rumi.
It's
This is
just
what happens when you're
confirmation
stuck.
bias. So instead, let me finish.
Yeah, go
all
ahead.
the points instead
go
of
ahead.
you trying to jump in and try to
Sure,
save
sure,
yourself
sure.
from each
Just
point.
go for it. Just
And
go
I'll show
for it.
you each one doesn't work right.
Just go for
First,
it.
you're assuming some type of interpretation of the Bible, right? Showing there's inconsistencies. So that's point one. Point two, you're assuming some external issues as well with the churches. That's point two. Third point is with there's these loads of different groups that believed in this. Like the best explanation is going to be that they made it up. All of this is going to clearly be wrong, right? And then the best explanation, especially in the posteriors after all the evidence is given, such as the empty tomb and stuff like that, is going to fit better under the Christian hypothesis, right? And Christian hypothesis, all I mean here is the death and resurrection of the Messiah, right? So all of these points are, it doesn't work at all because you have to assume certain principles such as the interpretation of the Old Testament, the interpretation of the New Testament. You have to assume if they were going to be embarrassed or if they just have the Messiah, what to do now, right? All of this is certain presuppositions that you have baked in that you would need to prove, that you can't prove, right? So all I'm asking you to do is just tell me what is the historical critical method is when we know Jesus says X according to the New Testament and when Jesus does not say X according to the New Testament, right? Because when we say that the historical critical method says Jesus says something according to the New Testament, or when the historical critical method comes to the conclusion that Jesus says this in reality, and you also said that there's going to be a distinction, right, between history and reality, which is going to lead you into like extreme skepticism, because just because something plays something in reality, then you're not going to know if something happens historically, then you're not going to know it's happened. So I can just literally question everything, right? I can just ask you, wow, just because X appears to be across the road or something, well, how do you know it doesn't make it appear? How do you know Muhammad actually existed or he just made it appear or stuff like this, right? So because you have this idea of made to appear, then you have this idea of how do we trust our senses? So the question is, for example, you posed the question like, how do I know I'm not your God, right? But now we can just propose the question, how do you know this really happened and then actually made it to appear? Because your God, according to you, right, has made it so you can't always trust your senses, which is going to make you fall into Cartesian demon.
Beautiful, thank you. You guys notice how he didn't address anything and he just yapped his way? So watch how I'm going to address his question right on. He said, well, how do you know that you could trust your senses and that something just isn't a mere appearance? Well, you trust your senses unless you have a reason not to. That's the epistemology, right? So if you see something happen, you believe it happened unless you have a reason to think it didn't happen.
Libyano,
If you hear,
Libyano,
let me...
sorry. I just want to add to you because this is the exact argument he was making prior when Anas was here regarding phenomenal conservatism. He literally made this exact argument as being the
Wallah, I was
reason
gonna say
or
the
the
same
We're
basis of
literally
how he does things
backtracking.
with his senses.
Right.
So
But
now
Isn't it supposed to
you're
be
applying a double
seemingly so,
standard.
Rumi?
I'm sorry, Libyano, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but okay. Well, I wasn't here before, so I don't know about that. But anyways, when you hear something happens, when you see something happen, when you feel something happen, you assume that it happened unless you have a reason otherwise. That is the case for the historical disciples of Christ. They saw him die, therefore they believed that he died. Therefore, they wrote that he died, or they transmitted that he died. They didn't have a reason to think that he didn't die. The only reason we have to say that he didn't die is because of the supernatural revelation in the 7th century. Because we confirm the Quran comes from God using internal and external means, therefore anything it says is true. And because we have reason to think that the Quran is from God, therefore we have reason to think Jesus didn't die in reality. But if it wasn't revealed, then we would think Jesus died, because we have no other reason to think that he didn't. So that's your question answered right away. Now, you didn't address how scholars apply the historical critical method to the life of Christ. There are a few criteria. There's a criteria of contextual credibility, which I just used, by the way, to establish the first century views of the Messiah. There's the criteria of dissimilarity. There's the criteria of independent attestation. And then there's the criteria of embarrassment. Okay? Now, when it comes to the internal data, it's inconsistent. Why? Because we see that supposedly Christ, without parables, without ambiguous language, predicts and prophesizes his passion. And he says it multiple times. He will be arrested, flogged, crucified, and on the third day, he will rise up again. Now, naturalistically and psychologically, if you have a group of 12, and that's just the main ones, he had many apostles, he sent out the 70, many people were following him, he was like a celebrity. If he had told them over and over again that the Son of Man will be captured, flogged, crucified, and on the third day he will rise again, and he said this without using any ambiguous terminology, he didn't say this in Harry Potter terminology. He said this very clearly, over and over again. You see this in Mark, in the Jerusalem tradition. You see this in Matthew, in the Jerusalem tradition. All right? Now the question stands. If that is the case, even if you want to posit that they doubted, or he opened up their minds to scripture afterward, even if you want to posit all those ad hoc responses, naturalistically, if I'm following somebody, I left my whole family, left my work, I spent 3 years with this guy. We went every time to me preaching. I went against my whole family. I was persecuted. God raised the dead in front of my eyes. Even if I doubted him, if he told me that the very point of his messiahship is to be captured, flogged, crucified, when those things happen as he had said, it would give me more reason to believe him, not to doubt him. Everybody would agree. The problem is, when these things do happen, the disciples flee and they disbelieve in his messiahship. As a matter of fact, in the Gospel of Luke, when Jesus is crucified, you know what the disciples say? Oh my God, we had thought that he would be the one to restore Israel. We really thought he was going to be the Messiah. I guess he's not the Messiah after all. Which makes no sense if he had told them the whole point of him being the Messiah is to be flogged, resurrected, and crucified. And on the third day, they don't even go and check if he was bluffing. They don't even go and check if he really did raise up. It's as if they had no idea. And when the women who on the third day go, they don't go to check if he rose up. They go to anoint his body, expecting his body will be there. Okay, no problem. They were doubting. They didn't believe him. Okay. When they get there and the body isn't there, you know what the first thing that comes to mind is? Guess what? Somebody stole his body, they say. Now, if he had told them over and over again, I will rise on the third day, I will be crucified, I will be flogged, why would the first thing come to mind? Why would it be somebody stole his body? And why would the disciples not even bother to check on the third day? Because of this internal inconsistency and because of the criteria of dissimilarity. Now I'm going to mention the consensus because I provided the evidence. So it's not an ad populum fallacy. It's not an appeal to authority. I mentioned the evidence. That is why the likes of E.P. Sanders, the likes of Geza Vermes, the likes of Bart Ehrman, the likes of John Dominic Crossan, the likes of, James D. Tabor. All of these scholars of the historical Christ unanimously agree that the predictions of a death and resurrection are later additions by the post-Easter church. And at best, Jesus, the historical Jesus, anticipated his death, anticipated that he would die in the last week that he's in Jerusalem, not that he predicted it. I want you to respond to my evidence, please.
And yeah, this is fine. I can address everything. So from the start, they tried to say, well, Rumi's inconsistent here. He will speak about phenomenal conservatism, and now like he's questioning it, right? This is very simple to address. You have so phenomenal conservatism states that you have a reason to believe in P unless like defeaters or good reasons to doubt. But you guys do have good reason to doubt your senses, right? If God deceives, or you can say he can make something seem to be the case, which is not the actual case, and he does this with like disbelievers or believers, for example. So that point is addressed. Second, you brought I can't remember all of them in order, but I can go through all of them. You mentioned the point about why was the woman there? Think about people stole his body and stuff like that. Well, this is simple. People are going to assume naturalistic means, right, based on their priors, that it was some naturalistic explanation until the evidence gives them some epistemic warrant to believe otherwise. So the women didn't believe, and then some more evidence came into the case, and then they did believe. Same with such as Thomas, right, in the Gospel of John, where he says, the Lord of me, the God of me, right, my Lord, my God, right, because he touched him. So based on his praise, he didn't believe, and then on the posteriors, he did believe, so stuff like that. And then you bring up the example of some clear verses in the Gospels. We can see clear verses where Christ claimed to be crucified and stuff like this. John chapter 2, he speaks about this. He also speaks about this in Matthew chapter 23. He also speaks about this in the Gospel of Luke. Or you can point to like other instances as well within the four Gospels, or even in St. Paul's letters, the earliest ones you have. So yes, based on our priors, right, but you switch from historical to natural, right? First, we speak about the historical critical method, but the historical critical method doesn't necessarily imply, right, that you can have still miracles, because they still believe there's chances of miracles even with the historical critical method. Remember, your claim was that the historical critical method would deny these things, but we can still accept miracles even using the HCM, so that doesn't work either. You implied that, like he might have alluded to, or stuff like this. He didn't necessarily predict his method, his death, which still is an issue for you, because if he alluded to or said it right, then he still proves like that the Islam is false here, because Jesus can't say something that is clearly contrary to reality, as you stated. He can't say something contrary to reality, as you stated, right? Or he would have made him a false prophet, right? Remember what Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 21 to 22 says, that if there is a false prophet, or if there's a prophet and he does false prophecies, then surely you put him to death. So if Jesus makes some prediction, or he makes some like apparent allusion to his death, and you grant that this is what Jesus actually says, then you still have the issue there. You also brought up like scholars and stuff like that. Yeah, they're assuming naturalism. They're not denying the historical critical method. The historical critical method is something completely different to this, right? You can still hold to the HCM and still accept miracles. Then you bring up the examples of why do the apostles or the people around him, right? Why do they just deny him even after he's done all these miracles? The answer is because Christ says this. Christ says that this will happen to them, and he even says that even when people see all these miracles, they surely still disbelieve, right? You can see this in like Luke 18:8 when Christ comes back. He knows that many people disbelieve in him. Or you can see this with the example of St. Peter, right? St. Peter clearly makes our Lord, right, clearly makes it clear that St. Peter will deny his faith 3 times. So this is not unexpected under the Christian hypothesis. All of this is expected under the Christian hypothesis, what you're proclaiming. But what's not expected under the historical hypothesis or the naturalistic hypothesis that you're promoting is the idea is they first reject him, that he did die and rose from the dead, and second, they did accept it, right? So, such as many people around him, and then also your prediction or your hypothesis doesn't predict the understanding of how the Christianity rapidly grow through nations, through all world, right? If it's so clear that there was a dead Messiah, right? Or your prediction or your hypothesis doesn't show the evidence that shows that our people witness he didn't really die after, right? All of this is not predicted under your hypothesis, but is predicted under mine. So you can deal with all them points.
All right, Rumi.
Yo,
I appreciate it, Rumi.
One sec.
That was wild. Go ahead.
You know what's so funny
world
right
record,
now?
Though. You hit a world record.
Even the Christians in the comments know this guy is not responding. All right, so I don't know why you went to Deuteronomy 18. That's funny. I didn't say Jesus alluded to his death. I said Jesus at best anticipated his death, meaning because of the dangers of his claims and because of the dangers of the claims of his prophethood and messiahship, when he went to Jerusalem in the last week of his life to celebrate the Passover, which likely thousands of Jews from all over the world were coming to Jerusalem, to the temple there to celebrate Passover, and he was going there to preach apocalypticism, he likely would have anticipated trouble. And he would have anticipated that he would die. I didn't say he alluded to him being dead. But since you quoted Deuteronomy 18, let's see if you're going to stand firm on that. Deuteronomy 18 says, if a prophet speaks something in the name of the Lord that the Lord hasn't spoken, that prophet is a false prophet. Okay, cool. Now, in the book of, Samuel? Yeah, in the book of 2 Samuel, David now takes the throne. And David says, God has granted me a very big throne, a very big kingdom, a very big house. And the Lord is still in a tabernacle, in a small tent. So I'm going to go ahead and build the Lord a big temple. Nathan the prophet says, do as you please. Do what's in your head, for the Lord is with thee. Rumi, unmute yourself. Did Nathan speak in the name of the Lord here?
Michael, you point send an address.
Did Nathan speak in the name of the Lord? I just need a yes or no.
Can you do with what you point send an address on?
All right, so he's not going to answer because he knows he baked himself. So Nathan, you said you're not going to answer, right? It's okay.
Wait, give the verse.
Sorry?
Give the verse.
Okay, let me pull it up. Here. It is, let me just, 2 Samuel 7, verse 3. That's where it is. 2 Samuel 7.
Okay, give me a second. Let me go and read it.
Yep, go ahead. So while he does that, I'll finish my point. All right. So David tells Nathan that he wants to build a temple for God, because he's been in a tabernacle. He's been in a tent the whole time. So Nathan the prophet says, go ahead and do it, David, for Yahweh is with you. The next verse, Yahweh reveals revelation to Nathan, telling him he messed up and that he spoke something wrong and that Solomon is the one to build the temple, not David. Wow, Rumi. Wow, is Nathan a false prophet? Nice, man. So anyways, this is a complete diversion from the topic. Okay, the topic is, then he's like, oh, you're assuming naturalism. Isn't that what the HCM is, Rumi, or did you forget what you're arguing? Did you forget we're talking about the HCM? You're assuming natural. Yeah, no shit. We're talking about the HCM. Historically speaking, assuming naturalism, assuming the historical critical method, right? Christ did not predict his death and resurrection. Now, I need you to respond to something that you're not responding to. You kept saying, oh, well, they doubted, they disbelieved. I granted you that, no problem. It's okay, no problem. They had doubt, they disbelieved, no problem. So now, Rumi, answer this. Christ prophesied every step of his crucifixion and resurrection. Yes or no?
Yes.
Beautiful. Did every step happen as he predicted it?
Yes, based on the correct interpretation, yes.
Beautiful. When those things happened, did the disciples believe in him more or believe in him less?
It depends. Like after, well, so like when he did the miracles, then some of them started to believe.
Not talking about the miracles. I'm talking about his arrest, his flogging, his death on the cross.
Yes, they believed
in
him.
And they believed in him more or less when those things happened?
More.
Huh?
More.
More? So why does the Gospel of Luke say when Jesus died on the cross, it says we had hoped him to be the one that will restore Israel? Why did they deny he's the Messiah?
Because they didn't believe, right, that he fulfilled the prophecy.
You said they believed in him more when those things happened.
Yeah, and the reason why they said they hoped, they believed that he would fulfill Israel is because of the other reasons, right? They didn't think that he was going to fulfill it later on, but then they was confirmed by when they did testimony with each other.
Just 1 second. What you're saying isn't adding up. Jesus said, I'm the Messiah, and me being the Messiah, I'm going to be arrested, flogged, crucified, and on the third day I will rise. When he is arrested, they run away from him. They disown him. When he is flogged and crucified, they say, okay, he's not the Messiah because he got crucified. If he had predicted that his very messianic goal or messianic mission is to be crucified, why did they deny him to be the Messiah when he was crucified?
Because of the pressure around him with the persecution, just like how
you said they believed in him more.
Can I finish? Yeah. I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying first, because of the persecution around him with Peter, for example, and second, they still did believe, right? That's why after the third day, that's why they have faith with him, and that's why they died for their faith.
Okay, cool. So did they believe in him more or less?
I told you how I explained.
So they believed in him more?
How I explained, yes.
All right. So did they deny that he's the Messiah when he died?
Based on the persecution around him, yes.
I thought they believed in him more.
And I explained how they did.
All right. How did they believe in him more?
Because they died for their faith.
What? Bro, we're not there yet. We're still talking. We're still talking at the death of Christ.
So they did believe in him more, correct?
Yeah, that's after. That begs the question. You're begging the question. Yeah, I'm talking up until his death. Resurrection hasn't happened yet. Up until his death, everything that he said would happen has already happened. Up until then, right?
Yes.
Good. Does that cause them to believe more in what he's claiming or less in what he's claiming?
Well, you would expect more, right? For them to believe, and that's what they did. But then, when he did die, right, they didn't believe, and that was due to the persecution and everything around him, because they didn't expect it.
All right, just hold on there. He said he would die, right?
Correct.
And he said he would be arrested and flogged, right?
Correct.
So based on the posteriors, they should believe in him more, right?
No, I don't grant based on the posteriors.
So they shouldn't believe in him more?
No, you said based on the posteriors.
All right, so you just backtracked. You just backtracked. So you just backtracked. So Earlier, they did believe in him more. Now they don't believe in him more.
No, I'm not denying that. I said they do believe in him more, right? But
I'm
based on
talking
other...
up until his death. Up
Yes,
until
up
his
until
death. Do
his
they
death.
believe in him more or less?
Yes, they believed in him more as time went on.
No, up until his death. No resurrection accounts yet. Up until his death. Because everything is being fulfilled as he had already previously predicted, they should believe in him more. Correct, Rumi?
Yes, unless there's evidence present to show why not. And just like
What's
with
the
Peter,
okay, cool. What's the
can I
evidence
finish?
present to
Wait,
show why
can I
not?
finish? Just like the
Yes, go
example
ahead.
with Peter, right? Just
Go
like the
ahead.
example with Peter, they had pressure to deny him. So even though, right, Peter saw Jesus did miracles and everything, and he had more faith in him, because Christ alluded that there was going to be a prophecy such as alluded to what's going to happen with him, such as him denying him 3 times, then you would expect him to deny it. So just because they believed in him more at the start doesn't mean there's going to be other evidence that points to it that he doesn't believe in it.
Beautiful. Peter, you see how he just equivocated? Peter denied him in front of the authorities to save his ass from trouble. Peter didn't deny him in reality. He just denied him in front of men. So that's why when they asked him, do you know who this guy is? Peter says, I have no idea who he is. And he does it 3 times. All right? But Peter doesn't actually disbelieve in him. Peter does not deny him. I'm talking about when the disciples are speaking amongst each other and say, oh, well, he's not the Messiah anymore. So I need you to answer me this.
What verse is that?
One sec.
What verse is it?
It's in Luke. Here, let's pull it up. Here, let's pull it up. It's getting hot in the pot, man. It's getting hot. We had hoped he would be the one to restore Israel. Luke 24:21. So he says, we had hoped that he was the one that was going to redeem Israel. And what is more, it is the 3rd day since all this took place. Okay? So the disciples say, we had hoped that he would be the one to redeem Israel. Okay? And we haven't even gotten to the juicy parts, right? Because you failed to respond to why the disciples, even if they doubted, even if they thought that he was full of it, even if they had little faith, what is psychologically expected, that if I'm with somebody for 3 years, and I'm seeing him do all these amazing things, and he's saying he's the Messiah, and he's saying that he's supposed to come and die for my sins, and on the 3rd day he will rise. What is expected is that on the 3rd day, they will be waiting on their tippy toes until the 3rd day comes so they can go and check if he was bluffing or not, even if they had little faith. But they don't. Rather, women go to anoint the body, already expecting that the body would be there. And when the body isn't there, the first thing that pops up in their head is somebody stole the body. Now, even if again, you could say they had little faith, they doubted, you could say whatever you want. The point is, even if that was the case, you would still expect them to recall the memory, very recent memory. Oh wait, he did tell us that he would rise on the 3rd day. Did he really rise? No, they think the body is stolen. That is why it's historically implausible. And that is why you got caught up in a pickle and you got destroyed, Rumi. With all due respect, you stick to philosophy, right? Because you run this terrible argument and you get caught by simple things like this.
Do you want me to respond, or is this
just respond, bros? Don't be a bot. Just talk. You could just talk.
Yeah, I can respond to your points. Like,
just respond. Have a conversation, man. Just respond.
That's fine. Due to the crucifixion and the resurrection being the greatest of all miracles that is performed, little people, even after they witness seeing certain things such as water turning to wine, and they can still disbelieve in other things such as somebody being raised on the third day. And because they are not used to, or they haven't seen it unless they did witness the incidents with Lazarus, right? Then it's likely they still won't believe in this, right? So just because
I already granted you that.
Can
You're
I
not
finish?
answering. No, we're having a convo, dude. Just have a conversation.
Yeah, you literally spoke for 7
but
minutes.
I don't want to do this talking sections. Just talk. It's better that way. The conversation
you
can
literally
proceed.
spoke for 7 minutes. And
I understand, but let's just talk back and forth. Just talk, man. It's better that way. Let's just talk back and forth. I don't want to. Yeah, let's just talk.
Name one point and let's go over it.
All right. The point is, if Jesus had predicted everything that would happen until his death, why would the disciples disbelieve rather than believe more?
Why would they disbelieve? Okay, the reason why is because they would assume, right, people don't rise from the dead. Would you agree?
What?
People don't rise from the dead.
No, they don't assume that.
Yes, of course.
They don't. They have a belief of a resurrection.
No, not if right, if it's a supernatural thing, just because somebody performs a couple of miracles doesn't necessarily follow that they would assume that Christ will raise
was one of the
himself
miracles rising Lazarus from the dead?
Yes, they did believe that,
All
right?
So they had that belief. Thank you very much. So continue now.
They saw, look, the difference is that they saw Jesus performing this miracle, right? They saw that God performed this miracle, right? By raising Lazarus from the dead. The difference is because they didn't expect Jesus to raise himself from the dead, right? And they saw the crucifixion and they saw
who said
taking place.
Who said that Jesus would rise himself from the dead?
It says God raised him from the dead, correct?
Yeah, so God raised him.
Okay, there you go. That's your answer. So
Continue.
So again,
continue.
Again, because they didn't believe that somebody's going to raise himself from the dead, right? Then that's the issue they have. Did Lazarus raise himself from the dead?
No, and Jesus didn't raise himself from the dead either. You think the Father raised him from the dead?
Well, all three persons do the one act, right? Inseparable operations.
Yeah, that's just anachronism.
It doesn't beg the question.
That's anachronism. That's anachronism. The text says the Father raised him from the dead.
And all three persons do this one act. John 5:19.
Yeah, again, that's anachronistic.
No, John 5:19. All three persons do the one act.
Yeah, but this goes back to what I told you about begging theology or having.
It's not begging theology. It's not at all.
So when the verse says that the Father did it, the Son did it too?
Yeah, have you read John 2, verse 1
Well, I'm
to
reading
9?
the one in Galatians, and it says that the Father is the one who did it.
Yeah, and all three persons do it. Read John chapter 2.
So when it says the Father did it, it says that all three persons did it?
The Father, we know, based on other verses, that all three persons do it.
Yeah, but we also know based on that verse. Where did Libyano go?
I don't know, but John
I think he dropped.
Hold on.
He had a phone call. I don't know.
That's fine.
Yeah, he must have saw me coming up.
Hey,
That's what happened.
Yeah, Darren, don't do too much, man.
He must have saw me coming up.
Nobody's running.
Hey, no, I'm just messing with y'all. Hey, guys. I just wanted to tell Muslim, hey, I'm still at work, my brother. I still got a couple hours on the clock, bro. That's the only reason I kept denying.
Now look who's running. Now look who's running.
Good.
Now
He's
look
good.
who's
It's
running.
fun.
Can a brother work? Like,
Yo,
what the hell?
Darren, listen, look down.
I got body bags. Hey, y'all body bag every single one of y'all.
You know what we're gonna do?
Honestly, I don't think there's a person on this panel that ain't body bag.
Darren already put you in that body bag.
I don't think there's not one person on this panel that ain't
Darren
body
already
bag.
put you in that body bag, Brett.
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Y'all know I'm like that for real. Hey, y'all know I'm like that for real.
Yo. My phone.
Hey,
let's
there
bring
you
it
go.
back.
What's up, big homie?
I got a shahada box for Darren when he's ready to take that shahada.
Hey,
You
stop
don't need to
playing
put
with
Darren
me,
in no
bro.
body
Hey,
bag.
let me tell you
gonna
this
get
though.
a
Let me tell you
shahada
this
box.
though.
I got a miswak, a thobe.
Hey, let me tell you
So,
this. If any one of you guys
going
can
to
convert
Mecca.
me, bro, I will be a weapon in the hands of Islam.
We don't
I'm telling
convert.
you.
Allah,
Wait.
Allah,
Q-Top
may
already
Allah
said
turn
that
I'll
your
be a
you do
heart.
big things
weapon
for
in the hands
Islam.
of
What do you
Islam. I'm
mean?
trying to
Q-Top
tell y'all
already
right
said you
now.
do big things for Islam. What do you mean?
He did too, man. He got me on that one. And he caught me slipping on that one. That was funny.
Yo,
Hey, that was pretty funny though. I ain't gonna front.
All right, guys. All right. It was a good little intermission. Let's
All right,
get
yeah, let me
back to our
drop down. Let me drop down.
conversation.
Hey, big ups to you, Orthodox man. I know we meet on the 20th, man. I'm excited about it, bro.
Hey, you're gonna get baked, man.
Man, stop playing with me, bro. You know better than that.
You gonna get
I
baked,
got
man.
tricks up the sleeve. Hey, I took it easy on you the first time. I let you slip out the back door, but this time ain't gonna go so well for you.
Darren,
it just sounds like you got
You know
baked
I'm
the
like
first
that.
time.
Hey, Liv. I know you got your posse with you, boy, but hey, relax.
Darren,
You know I'm
chosen
like
to
that
get
for
into
real.
the body bag, bro. It's all right. It's
You
all
know
right.
I'm like that for real. All right, man. Hey, I'm gonna drop down, my guys. I do appreciate y'all though, but yeah, I just wanted to let them know I'm still at work, my guy.
Okay, run away from Libyano. It's fine.
Dude, can a brother
No,
work?
you
My
just
God,
claimed
why
he
does
was running from you.
Hey,
You
come
claimed
back
he
when
was
you're
running from
not
you. Run
working. Hey,
away.
no
Why
problem.
is that?
Go,
Hey,
go.
hold on,
Hey,
relax.
no problem. Go,
Is
no
that like
problem.
a part
Hey,
of your
once you,
vocabulary?
hey,
Is you think
no, you're
because
good.
somebody
Hey,
has to
Darren,
punch
you're
the clock,
good.
he's running?
You're good. Hey, Darren, you're good. Listen. Once you work hard and you finish working hard and you finish all your toil and supporting your family,
Got
come
you.
back. We're
I
gonna
appreciate you.
talk. Inshallah khair. We're gonna try to
Man, let's
teach
get
you
it.
about Islam, give you da'wah, try to give you that
Man,
shahada
look, I'm
box. All right.
actually gonna teach y'all something about Islam. You be ready, man. Y'all know I'm like
Hey,
that
bro,
for real.
Darren, you
Big
got
up
chosen to
Darren.
go into
You
the
know I'm
body
like
bag
that
today,
for
bro.
real. I'm a chef in the kitchen, man. Hey, y'all know what it is,
I
man.
don't do body bags. I do shahada boxes. All
I
right.
like that,
bro.
man. I like that. Well, give me the take the
Speaking.
shahada, man. 1,500 on you, cash out. For real. All
Hey,
right,
bro,
man. Hey,
Darren got
big
chosen to
ups to
go
you
into the
guys, man.
body
Love all
bag
you
today,
guys, man.
bro.
I'll catch you guys on the next one. I appreciate y'all.
Have a good day, brother.
All right.
See you there.
All right,
You too,
cool.
my brother.
All right, let's get back to the convo. My phone died. My bad. So the convo was you're just diverging. Okay, you're diverging, but it doesn't matter.
No,
The
because
point
I'm
the
showing you
point
a
still
symmetry breakdown.
just let me finish. The point still stands. Okay, even if you say that they completely didn't expect that Jesus would rise up from the dead as he told them. Okay, that's no problem. The point is this. Okay, Jesus said he would be flogged. Was he flogged?
Correct.
Jesus said he would be arrested. Was he arrested?
Yes, just because
Jesus, what? Well, stop. Let me finish. Jesus said he would be crucified. Was he crucified?
Yes.
Good. And all of this proves that he's
Jesus did say he was crucified?
Wait. And all of this proves that he's the Messiah, right?
Yeah, it points, well, not just on its own, but yeah, this is evidence.
Okay, cool. Up until here, they should have more reason to think he's the Messiah, right?
Yes.
Do they reject that he's the Messiah?
When he died, yes.
Okay, but you just said they have.
Yeah, but they.
You just said if he was flogged, arrested, and died, there is more reason to think that he's the Messiah.
Yeah, and the reason why they rejected him, right, is because of the claims that he made further in the claims that he made of raising from the dead. They didn't expect that, right? Just because
that's fine.
Can I finish? Look, you said it's gonna be a conversation.
Yo, you're actually panicking right now.
Look, okay, if this makes you sleep at night.
All
Because somebody makes 5 or 6 predictions that are naturalistic and they're all met, doesn't mean that somebody has justification to believe in a supernatural thing. For example, right, if you have your mother and your mother says like loads of true statements and everything, and then your mother says something like, I produce something like the Quran or something, then you have sufficient reason to disbelieve in that statement, either because of your religious beliefs or other beliefs, right? So the point is, just because you have sufficient reason or you get more good reasons to believe in X based on naturalistic things doesn't mean you have like sufficient reason to believe when a supernatural thing has occurred or will occur. Right?
Okay,
so
cool.
When Jesus,
Rumi, you're not addressing the point, Rumi.
Address what you said.
You're not. I'll tell you why. Up until his death, is there any reason to think he's not the Messiah?
It depends, right? Such as if the people are persecuting him. Yeah, there's reasons. There's not reasons to
the people are persecuting
believe in
who?
it.
Wait, just one second. Hold on. The people are persecuting who?
The people that are persecuting the Christians.
How does that? He tells them that they'll be persecuted.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they will still believe in it.
Yeah, but how does
Just
that?
because-
Just one second. Just hold on. How does them being persecuted make Jesus' claim less credible?
Because they care, or they cared more about the people that was around him and everything.
Yeah. Wait, what is the bro? What does that have to do? Just hold on, Rumi. You're actually big, dude. Just don't stop talking about history. All right, so Rumi, just wait.
It's very simple.
All right, it's not. We'll see.
Let me give,
Wait,
let
Rumi,
me give
just
you an example.
let me respond. Let me respond.
Let me give you an example. If
All
somebody
right.
has sufficient reason, look, Christians have sufficient reason to believe. Let's say there's Christians, and they have sufficient reason to believe in like the prophecies that are fulfilled by Christ and everything, and the death and the resurrection of Christ. They have sufficient reason to believe in Christianity, correct?
Yeah, the post-Easter church. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
And even if they do that, they can still lose faith, correct?
Yeah, that's not analogous.
No, can I finish? Right, so even though they have good reasons, right,
Yeah.
they can still disbelieve because Christ makes this prediction in
Yeah,
Luke 18.
they could disbelieve, and they're justified in disbelieving because there must be a different reason or another reason as to why they would reject him. The point is, okay, Jesus up until there, right, does everything the Messiah is supposed to do, correct?
Yes.
Cool. Why did they say he's not the Messiah?
Because he died and they didn't.
Okay, wait, stop there. Because he died, right?
Yeah.
Did he say the Messiah would die?
Yeah.
So why would they disbelieve in him?
Because they still didn't expect these things to happen.
Even if they didn't, you're not getting the point.
Yeah.
Even if they had low faith, even if they doubted, the point still stands. Jesus says the Messiah is supposed to die. So when he dies, that is not a reason to think he's not the Messiah, because he said the Messiah is supposed to die.
Yeah, just because they see these things, it can make it a little less plausible under my hypothesis, but due to the other evidence, it raises mine on the posteriors.
Okay, cool. So on this point, it weakens your hypothesis, right?
On certain amount of evidence, not holistically, yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks for the concession. Now,
that's not a concession.
You just conceded. You literally just conceded.
Okay, look, it's very simple.
Hey, bro, what? Hey, don't panic. It's all right, bro. Wait, don't panic.
Bro, that's hilarious.
Hey, Rumi, don't panic.
Do you think?
Rumi, Rumi, it's okay. You lost. It's all right.
Wait, do you think?
Just wait. What? Why are you panicking?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If I show you one verse, right, and this verse on the parallel shows, let's say, the pre-existence of Jesus, right, hypothetically, it weakens your hypothesis or weakens like a Unitarian's hypothesis.
No, because you assume it to be historical. It doesn't weaken my hypothesis if it's not historical.
No, let's say let's say a Trinitarian is debating a Unitarian, right?
Yeah.
And a Trinitarian points to a verse where Jesus pre-existed, right? Or it seems to be pre-existed based on this one verse alone, right?
Yeah.
Then you can say this weakens the hypothesis based on this verse alone.
Yeah.
But based on
only under the Trinitarian interpretation. Yeah.
There is
the verse itself doesn't. But you just said if they're arguing about pre-existence, then he doesn't need to show a verse that Jesus pre-existed. Oh my God, you literally can't track your own analogy.
Wait, you don't know anything.
You literally can't track your own analogy. Rumi, stop.
Do you know Unitarians believe in pre-existence? Correct?
Some Unitarians believe in pre-existence and some don't. Rumi, why would a Trinitarian bring a verse to prove pre-existence if the Unitarian already believes in pre-existence?
Because pre-existence proves Jesus is God.
No, it doesn't. They already believe in pre-existence. They don't think he's God.
Yeah, he does.
Only under the Trinitarian interpretation.
No, if you.
Oh my God, Rumi, you can't track your own analogies, dude. It's so embarrassing. You actually can't.
Let me finish.
Look, even Reductio's laughing at you, bro.
Yeah, if you grant pre-existence, you have to grant he's God by
you don't have to grant that he's God.
Yeah, you do.
You don't have to grant that he's God. So
Isaiah 44.
No, even Isaiah 44 doesn't prove it.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, Rumi, I'm gonna destroy you on biblical matters.
Wait,
don't even try. Yeah, what is it? I'm the first and the last?
No, Isaiah 44:24. Don't you know the verse?
What is the verse?
It says God existed there alone.
Okay, and how does that mean anything?
Okay, if can Jesus pre-exist alone?
Yeah.
Can Jesus pre-exist with God if God says he pre-exists alone?
Yeah, because this guy just baked himself. Unitarians that believe in pre-existence think that Jesus at one point didn't exist.
No, not all
Oh my
of
God!
them.
Just
Not all of them.
stop! You're so
No,
embarrassing.
because no, look.
Rumi,
because if
Rumi,
you
just
read-
stop!
if you
Don't
read-
panic. Rumi,
look,
Rumi,
no.
don't panic.
Why are
Rumi,
you
don't
running?
panic.
Why are you running?
Rumi,
You're running
stop.
rage.
Rumi, stop.
Hebrews-
Rumi, let me speak, Rumi.
Wow.
I know you're panicking. Don't panic. Even your friends are laughing at you in the comments. Rumi, do Arians believe in pre-existence?
Some of them do. Depends on the view of pre-existence you take.
The view of Arius himself, does he believe in pre-existence?
Yeah.
Does he think Jesus is a creature?
Yes.
So God did exist alone at one point, right?
Yes, he did exist.
Baked!
Yeah, but that's not look, pre-existence.
So embarrassing,
Can I finish?
dude.
Pre-existence.
Oh my God.
Pre-existence, which I'm referring to, is the one in Hebrews 1:10.
Hebrews 1:10 doesn't
Yeah.
prove that Jesus pre-existed all creatures because he's a creature
Yeah, it
himself.
does.
It doesn't.
He says that he created the heavens and earth.
That's fine. He could be created and then create the heavens and the earth.
No, because if you read Isaiah, he says God created the heavens and earth, right?
Yeah, you're assuming univocality with the text. That's point number one. Point number two.
What should I?
Let me finish. Even with assuming univocality as a Unitarian, that's fine, because when they say God created, they're just saying that God is the one who's the ultimate source of creation, meaning that Christ was just a mere tool of creation. It is only the Father who's creator of himself. So you just got destroyed and smoked. So let me
human agency.
let me
that's
finish.
human agency.
Let me finish.
Prove
Well,
agency.
you're assuming Trinitarian understanding. So you just So let me finish.
So you can assume agency.
Let me finish. I'm not assuming agency. That's what the text says.
Okay, prove.
It says.
Where
It says.
does the text say
Let me
agency?
finish. You see how you ran away from the historical point about Jesus. Now you're arguing about Hebrews.
No,
It's
we
okay.
can go back to it.
I could demolish you on Hebrews too. Don't worry. I got enough baked goods in the bakery, man. Don't worry. I got you, man. We could do
go
this
back
all
to the
day.
historical.
Rumi, the fact of the matter is I mog you in any biblical topic. That's just everybody knows that. So don't you're way out of your depth on this one. Stick to ADS and believing in an eternal rock that doesn't speak or move. Okay? So
Eternal rock.
yes. Stick to that. Maybe you're decent at that. Stick to that.
Why
Stick to
don't you
that. All
stick
right?
to the belief that God has hands and feet? And
Yeah,
and that goes up?
just like the prophets did. Absolutely, yeah. I will
just
do.
like how the Targums say the
I will
complete
do.
opposite.
I will
Wait,
do
the
that.
Targums say the complete opposite,
I will
don't
do.
they?
No, they don't. The Targums don't say the complete opposite.
Oh,
The
so
Targums.
can we-
Let me
wait,
finish.
can we
Let
go
me
to the-
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Even if the Targums did, the Targums are second century Aramaic translations of the Hebrew Bible. I don't have to grant you that the Targum interpretation is that of the prophets. That's just not an argument.
okay, what
Even
about the
let me finish, man. Even if I were to grant you that the Targums avoids anthropomorphic language, right, and attributes some things to the arm of God or to the memra of God to avoid anthropomorphism, it doesn't follow that the interpretation of Targum Jonathan and Targum Onkelos and other Targums is that of the prophets themselves. That's just a non sequitur. But anyways, can we please get back on topic, Rumi?
Yeah, go
Everybody sees that you're getting clapped.
No, it's fine. Go back on topic.
All right, perfect. So you already conceded that lowers the probability of your hypothesis. Now,
Based on one, not on all the evidence, but based on some.
yeah. Now, can you? Is there any first century view of a suffering Messiah who will die for the world's sins?
What do you mean by that?
Is there any Jewish community in the first century or in the Second Temple period who thought that the Messiah would come and die for the world's sins?
As you stated, we don't have anything in the first century, so.
We do. We have the Dead Sea
Wait,
Scroll
but
community.
earlier you just said we don't have anything.
We don't have anything of what?
You said that from the Targums, they're all second century, correct?
What? I said the Targums are second or first century interpretations. I didn't say that we don't have
so
anything.
they're going to be the interpretations of the Old Testament, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so
What
Other than
does this
that,
have to do with what I asked?
well, yeah, because you're asking, do we have any Jews that believe in the suffering of the
Yeah, do we have
the
any pre-Jesus interpretations or independent of Christianity interpretations where you have a suffering servant and not a warrior or a cosmic judge who comes and removes the evil forces and restores Israel? Is there any other interpretation besides
I
this?
don't think that's assuming there is any pre-Jesus
There
interpretations of the Old Testament.
is. We have the
What's your proof?
Pharisaic interpretations. We
Yeah,
have
proof that's dated
Let
to
me
the first
finish.
century.
We have, you see, you're not read up on this. This is why you
Proof
don't
is dated to the first century.
this is why you don't get into conversations that you can't handle. You're not read up on this. Just go
Proof is
study.
dated to the first century.
Sorry?
Prove they dated to the first century.
They date what? The Dead Sea Scroll community doesn't date to the first century? Are you stupid or stupid?
No, you didn't say the Dead Sea
So
Scroll community.
that's one of them. That's one of the interpretations of the Messiah. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls. We have the scrolls of the Dead Sea Scroll community of the what do you call it? Of the Essenes, okay? Of the Qumran cave. We have their writings. We have what they thought the Messiah. They believed in a priestly Messiah. They believed in a Messiah ben Yosef, Messiah ben David. They thought that both of them are human warriors that will come, wage war on the enemies of Israel, restore Israel. Right? Then we have Josephus's writings. The point, and we have even within the New Testament, the disciples themselves bear witness that they expected Jesus to be a king. They tried to put a crown over him. They asked him, when are you going to, restore Israel? So even within the Gospels, that view is prevalent amongst the Pharisees and the disciples. So yes, we do have that view. So let me get to my point. Okay, the point is, you don't have an idea of a dying, suffering servant until post-Easter church. Now, using the criteria of dissimilarity and the criteria of contextual credibility, this would make sense if the followers of Jesus who believed him to be the Messiah, but he died, now needed to explain how the Messiah could possibly die. As Paul says, the Messiah is a crucified Messiah is a stumbling block to the Jews, right? They needed to explain how on earth could there be a crucified, a dead Messiah. And the explanation is to go back into the scripture to find out vague references of a dying, suffering servant like Isaiah 53, Psalm 22, and retell Jesus' story in light of those prophecies. That's why you have John's gospel rewriting Jesus' story in light of Psalm 22. That's why you have Matthew rewriting Jesus' story in light of Isaiah, right? For example, you have Jesus saying, oh, and they cast out his clothes and his lot. You find the exact identical thing in Psalm 22. Why? Because John is rewriting Jesus' story in light of those prophecies. So the best possible explanation, given the internal evidence, given that the disciples seem to have no idea about Jesus rising on the third day, not expecting it whatsoever, not even taking the time to go and check if he was going to rise. Given the internal and external data, it follows that Jesus probably did not predict his death and resurrection. And that is why it is consensus. That is why basically every scholar of the early historical Jesus says that these are made up by the post-Easter church. And Rumi, I suggest that you go study up on this. You're too focused on divine simplicity, and you're pretty much an atheist. You don't believe in God. You're not, let's be honest, you don't believe in God. You're an atheist. You don't even believe in Jesus, okay? You don't read the Gospels. You're not familiar with the Gospels. So do us all a favor and go maybe read up on that.
Well, how is that me? First, I'm clearly not an atheist. Then don't see why anyone would believe that. But I can still deal with all your points. First, there were people in the first century that did believe in the crucifixion and resurrection, right? Such as First Clement. First Clement is clearly attestation to that. And just because there is little evidence, but there is there is certain interpretations from the Jews, even though it's written after the 2nd century, it's orally passed down and written down later that the Messiah would die, so that doesn't work either. Another point is that we do have Jews that believed in the death and resurrection. Otherwise, why would St. Paul be debating the Jews, writing like Galatians or certain sects in Galatians, right, that do it? And second, we have tradition, right, that goes back, or we have the tradition that understands this. Like, it's very simple. With Moses, when scripture was first revealed, God came and presented himself through the angel of the Lord to the people to understand the scripture. That's why they have the written tradition and oral tradition. But then when the Jews corrupted it, right, passed down later, God came and revealed himself again to show continuity and then show the true interpretation. So that's another point that you can answer with. And then you do have certain interpretations of either Isaiah 42 or Isaiah 53 that explain this. So your argument is saying, well, if we have really low, so your argument was, if we have so low evidence showing that these Old Testament verses in Isaiah 42, Isaiah 53, Psalms 22, that points to the Messiah was meant to die and resurrect, plus we have certain amount of the view of the apostles that they didn't believe in him, then we can say that it's highly improbable that Jesus did die and he resurrected, right? First, the historical critical method would just argue that they did believe he died, but not he resurrected. Second, we see that there's other evidence that raises the priors of this, such as the mass conversion, or we see, which shows that it's more likely, it's more parsimonious, under my view, that this would happen, that people would accept it. Second, we have evidence from the 1st century, such as 1st Clement, or even, I believe maybe the Didache book, could be wrong with that. You also have the issue with certain Jews and certain rabbis that did believe in the crucifixion, resurrection. Or why did Jews convert? Right, you have the issue with why did Jews convert to Christianity if this was not the case? Or you have the issue with Trypho and Justin Martyr. Trypho, when Justin Martyr is debating him, and this point is brought up, right, then we would surely see that Trypho would put St. Justin Martyr to death, but that didn't happen either. So because we have certain interpretations from the Jews, either in the first gospel, which is Genesis, the view of the book of Isaiah, right? I said certain verses in Isaiah, or in the book of Psalms 8, or in Psalms 22, and we see that it lines up well with the New Testament, and we see that the mass conversion of Jews, it is more probable, like you just saying that, we have certain evidence, yeah, but based on it holistically, and based on how is the evidence that you give can be explained in light of my view, but the evidence I bring can't be explained in light of your view, shows that your view is wrong. So that there is clear issues here under your view.
Heard you answer anything. You just keep gibberating about nothing, dude. You're not answering. All right, let's address. Nobody knows what you said. That's the problem. You mumble and you mumble. Let me finish. You mumble and you pronounce your words, sir. Let's do some exercises together. Let's make sure we're pronouncing our words instead of eating our words. Nobody understands you here, bro. So let me respond to what you said. You said, "Oh, many Jews converted." Oh, wow. That's if you're copying from Vienna, by the way. So my Muslim brother Vienna is your teacher, copying his notes, but applying them to Christianity. Good job. You think I don't know that? You're reading off of Vienna's notes? So let's address that. He said, "Oh, well, look, Jews were converting." Oh, nice. So can you please tell me, Rumi, why is Christianity a failure amongst Jewish communities and so prevalent amongst Gentile communities? Rumi, why is that?
I didn't take off Vienna. We would need to substantiate.
Can you answer the question? Is Christianity prevalent amongst Jewish communities?
Not all Jewish communities, no. Like the Orthodox Jews, no. And do you know
Thank you very much.
Why?
Is it
Why?
prevalent amongst Greek pagan communities?
Pagan means a non-Christian, so
Yeah. You know what I'm saying. You don't need to be a sophist.
no, it's not prevalent among the Islamic communities, no.
All right, which Jewish church thrived in the early church?
The Corinthians.
The Corinthians was a Jewish church?
The Corinthians, yeah. It was
So
originally.
wait, the church at Corinth was Jewish?
It was originally, yeah.
Can you please show me the evidence for that?
Outside of the 1st and 2nd Corinthians.
Yeah, what's the evidence that the church at Corinth was filled with Jews and established by Jews? Are you just making shit up?
No, I'm not making anything up.
All right, so what's the evidence that the church at Corinth was made full of Jews?
I would need to find some, but you can also.
So why did you say it if you don't have evidence?
No, because you asked outside 1st and 2nd Corinthians, correct?
All right, of course, that's what the New Testament is addressing. Paul is addressing 1st and 2nd Corinthians. Is there any evidence in Paul's address? Just one second. Is there any evidence in Paul's letter to the Corinthians? Also, we have 3rd Corinthians, which the Armenian church accepts, by the way. In 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Corinthians, there's no indication that there's Jews there. Anyway, I'll just continue with my point. All right. So Rumi has showed us, in trying to prove his failed religion, his dead religion, right? He said, oh, well, look, Jews converted. That's, it's ironic because Christianity is a failure amongst Jewish communities. The only place where Christianity didn't succeed is amongst Jews. That's why Christianity thrived based on Greek, ex-pagan, ex-Zeus worshipping populations. It's so funny when Paul is preaching in Acts chapter 14, he's in the city of Laconia in a Greek town, and he does a miracle preaching the gospel, and they start worshiping him. They say, Paul and Barnabas, you guys are Zeus and Hermes. Wow. You know what they say to him? Which is going to sound very familiar. You know what those Greeks say to Paul and Hermes? They say, the gods have come down in human form. Talking about Paul and Hermes. That sounds very familiar. The gods have come down in human form. That's exactly where Christianity was prevalent. People who believed Zeus and Hermes came down in human form. That's where Christianity became prevalent. So no, the very point that you tried to prove failed. And why did you run away from the historical evidence? Why did you quote me 1st Clement? 1st Clement is a Christian text, sir. Why did you quote me the Didache? The Didache is a post-Easter Christian text. That's not what I asked. By the way, guys, watch this baking. Watch this. Rumi, can you show me anywhere in the Didache, in the teaching of the 12, where the crucifixion is there, or there is an idea of a suffering servant for atonement? Show me that anywhere in the Didache, please.
Let me get up the Didache.
Yeah, get it.
Make sure to like the live, share the live. We're discontinuing.
Wallah, I'm getting brain rot, bro.
That's fine, bro. We're discontinuing the continuity argument. Brother Libyano here, he's doing an amazing job. So inshallah, like the live, share the live, get it out to everybody so that they know that the continuity argument has been discontinued by the Orthodox Muslim.
Chapter 9.
I'm going to crucify you. Go ahead. Present it in the Didache.
Yeah, it's the Eucharist.
All right, show me. Watch this, guys. Watch this anachronism that he's gonna spew out of his mouth now. Show me anywhere where the Eucharistic celebration in the Didache has anything to do with Jesus' death and resurrection and blood and new covenant, other than just being Let me finish. Wait. Other than just being a Thanksgiving meal for Jewish Christians who believed in Christ.
No, it's not just a Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah, show me that in the Didache, please.
Yeah, so we understand the Didache came from the 12 apostles.
No, it did. Wait. Who's we?
People that are not pagans.
Wait.
Hold
on. The Didache come from the 12 apostles?
Yes.
What's the evidence for that?
Oral tradition.
What oral tradition?
Oral tradition.
Yeah, and what's the evidence? Yeah, what oral tradition? Can you show me where it is?
The oral tradition from the church.
Yeah, let's look at it. Let's talk about it. Where is it?
Do you want a document that says the dedication from the 12?
Yeah, let's first look at that, and then we'll pick up from there. Go ahead. Let's
Yeah,
read it.
you can go to.
No, I don't go. You go. Fine.
Oh, so you want a paper ball right now?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Let me get you a paper ball.
Yes, get it, and then let's talk about it. I'm gonna show you how it's gonna embarrass you even further. Rumi, it's just like old days on Clubhouse when I used to crucify you and you'd go crying to Joseph, right?
Nah, Joseph used to the ones that got down.
Just like good old days, man. Just like good old days. All right, just get the oral tradition that you're referring to.
The recordings from back on Clubhouse. We could pull them up, bro. They're still on YouTube.
Sure thing. Will you save the recordings of me? How nice. Okay.
YouTube.
I don't think they're on YouTube.
Yeah, I can find it for you right now. I can find one where Jake absolutely baked you. Anyway, focus on what Libyano's asking for.
That's fine. We can find the clip where Jake didn't know what sort was why.
Just get the oral tradition you're referring to. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, Clement of Alexandria, traditional documents say that the paper ball was written by him.
Yeah, where? In the Stromata?
I'm not. I can pull it up. Give me.
Yeah, let's pull it up and let's talk about
it. Pope. We'll go to something more explicit. Pope Clement.
Pope Clement?
Yeah, Pope Clement. So you asked for a church document, correct?
Yeah, the oral tradition, wherever you're getting it from.
Yeah, so one proof of the oral tradition that is written down is from Pope Clement.
Okay. And Pope Clement gets this from who?
Wait, so now this is changing? What?
It's not changing. You said it's an oral tradition. I told you let's pull up the oral tradition and talk about it.
No, you asked for evidence, right? So
I told you to bring up the oral tradition, which by the way you still didn't bring. Let's bring up the oral tradition.
Did you not bring Pope Clement?
No, you didn't show me anything. I didn't see anything. But anyways, I'm gonna grant you it. No problem. That's not my argument. My argument is let's first show the oral tradition and we're gonna talk about it. So can you pull it up? My argument isn't that there isn't people who say the Didache from the 12. Okay? The argument is there's no evidence that the Didache is from the 12. Even if somebody is substantial evidence.
Wait, what evidence do you need? Because evidence depends.
I need. So do you know how attribution works? Right. So how Didache to the 12? See.
Yeah.
What do you mean, how do I or how do you? How does one confirm? I'll tell you. How does one confirm with historical plausibility? Are we lagging? Everybody's saying lag.
Last time, go out of the app and then come back.
Okay, so
it's not your guys' fault.
It's just the comments.
Okay. So how does one, with historical plausibility, or come to the conclusion that it's historically plausible that Didache goes to the 12? How does one know that?
Depending on the method you use, like my method would be based on like a found-here history.
I want you to convince me of that.
Well, you're going to be more skeptical, so
Yeah.
I would have to know your criteria.
I just want you to convince me with historical plausibility.
Yeah, so what do you need for me to convince you?
Okay, so how attribution works, one of the methods of attribution is contemporaries who attribute the Didache to the 12. Let's start there. Is there anybody who does that?
Contemporaries as in the early 2nd century?
The Didache is written at the end of the 1st century.
Depending on how you date it, but let's say 2nd to 3rd century. Is that what you want?
End of the 1st century to 2nd century. Let's start there.
I don't know why you wanted that early.
It's called contemporary attestation, dude.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
All right,
Like,
even if it's a little later, bro. Let's what do you have? Let's talk about it.
The earliest I can think of would be Origin. That's the earliest I can think of.
That's pretty late. That's pretty late. Origin is late.
Origin's not pretty late.
Origin's late 2nd century. Or no, sorry. He's late 2nd century or early 3rd century.
Yeah, so late 2nd century is not an issue. I don't see why
that's pretty late. Okay, and Origin and wait, where does Origin? I don't even recall Origin saying. Where does Origin say that?
In his work on the principles.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up. Where?
I believe it's section 3, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, principles. The principles by Origin. Which book? Book 1, 2, 3, or 4? Book 1. You said book 1? Book 3. All right, where in book 3? So I just controlled F did it can. Nothing shows up.
From the Apostles or something like that. I don't think he's going to literally
From the Apostles, nothing shows up.
Let me get the code.
Do you have the source in front of you? You could put it on your screen. I could give you big screen.
So, Rumi, I think you're relying on ChatGPT too much.
Nah, like I said, God is my witness and not on ChatGPT.
So where did you get the idea that in the principles he speaks about the Didache?
Based on my notes.
All right. Do your notes have the reference?
Yes, it just says the principles. That's why I'm getting up the point.
Okay, let's take a look at it.
Hey, Libyano.
Yep. As far because 1 second, Leafy. As far as I know, the earliest mention of the Didache comes from Eusebius in his ecclesiastical history. So I don't know if Origin quoting it at all. And Eusebius is 4th century. So it's either you ChatGPT'd it or you just made it up.
There's my witness on ChatGPT.
I don't think you believe in God, but anyways.
Wait, what's your proof of that?
We're not gonna diverge, dude. Can you get the reference?
Oh, so you're just gonna lie people's name.
Getting the reference, please.
Yes, boys, I'm back. I'm back. Stop asking if I'm back. I'm back, bro. And I'm here to watch Libyano bake someone using ChatGPT for the 5th time today, bro. Like, it's actually embarrassing. Guys, stop using ChatGPT. Libyano's coming for you if you're using ChatGPT.
Who said I'm using ChatGPT?
All right, if you're not, then get the...
Bro, no one cares, bro.
Focus
No one cares, bro. No one's talking to you.
Focus on getting the reference. Khalas.
Yeah, okay, like, you can have
Okay, because it's looking a little sus right now.
Yeah, I literally said...
All right, just focus on that. You know, the next thing that should come out of your mic is you giving the reference.
Yeah, so Origin quotes it. It doesn't say directly. It's from the Apostles, but based on reference, we can...
My dad said he's off tomorrow.
All right, so... Wait, what'd you say, Rami? Rami, did you say what?
I'm so sorry. I thought it was muted. My bad, guys.
Oh, no worries. Rumi, can we please get the reference?
Yeah, I said, right, that it doesn't say directly. It was the quotes that he says. He quoted it.
All right, where is it?
You don't think he quotes
Rumi, this is not looking good. Man.
Wait, are you serious?
Can you get the reference?
Wait, are you serious?
I'm serious. Get the reference.
Okay, he literally quotes it.
All right, what's the reference?
It's where we're said in book 4.
All right, book 3. Where? I'm on book 3 right now.
Yeah, wait, so you can't see it?
I'm on book 3. Where do I go, Rumi? Where do I go?
Book 3. Let me get to it.
Bro really tried to gaslight me. Are you serious? You think he didn't quote it? Come on, man.
Yes, he did quote it.
What are we doing, man? This guy thought he was going to gaslight me. Come on, don't gaslight me, man.
Libyano, this is the second day in a row people are just making up references against him.
I'm saying, bro. First it was that Quranist dude, now it's Rumi making up stuff, man. Come on, man. You better than that, man.
Bro, someone said fight back, Rumi.
Hey, Libyano.
What's up?
I think, you know, John's in the comments, bro. I think he's got your $2,500. I'm gonna ask him.
Hey, man. 2,000 big American boys. And you got it, man.
John, if you got the money, come up. We'll set it up.
Before that, we need Rumi to either get the reference or concede he made it up. Why is he on mute, bro? Like, hello.
Reference one.
All right.
It's just families around on its slide.
All right. We'll wait in silence.
The problem is the reference was an apparition, so it appeared, disappeared. I guess nobody understood my joke. That's all right.
Yeah, while he's doing that, I just wanted to ask Libyano another question. Can you hear me?
What's up?
Yeah, so it would just be this. The excuse you gave on why you wouldn't debate me is because I don't get enough engagement, right?
No, because you need to pay up.
No. You said I don't get enough engagement. Like God.
Yeah, nobody knows
right?
you. Yeah, nobody knows you.
Okay. So here's the counter offer. The counter offer is, what if we do a 2v2 debate, and you debate alongside me, one of the guys from Inspiring Philosophy?
I'm already debating Michael Jones in February.
Oh, I had no idea you had a debate with Michael.
Yeah, Michael needs 6 months to prepare for me. You think you could debate me, dude? Come on now. Pick your battles, bro. Pick your battles.
No, I'm picking my battle.
Your God, Michael Jones, needs 6 months to debate.
So it's not. Yeah, so it could just be one of the others. Michael Jones also works alongside Fan Christopoulos.
Fan Christopoulos ran away from a debate with me last year with Testify. We were supposed to do a 2v2 and they both ran away.
Well, if I get Fan, is that enough engagement for you on the Inspiring Philosophy?
Fan and somebody else, not you. You're nothing.
Why are you so scared of me, Libyano?
I'm so scared of you, dude. Like, you're just so scary, man.
It's really simple. You get the engagement.
Why are you begging? You already conceded 3 gods.
You get the engagement that you want.
You conceded. Hey, just blah blah blah.
I'm so convinced.
Quick question.
And I'll even give you another counter offer.
Wait. Quick
question. Another.
Blah blah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question. Did you concede 3 gods by predication on my YouTube?
Yeah, predication.
All right.
What does predication mean?
That's all we need. Kick him down.
No, what does predication mean?
Kick him down. Thank you. Get the heck out of here.
I want to point out that a counter offer.
Topic, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is embarrassing, dude. All right, can we get... Hey, Rumi, what's going on with that reference, man? Like, come on.
Bro, Rumi would call this guy a polytheist anyway. Like, I don't know why the Christians are standing up for him right now. Alaikum salam.
Oh, the discussion's still going on, guys?
It's barely
I'm
going.
hearing,
And
I'm hearing,
Rumi's.
I've been listening to Libyano for the past 10 minutes, bro. Rumi, wallah, turn on airplane mode, bro.
Yo, the same guy didn't know what phenomenal positivity is.
Bro, can you just
Hey,
get the
bro.
reference?
We
It's
just need
been
the
like 10
reference, bro.
minutes.
Yeah, Rumi, do you have the reference or not?
Yeah, I can read it for you.
I want to read it.
Open your.
We
Okay.
want
Can you
the
tell me?
actual reference.
Tell me where it is. I'm on the book right now. It's in front of me on
Yeah,
the laptop.
it's not book for so it's not book for.
It's not what?
I can send you a link.
No. I'm on New Advent now. Which book? Which book?
No,
which
look,
chapter?
let me put the link in the chat bar.
No. I need. Make my screen big. Make my screen big. No, you're not gonna get away from this, Rumi. Not today. All right. Here's the book. See? Not Eusebius. Sorry. Right here. This is the book. Okay. Let's go all the way up. The Principles, Book 3. I have it right here.
Look, wait, can you give me access so I can put in the chat where I got it from?
Oh my God! Can you just tell us the book and
No,
the chapter?
I'm telling you, let me put in the chat the link.
Bro, why do
I
you...
can barely
No,
hear
just
you.
the book and the chapter number.
Yeah,
The book and the chapter number.
I'm telling you where I got it from. So
We don't
Okay,
want to know where you got it. We just want the chapter and the book.
Rumi,
Yeah, I'm gonna
can you
put
show us what you're looking at?
Hey, this ain't looking good, bro. I ain't gonna
Wait,
lie,
so
man.
let me put the link in the chat.
All right, put the link in the chat, man. This is bad, bro. This is why you shouldn't use ChatGPT when you're debating, bro. This ain't looking good, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Wait, can I?
Rumi, like, would this source be? I mean, have you verified it? It doesn't seem very
Wait,
reputable.
can you put? I haven't put any link in the chat.
Well, I mean, the confidence so far in the source is undermined by the fact that you can't really give us a clear citation.
Yeah, can I don't have access.
Hey, Rumi, you sound depressed as hell. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to belt you this hard, bro.
No,
I mean, I was saying, yeah, what I had said earlier was that it seems like the citation was an apparition. It appeared and it disappeared.
Yeah, nobody saw
just
it.
like what happened on the cross. But I can't put anything in the chat.
Rumi, it's okay. You're not gonna get the source. Let's just continue, man.
I think Veritas has the source because Veritas is requesting. He may have the source.
All right.
Veritas, you got the source? Hey, Veritas, you have the source? You got the citation?
No, I don't even know what he's citing. Citation.
Look, Reductia has it in the chat.
Let's put him on mute.
Mute up for a second.
Wait, Reductia has it.
All right. So you can't. You made it up. It's okay.
Wait, no. Listen. Reductia has it. He's in the chat.
Who?
Okay, I'll bring him up. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry, Veritas. I just dropped you for him. Reductia, you got a request, bro.
Can we bring Ahmad up?
Yeah, bring Ahmad up. Yeah.
Reductio is not requesting, my friend.
Just say he has it.
I know, but he's not requesting.
Okay, then you can wait for him to request if you
All right, man. Hey, bro, we waited 15 minutes, man. Can we just progress in the convo now?
Yeah, he said that there's more than one way. Maybe we should give him some leniency and get him to give another way where it was verifiable. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm just gonna grant him, just for the sake of the conversation, all right? Because he's not gonna get a source. Anyway, let's grant that the Didache is authored by the 12. Okay. Now, the whole problem with this premise that you're positing is that when the Didache speaks of the Eucharist as a celebration to be done by Christians who believe in Christ, you assume that the Eucharist is the same Pauline Eucharist from the Pauline tradition and from the gospel tradition. I'm saying, what's the evidence for that? That's really what's important.
So you believe the Pauline Eucharist is different to the Eucharist in John?
In John? What are you talking about?
You said that the Pauline Eucharist or the Supper is
John
different to
John
the
John
one in...
is a Pauline Eucharist.
What's your proof of that?
Because, very simple. The first time we have an idea of a Eucharist or the blood of the covenant comes from Paul's writing, which are our earliest writings. And we know that John's soteriology, Mark's soteriology, Matthew's soteriology, and Luke's soteriology is in match with that of Paul's. Therefore, it would be good to assume that they're following the Pauline tradition.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. And
You
I
don't
don't
agree that Paul is in line with Paul's soteriology, or John is in line with Paul's soteriology?
No, I don't agree.
So you do agree.
That doesn't follow either.
All right. Is John's gospel in agreement with Paul's soteriology?
What I'm saying is this, right? That just because St. Paul's agreeing with the others doesn't mean it's Pauline soteriology. I don't agree.
No, that's what I'm arguing for. Are you not tracking?
Yeah. So
I'm arguing. Just
listen.
listen. Just listen.
You have to make the argument.
I am, and you're begging the question. So pay attention. I'm positing two traditions. I'm positing a Jewish Christian tradition, okay, which the Didache is in agreement with, okay, which the letter of James is in agreement with, which Q is in agreement with, which Gospel of Thomas is in agreement with.
That's
okay.
assuming Q exists.
Well, we don't.
Can't hear you. Can you just speak up when you speak? Sorry, Libyano, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't even have to assume Q. No problem. The other documents are sufficient, right? And then there's the tradition from Paul. I'm saying there are two traditions. We have sufficient evidence from the gospel literature to suggest that they are in accordance with Paul's idea of Eucharist? What's the evidence that the Didache's tradition is in agreement with Paul's idea of the Eucharist?
What's the evidence?
Are you track? I'm asking you for the evidence.
Yeah. No, I'm just clarifying that.
Yeah. So what's the evidence that the Eucharistic meal or the Thanksgiving meal, okay, in the Didache has anything to do with the death and resurrection?
Because when we read it holistically in light of other documents around that time, then we can conclude that this is the most plausible.
So he's not getting the point. I'm saying so I'm positing two traditions, okay? What is the evidence? So we know that the Gospels are in line with Pauline soteriology because the Gospels have intertext. Oh, sorry, I had the message on my screen. So pay attention, okay? We have evidence to suggest the Gospels are Pauline, meaning their authors, whoever authored the Gospels, was a Pauline Christian, okay?
Yeah, I don't grant that. Look, you're saying that.
You don't grant that the authors are Pauline
what do you mean
Christians?
by like a Pauline Christian?
Meaning holding to the same gospel that was preached by Paul.
Do you think there was a different gospel?
Yes, Paul tells us there's a different gospel.
Okay, where?
Galatians. Have you ever read Galatians?
Yeah, Galatians 1:8, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, not just Galatians 1:8, all over Galatians. Galatians 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Galatians 6. 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians.
Look, he's not referring to a view that there was a gospel before his. He's referring to any revelation.
Wait, did I mention before his or not? What are you talking about?
Look, I haven't finished.
Is there a different gospel or not?
The Quran, yeah. The Quran's a different
gospel. What the heck does the Quran have to do with this?
Look, because gospel...
Bro, you are actually panicking right now. Rumi, is there a different gospel?
Let me finish.
Oh my God, he's gibberating now. Go ahead.
The Quran, look, gospel just means revelation. So when...
That's not what it means. That's not what gospel means.
Let me finish.
Oh my God, there's no way.
Let me finish. Look, when the gospel there is referring to in Galatians 1:8, it can mean multiple things. If you read the saints of the church, right, it can refer to either a revelation or any doctrine that contradicts.
I got you.
Can I finish?
Yeah, Rumi, you need to speak up though. People can't hear you.
Speak up and actually address. Like you're going somewhere else. you're not addressing what I'm saying.
I can't right now. I can't speak up that loud right
Okay,
now.
it's so Rumi, when I say different gospel, what do you think I mean?
If you understand if you're a pagan and you probably understand it in the way that you probably think it's understood, you probably just think that like a different text that's distinct from
No, that's not what I mean. That's okay. You've never, Rumi, have you ever read the New Testament?
I understand.
Okay, have you ever read the New Testament in its
Yes, I've read the
entirety?
New Testament.
I don't think so. I don't, because the blunders
Yes,
you're
so
making are too unreal. So
when St. Paul is speaking about the gospel, right, in
Yeah.
Galatians 1:8, right, when he says that even if an angel comes to you and preaches you a different gospel, let it
Right.
be accursed.
Right. What
Right.
was that
What
different?
is-
So in
Can I finish?
context, all right.
No, what he's referring to is a principle, which is that if any theology comes and contradicts, you reject it. That's
Not theology. You're wrong again. You see the
yes,
blunder?
that's what it is.
Let me stop. You keep blundering. Gospel doesn't refer to theology. Gospel doesn't refer. Stop. Gospel refers to good news, right?
Not all
What?
the
Let me
time.
finish. Let me finish. Gospel refers to the good news of Christ. What Christ and came and taught about himself, taught about God, and taught about salvation. That's gospel. So gospel is not just theology. It's also Christology. It's also soteriology. It's all three.
Christology has to do with theology. That's like a blunder.
Did you just forget what I said at the end?
No, you said
Christology, theology, soteriology.
Well, what is theology?
Cool?
What is theology?
It's the study of God.
That's not how it's used there.
Theology is not the study of God?
When I say
Are we
theology,
fooling ourselves right now?
Wait, when I say theology,
Oh my God.
like, what do you think I'm referring to?
The study of the idea of God.
No.
All right. So don't use ambiguous words then.
No,
That's what theology means.
No,
The idea of God.
No,
I just define theology for you.
That's not how theology. That's not the definition of theology. Look, under theology you have moral theology, right? You have Mariology, right?
Mariology? What the what, dude? What?
So you don't
We're
know
talking about Pauline letters. You're talking about Mariology? What in the anachronism is going on right now?
No, you asked about theology.
Oh my
correct?
God! All right, Rumi, stop. Rumi, this is embarrassing.
Look,
right?
no, you don't understand.
This is embarrassing. Can we get back to the point? Now you're gibberating your way out.
No, it's not. It's relevant, right?
All right. Can we get back to the point?
Can I speak?
No. I want to get back to the point.
Look,
I want to get back to Paul and Galatians.
No, I'm gonna stick here because
you see now this is panic mode, bro. This is actually panic mode. You can't make this. Why are you gibberating about the branches of theology? Who cares? We're not talking about that.
No, because when St. Paul is referring to there is another gospel, he's referring to when there's a theology that contradicts the one that we have given to.
And by theology, you mean?
Which means anything such as Mariology or Christology or anything like that.
Okay, cool. No problem. We could agree with that. No worries.
Okay, so
if theology encompasses everything, no problem. As long as we get back to the point you keep running from.
If you read,
can we get back to the point, dude?
Not the point, Rumi. His
oh my
point
God,
is
he's
disagree that Paul and the Gospels are
can we stick on Galatians? Okay.
You was harping on it for like 5 minutes, and when I correct you, she's like,
you didn't correct anything. You use univocal or equivocal terms.
No, you just don't know Christian
theology.
You
agreed. Now can you move forward?
Yeah, no problem. If you mean by theology, oh my God, Rumi, you're actually running, dude. Can we stick on the topic, bro? What are we doing?
I'm sticking on the topic.
All right, cool. So you said there was no different gospel. That's your claim. In the time of Paul, were his enemies preaching a different gospel?
No.
Oh my God.
When did I say that?
Can you stop cutting me? Wallahi, you said there was no different gospel.
No, I'm saying that the gospels, the four gospels, are not different gospels to the one that's.
The four gospels are not pre-Pauline. They are post-Pauline, dude. We're not talking about. Oh my God. How could you be this slow?
Wait, it depends when you date them.
Any dating Any dating. Nobody dates Mark before 70. Actually, you have some dating to. Let me finish. You have some dating to 60. But by then, Paul is dead.
No, I date Mark in the 40s. What do you mean?
What's the evidence for that? Oh my God. So are you saying Mark is pre-Paul?
Yeah.
What's the evidence for that?
I believe Matthew.
All right. You have evidence.
Wait, the evidence. We can. Do you think Mark is written after Matthew?
No, you made a claim. Please, evidence.
Yeah. So look.
I need evidence, please. Go ahead.
No, look. Do you think Matthew's written after?
I'm not gonna make any claims. I need the evidence.
Okay. No, look. Just answer this
I
question.
know I'm not gonna answer, and I need evidence. You just made a claim. You made a heavy, fat assertion that no scholar has ever made, bro. All right. You think Mark is pre-Pauline? I've never. This is actually the biggest blunder I've ever heard in my life. So can you please give the evidence as to why Mark is pre-Paul? Cannot make this up, bro. Cannot make this up.
Yeah,
the evidence. This is the second time we're gonna be on silence for 15 minutes. Even the Christians are not with us right now. They're like, yo, what is going on?
If there's a Christian,
yo.
Hey, Rumi, you need to come back and finish because this conversation is going on YouTube as soon as this live is over.
Okay, so
and once this conversation's over, this live is over. So make sure you land your points.
Okay, so the gospel in context, social and political history in the synoptic tradition by 𝘚𝘱𝘴𝘵.
What's the evidence?
Okay,
actually, you know what? It's fine. In book reference, please.
Page 188 to 199.
All right, let's pull it up. Can you pull it up for us?
I have the text in front of me. I'm not putting my camera on.
Okay, let's read it together and let's talk about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so it says, only in Jerusalem.
No, open your camera. I want to see it.
Yeah, I'm not opening my camera. You can.
No, all right. We need it in book because, again, I guarantee you just popped. The reason that I'm making you stick to this again, because it's actually besides my point, whether it's there or not. But the reason I'm going to make you stick to this, because I guarantee you just ChatGPT again for the second time in the conversation. So pull it up. All right, so pull it up. What are you reading from?
Okay, so the gospel in context, social and political.
Yeah, what are you reading from? Are you reading from the book? A scan?
Yeah, page 188 to 189.
Okay, can you send the scan to Omar? He'll show it. Go ahead.
Don't have Omar added.
You don't have the scan?
No, I don't have Omar added.
Who do you have added?
Nobody on the panel.
All right. Send Omar the scan.
I have his number.
I'm only doing this, by the way, to show that he doesn't even have it. He just ChatGPT'd it again.
No,
that's my suspicion.
Libyano, I have his literal number.
All right, Rumi. All right, Rumi, can you text him the scan? I just want to see if you're honest this time. I don't trust you. Go ahead. Text him the scan.
All right, that's fine.
All right.
Crazy.
I'm just saying, why are we always on crickets, man?
Before in a live, I swear to God, a panel of what, almost seven people or so, just completely quiet.
Yeah, no, we try to be disciplined, Barakallah Feek,
Right,
and have some decorum. Rumi, do you have the citation?
I sent it to him.
All right, Omar, can you put it up? Let's just see if he's honest this time. If he's honest, we'll give him the point.
Dude, this isn't a scan. You just copy pasted the text with.
Oh my God! No way.
That's what you was referring.
You said you have the scan.
I'm not. Why would I screenshot the page?
You said you're reading from the scan.
No, reading from the text itself.
La hawla wa la quwwata. Can you screenshot the scan, please, and send it to him?
All right, let me wait. So let me open the book then. Let me
Yes,
screenshot the book from here.
Yes, open the as if you have it. Yeah, open the book. This guy's been a ChatGPT warrior for the longest time, man. I've been peeping it.
So in the meantime, while we give him 15 minutes to send the scans, what do you guys want to talk about?
Talk about how Rumi has been a ChatGPT warrior his whole life.
Bro, let's talk about how he doesn't know that like Mark is actually influenced by Paul.
That's literally the point.
Bro, no, but Rumi, seriously, how do you not know that Mark is influenced directly by Paul, according to like the consensus of all scholars? How do you not know that?
Wait,
Like you're
Leafy.
actually brain dead,
Wait,
bro.
Leafy. That's an ad populum fallacy. It's an ad populum
Oh,
fallacy.
a posteriori, if you look at the probability of the Catholic Church, then it makes sense. Then it makes sense. You don't understand, Libyano. A posteriori, it all makes sense. Bro, this guy's so low tier,
Yo,
man. I don't even know why you're still talking to him.
he just ran. He just dipped.
I'm not surprised.
Hey, bro.
Hey, that's how you deal with Rumi, man.
Hold on, I'll give him.
That's how
I'll
you
give
deal
him
with
like
Rumi,
60
man.
seconds to come back, and then we can.
No, I bet you he's gonna be like, Libyano made fun of my accent. I dropped. Yeah, watch that. I'm gonna make a prophecy right now. Watch it be the excuse, bro. Watch it be the excuse. I guarantee you, bro, it's gonna be Libyano made fun of me, so I dropped. Watch.
Hey, big bad Libyano. Big bad Libyano was mean to me. Oh, womp womp, womp womp, bro.
Bro, I've been peeping this terrible argument of continuity. It's so trash, man. Can't believe.
Bro, I don't know how he has the goal to make it, bro. Like, I don't understand how he can actually make that argument with a straight face.
Bro,
Uqsum billah, I
no.
don't
You know,
understand.
he said, like, I date, as if you're some critical scholar. I date it to 40. Like, bro, what? What do you mean you date it to 40, bro?
Bro, Libyano, even like the most conservative fundamentalist scholars, like N.T. Wright, bro, doesn't get more conservative than N.T. Wright. Even he wouldn't say Mark is 40. Even he wouldn't say Mark is before Paul. No one says that, bro. Absolutely no one says that. The only person I've ever heard say that is him and another Loti who had no idea like what he's talking about.
No. I was actually very surprised to hear him say. I was surprised to hear him say that Mark is 40 AD. Like, what? That's nuts. Like, nobody's ever said that, bro. That's crazy, man.
Bro, that means Mark is writing like 9 years after, like less, like 7 or 6 years after Jesus.
Yeah, man. That's nuts.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Bro, because think about it. You also have to give time. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, that's all good. He's not even here anymore. I'm waiting to see if he's gonna re-request.
Hey, bring up his boyfriend. Bring up the boyfriend Reductio that was cheering for him and then stopped midway because
I invited Reductio 3 or 4 times. That's why the panel kept shifting to create more space. Reductio, do you want to come up? I think Reductio left as well.
Bro, they're all low tier, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. But anyway, bro, you have to give time. You have to give time for Q because we know Mark uses Q. So we have to give time for Q to be written down and circulating, which is not.
He doesn't even think Q existed.
It doesn't matter what he thinks, though. Even if you take another hypothesis, like the 𝘝𝑪 hypothesis or whatever, you still have to give time for the circulation of Mark. Like that's not gonna happen in 5-10 years, bro. So what does he date?
Bro, you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Levy? He actually. So he said he dates Mark to 40, but he thinks Matthew is pre-Markan.
No, but he says that, bro. He says that because he's blind following the tradition. He's just doing taqlid of Augustine.
So Matthew is written. You need time for Matthew to circulate. So Matthew is writing before Jesus even dies, or what? Like,
Bro,
what?
I don't understand, bro.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, man. Guys, I'm telling you, bro. Every time Rumi quotes anything, make him bring it, bro. Bro, it's always ChatGPT stuff. This guy doesn't read books. You really think Rumi reads books? Rumi is some random loser in the middle of the UK, bro. You don't read books. You got Bubba baked.
And he's honestly, bro, he's malicious. He's been doing the same thing the entire day. He runs to some random ChatGPT prompt. He gives you some, like, he spews some garbage. And then when you question him on it or you catch him in some kind of BS, he throws some random unrelated question on you. And he refuses to answer you until you answer him. And by then, he's diverted the conversation. So annoying, man.
Apparently Logic is here. Maybe Logic can get a beating too.
You know, John's the only one that keeps requesting. That guy John's obsessed with you.
Bro, I'm telling you, bring him up. Let's have some fun with him. I struck a nerve on this guy, bro. He's so mad, bro.
Is this
He's
the guy that
upset.
said there were three gods? That he works with three gods? That's
yeah,
cool.
it is.
Wow.
It is.
In the book on PDF to do him like favor, but I can't find it. It's like you can't. I guarantee you he does not have this book.
Yeah. Yo, Sigma's god, Rumi, got destroyed. Now he's saying Logic would... Sigma, what? You have a humiliation king, dude? Every time you talk to me, you like your voice becomes so... You become like effeminate, like... And you want to talk that big in the comments? Come on, man.
Yeah, I missed the ending. What happened?
He dropped. He ran away.
Oh, man. It's a tough day for Rumi.
All right, there's John.
What's up,
Hey, just
John?
really quick. So I asked Than if he ran from a debate from you, and he just wanted the details of when he did this. Could you just like say that?
I literally have the email. Testify a year ago said that I challenged, my channel was still small. I had 2,000 subscribers. I challenged Testify to a debate. He accepted. I have the email still. I said, let's do the Prophet Muhammad in the Bible.
You say Testify?
Yeah.
That's not Than.
I said him and Testify. You're not listening to it? Him.
Okay,
so
him and Testify, like a 2v2?
Yes. So I challenged Testify to a debate, right? And it was going to be me and Wissam, me and Beyond Doubt Theology, and him and Than, right? And then he chickened out. He just stopped responding.
Who, Testify or Than?
Testify.
So your conclusion is that Than runs from a debate because Testify stopped responding?
Right, because actually he was in the thread. He was in the email thread. All of them were. He didn't respond either. Both
That's
stopped
crazy.
responding.
All right, so here I'm gonna give you one final offer for the 2K. All right,
Dude,
this
what offer?
This is the final offer, and I promise I'll never bug you again.
Bargaining with you or something?
No. Here's the final offer.
You have
2K.
to-
No. It's about the 2K. You said something about 2K, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Here's the
lover.
final offer, and then I'm never gonna bug you about it again.
All right, the final offer. Let's hear it.
Final offer. You'll get the 2K, but to a charity of your choice, not in your pocket.
To a charity of my choice?
Mm-hmm.
How about, here's my final offer. You give me $2,000 and another $2,000 for a charity. I think that sounds nice.
No, $2,000 to $2,000 to a charity of your choice.
I need 2,000 big boys in my pocket.
So see, you're not even willing to debate me for charity, and that's
I just said okay, but I need to pocket something. I need to pocket $2,000 off of you, bro.
So let's just be clear. I offered to debate you. You said okay, only under the conditions of $2,000, or that I had like more engagement. I offered a situation where I could offer more engagement because I'm debating alongside Inspiring Philosophy. You said no to that. Now I've offered you for a third time you would get $2,000 to a charity of your choice, and you still say no.
Yeah,
there is if we're like weighing the hypotheses. I'll just say this, and then I'm going to drop. If we're weighing the hypotheses. The hypothesis is going to favor that you do not want to debate the proposition that I've offered you, and you are running.
Oh my God!
I'm running. Just wait. I'm running after you conceded 3 gods and everybody laughed at you, so you're salty. So listen.
Yeah, it seems like you don't even know what predicate. It seems like you don't even know what predication.
Listen to me, Bob.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and go, and you can keep the track sheet.
Just wait, just before you go, wait, don't leave, just wait.
He dipped.
Oh, bro, this guy. I was just gonna ask him, bro. Like, do you think Libyano is Robin Hood? Like, I don't know what's going on here, bro.
Nah, this guy's Libyano's lover, bro.
Bro, he's like,
bro was saying he wants Libyano.
I want you, Libyano. Bro. Oh my God. But I'm telling him, listen, it's very nice of you, very charitable that you want to donate 2,000 to charity. By all means, go ahead and donate to charity. But you're going to need to give me 2,000 big American boys in my pocket. And then I'll debate you, no problem. Then it's worth my time. Other than that, then you're a nobody, dude. You're a nobody. Why should I waste my time debating you?
Libyano, if I can ask, can you just basically run us through a quick summary of what happened in that conversation with you and Rumi, and what he basically conceded to or couldn't substantiate and so on?
Yeah, so he was running the continuity argument, I heard, joined into the live. And I came up because he asked you a question. He said, is Muhammad ﷺ in continuity with Jesus? I said, okay, ask that again, Rumi. And I said, yes, he is. So then he's like, wait, so Jesus was crucified and resurrected? He predicted it? Well, first he said, was Jesus crucified and resurrected? I said, historically, yeah. Historically, the Quran doesn't agree that people saw him die, believed that he died, wrote that he died. So yeah, absolutely, it's an absolute conformity with the Quran. And he conceded that point. So he conceded that the Quran is actually in absolute conformity with the historical data, right? So he conceded that point. Then he went to, his next point was, did Jesus prophesy his death, resurrection? I said, historically, no. He said, well, how do you know that? I'm like, well, using the HCM, historical critical method. He said, well, how do you use the HCM? I said, you use the criteria of the similarity, criteria of embarrassment. You analyze the internal data, external data, and you find out if it's a plausible conclusion that Jesus predicted his death and resurrection, which basically every scholar of the historical Jesus denies. I gave him Geza Vermes, John Dominic Crossan, E.P. Sanders, Bart Ehrman, James D. Tabor, and many, many others who are giants of the historical Jesus, and they don't think that the historical Jesus prophesied his death and resurrection.
Well, by the way, to be honest, just one clarification for everyone as well. It's not because of their presupposition of naturalism that they say that. It's because of the internal evidence itself.
I already said all that. So then, we jump into the internal inconsistencies, and I told him, look, using the criteria of the similarity, right? You have this first century view of what the Messiah is supposed to do. Jesus claims to be that Messiah, but he suddenly dies.
Yeah. So yes, people, because I see people commenting, oh, they're atheists, by the way, but it's not because of the presupposition of naturalism. Not at all.
Yeah, right. So then I just said, Jesus claimed to be the Messiah. And there's an expectation of what the Messiah is supposed to do. And it's not die on the cross. Nobody thought the Messiah would die on the cross. That idea develops later, right? That's a post-Easter development. Then we say, look, if Jesus dies and they thought that he's the Messiah and the Messiah is not supposed to die, then it's the most plausible conclusion that they would go and look for a grounding or a basis for a dead Messiah. So they go into the text and they find Isaiah 53, Psalm 22, things that kind of, you can make it work. You can make it work with a dead Messiah. And then they retell his story in light of those prophecies. So that's why when you read the Gospels, right, you read the Gospel of John, it's as if the author is retelling Psalm 22. It's as if the author has Psalm 22 in mind, and he's retelling it and putting it into Jesus' life. If you go to Matthew, Mark, it's Luke, the book of Acts, it's as if the author has Isaiah 53 in mind, and he's using the same kind of language, the same kind of terminology, and, rewriting Jesus' life. So according to the criteria of the similarity, and we got into the internal inconsistencies of, it just doesn't make sense if he told them that this would happen, to react the way they react, and for the women to react the way they reacted, right? So then it follows that he probably didn't predict it, and he just anticipated. It's likely he anticipated his death because of the dangers of his mission, and him being around so many Jews on Passover in Jerusalem, where thousands of Jews are coming back to Jerusalem to celebrate the Passover, and him preaching the kingdom of God to come, repentance. He probably said something about the temple being destroyed. He opposed the elders, Pharisees, teachers of the law, Sadducees. So he caused an uproar, and he knew this would not end good for him. And so he probably anticipated his death. And so then he's, captured in that week. He's imprisoned. The next day he's crucified. His disciples think he's crucified. And people start transmitting that he's crucified. And then it becomes an idea that Jesus is crucified. And then maybe a week or 2 weeks later in Galilee. So this is interesting because early on you have two distinct traditions. You have the Galilean appearances and you have the Jerusalem appearances. Luke, right, doesn't want the appearances to happen later in Galilee. Luke wants the appearance to happen right away in Jerusalem. That's why he has Jesus tell the disciples, don't leave the city. And so the disciples don't leave Jerusalem until Pentecost, Acts chapter 1. But you have a contradictory account in Matthew, Mark, and in Matthew and Mark, where he tells them to leave the city and to go to Galilee. So the women come back, they say, Jesus said, leave the city, go to Galilee, meet us there. So that's likely what happened. They left Jerusalem that week. They're confused. The guy, they think he's the Messiah, he died, what's going on? They go back to their normal Jewish life. And after that, they see him alive. And so after seeing him alive, they preach that he died and resurrected. And then he disappears again. So that's the most likely reconstruction of what happened.
I like the point that you brought up in regards to Luke, where you essentially said that Luke says he was unsure as to why the Messiah, they had lower faith due to the fact that the Messiah actually resurrected again. I think that was a really good point that you brought.
Yeah, it's because, look, if he's telling you, I'm going to die, I'm going to resurrect, I'm going to be crucified, I'm going to be flogged, then when those things happen, you will say, oh, look, everything's happening as it's supposed to. Okay, yeah, he is the Messiah. But that doesn't happen because when he's captured and dies, they say the exact opposite. Well, I guess he's not the Messiah. Which doesn't make any sense if he told them that was supposed to happen.
Right.
It makes no sense, right?
You know what I just thought about, by the way? Yeah. We had 700 plus people witness that. So any Christian that says that Rumi didn't get baked, you can't believe in the crucifixion because we have more witnesses. It's online. We all visually saw it. Okay, so if you say that he didn't get baked as a Christian, then you cannot believe in the crucifixion. You're not justified.
Wait, isn't Rumi a necessitarian as well? Doesn't he believe that God couldn't do otherwise because of DDS?
He has doubts.
But you know what that means, bro? That means he gets baked in every possible world.
In every
conceivable world, he gets baked.
Hey, it was necessary for him to get baked, man. That's what it means.
No, Libyano, I have a question for you. Have you seen Inspiring Philosophy's cope to the contradiction you pointed out between Luke and Mark and Matthew with the post-resurrection appearances? Yeah, he has a video on it, bro. You know what he says? It's actually funny. He says that basically we have to grant that Luke is using an ancient writing practice where he's distorting time essentially, he's cutting in between scenes. So he has this weird reconstruction where Luke is basically the first half of it is in one place and then the second half is just assumed to be in somewhere else. He mixes and matches Luke to put it together to try and solve it.
Yeah, but I get, you have different responses, right? And even John, this is why I believe John is aware of the synoptics, although he doesn't take from them, he takes from his own independent tradition.
Bro, I was cooking Dean on this yesterday. You
don't think that he's aware of the synoptics?
No, I think he's aware of the synoptics, he's familiar with them, but I don't think there's literary dependence.
That's what I think too. No, I think
I don't think there's literary. Yeah, okay, cool. Because Dean was trying to say there's literary. You know how Goodacre, he says that there's literary dependence between John.
The fourth synoptic.
Exactly. I
think that's a weak hypothesis. But I do think that the evidence internally suggests that he's aware. But and this is one of them, right? John tries to reconcile between the two traditions, right? He has the Jerusalem tradition appearance happen, and then he has the disciples later in Galilee, and Jesus appears to them there. So he tries to reconcile
Yeah.
between both, right?
Yeah, but
So
yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Wait, you know that the appearance is also in John 21 are fabrications as well. Like the whole chapter of John, the last chapter is fabricated.
Yeah. I think isn't it based on what is it? What's it called, man? The Gospel of Peter.
Yeah. Not only that, like John 20 already ends perfectly. Like there's no need for John 21. John 21 is an addition.
John 20 has an ending, and then there's a second ending in John 21.
Yeah, exactly. And stylometry as well, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah, bro. Listen, the thing is, right? Rumi can, gibberate when it comes to analytic philosophy and scholastics and stuff. Like he could gibberate as much as he wants and believe in like that.
Wait.
Yeah,
What does gibberate mean? I always hear you say these words. Gibberate, disambiguate.
Just yap.
What does it mean?
Bro.
He's just yapping. Yeah, it's
He's just yapping. Listen, his bread and butter is literally just saying words, right? And talking about ADS and stuff. But nobody, like, bro, like he sucks when it comes to everything else.
Well,
Yeah,
Libyano,
sucks.
the thing that you missed prior to you seeing Rumi with the continuity thing was something that he actually brought up, which is why I interjected you before in the beginning. He was basically making this claim to me and Anas regarding phenomenal conservatism, right? And he was basically using this as a way to try to substantiate that there's a chain of narration that goes from Adam to Moses. And the reason why he believes this is due to phenomenal conservatism, which is basically, I don't know, do you know what that is?
Yeah.
He's just saying prima facie he has justification. He's just saying that.
Exactly.
So
but
he's just saying that there's no a priori doubt, but that doesn't prove anything.
Right.
That's
So, but
like very
then
stupid.
when he asked though, the problem is that he asked Libyano, or he tried to assert this idea that, oh, there's no justifiable reason for you to believe the things which are in front of you unless otherwise, stated in regards to the crucifixion, which is why me and SJ interjected for you and said, you were just arguing this prior about Adam and Moses, but now you're not being consistent. Basically, use that and use the Kuzari argument. So.
Bro, it's so low tier, bro. Look. Even if we grant him his shitty epistemology, which by the way we don't have to do, but even if I granted it, it still doesn't follow because all the points that Libyano raised give you reason to doubt his position. So his whole thing is, oh, okay, I can take it prima facie until I have reason to doubt. Libyano gave him like 20 shubuhats back to back. He has 1,000 reasons to doubt, bro.
Hey, Leafy, bro, I ran the same argument on Gumbo. I don't know if you guys know Gumbo. He's a nice guy.
I don't know who that is. I don't know.
The Unitarian guy with Unitarian, right?
Yeah, he's a nice guy, but yeah. So I ran it on him a couple of days ago, right? And you know what his response was? He said, God miraculously made the disciples brain dead, so they don't understand what Jesus is saying.
Bro. Wait, is this recorded? Wait, is that recorded?
He's like God miraculously made their brains shut down, so they don't understand what Jesus is saying.
Look, Libyano, I'm not calling you a liar, but I need to see that, bro.
Yeah, I actually might post it. I don't know because I don't want to do him like that. He's a nice guy.
Libyano, there's a lot of Christians that really dislike you and want to get you off the app and stuff. They might write a police report after what they witnessed today. It was assault.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They might be,
I do butt up from Libyano. I do butt up from Libyano.
No.
Don't include me in that.
Why is Zero up here?
Hey,
Bro, what did you think about what happened to Rumi? Oh, dang.
I'm surprised you didn't be like, it's
Gumbo blasphemes?
He was so mesquite today. Like he was all confident earlier. He was being rhetorical, and then he just sat down and got soft.
He did a few weeks ago, but I don't know.
Oh man,
does Gumbo blasphemes? You said
he did a few weeks ago, and then everybody got upset about that. And I don't really know what happened after that.
Oh, I never seen him. I see halal blaspheme sometimes, but I don't see.
I think that's what he was feeding off of her.
Lal has a whole account dedicated to blasphemy. Yo, there's Libyano.
Yo.
You know this
this guy Rumi, bro, he's like so like I know what you said before. Like he usually focuses on philosophy, but I didn't watch your discussion with him, but I could imagine how bad it went. This guy thinks that I think this was when he was Muslim.
Bro, he
and he's-
got. You talking? Who you talking? Rumi?
Rumi, yeah.
Bro, he got caught fabricating ChatGPT sources twice, dude.
Really? Nah. He's really bad with this like just scriptural or historical arguments. I remember one time he was trying to argue that there's a variant. You know how we argue there's a variant? My Father in Heaven, right?
Hey, look who's back.
He was trying to say that just because Justin Martyr cites it as my Father in Heaven, that proves there was an earlier variant. Just because Justin Martyr cites him, just one person. Which isn't our argument, by the way. Our argument is that we have multiple.
Dude, I'm telling you, he sucks in history. He's
really bad.
He's
Really
so bad.
He got baked by Avery, and we had to come in. I remember.
Hey, by the way, guys, I want you guys to be polite to Darren, because Darren's always a G whenever I'm on his panels, bro.
Darren's a cool
Hey,
guy.
come on, Leafy. That's all
Darren's
love,
a G.
bro. That's all love, dude. I appreciate that.
Hey, Darren's a G.
Hey, I'm just coming to hang out.
I don't
with
know,
you.
Darren. You gotta watch
Fam,
some of
that's
the
all.
people on your panel, man.
I don't like. You know what I'm trying.
Cursing's
Honestly, I'm
crazy.
trying. I'm trying to get a control of what happens.
The
on my live,
Destroyer
so.
guy is
Hey,
out
Mod.
of control.
Hey, Darren.
Talk to me.
You see what I just did for you?
What happened?
I just gave you a mod. Don't abuse it.
Man, come on, bro. That's love.
Don't abuse it.
You know I
Yo,
won't, bro.
Duran,
Come
why'd
on
you
now.
take my motto away?
And
That's
run
all love.
and run me my tape. Hey, and run me my tape. You said you was gonna give it to me.
Which one? Which one?
That 23 minutes with me and Q-Top.
I thought I sent you that. Did I not?
Nope.
Okay, I got you.
Run that,
Hey,
please.
remind me later. I get off work in about maybe 2.5 hours. Or 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm off work, so I'll be heading home. My daughter has a basketball game. I'll try to do it before that.
All right.
You got kids?
Sounds good.
I do, my brother. I do. I got some babies, man.
Oh man, mashallah.
Hey, appreciate you, bro. I try to do what I gotta do, man. Take care of the fam.
No, you're a family guy, bro. You just need to distance yourself from bad people, bro. That's it.
Hey, man. It's all love, man. I try to love everybody.
You
man.
got yeah, but
including
you got
y'all. Hey, including y'all. Hey,
you got
love
some
y'all.
bad people around you, bro.
What
So,
you
honestly.
mean? Like, who would you be referring to? by the way?
J49er,
Like-
Destroyer of
Jay,
Sunni. Like,
Tiger,
let's
Tiger.
make a list. You want a
Hey,
list?
man,
We
those
got
my
you.
people,
I
bro.
think Destroyer
Hey,
of
but you guys
Sunni
gotta check this out.
is the
So,
top.
there's a lot of beef between Christians and Muslims. So I agree.
Okay, there's beef, Darren. There's a difference between beef and then people who just implicitly like blaspheme as soon as you get on panel. Like, there's no proper discussion when J49er is immediately aggressive. Like,
He gets
there's-
attacked though. I've seen him get attacked multiple times before.
because of
before
the
he
fans,
flipped out.
there's a
SJ,
reason.
put it this way. Put it
Like
this
it get
way.
racial,
Darren,
and that's when usually Jay go crazy when y'all start getting racial.
Duran. Look. Put it this way. You've been listening to this live for a bit, in and out, yeah?
Yeah.
For the most part, this entire live, if not the whole live, has been pretty respectful.
And
yeah?
I respect that for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
so I mean that's the type of like courtesy that we would expect from your side, right? Because you do have a big platform and you do
Yeah.
want to also like preach in a way.
Yeah.
But like if you want like good productive conversation from
For
individuals,
sure.
which is Libyano or Leafy or all of these people to come by, obviously they would want to be avoidant to this idea of people blaspheming or
Yeah.
insulting off rip.
100%.
That's all it is, bro.
No, dude, I'm with you 100%. To keep, especially for my platform, I just want to keep it academic. I don't want no beef, no name calling, no talking about the prophet, no talking about Jesus. But culture of like dating has become so hostile. And I think that's where I'm trying to like start chipping away at this tree to where we can all kind of come together just for academia. We might not agree, but hey, we can still love each other. Like, for example, I was telling Dawa Central, like, I know me and him go back and forth theologically, but if I seen him on the street and he needed me, I would jump in so fast, it wouldn't even be a question. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that should be the case for all of us. Like, we're family, whether you believe it or not. Like, we are all a part of this apologetic, this community, even though there's beef within, like, I feel like we all should have each other's back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have y'all back in a
Darren,
heartbeat.
why do you and I have a cordial relationship, but I don't have that with Logic, or I don't have that with J49er, for example?
It's tension, and honestly, it's both ways.
It's not tension. It's not
Have you
because
tried?
me and you have heated discussions. We talk, right? We've done that a couple times, but I still think you're a nice family guy, right?
I appreciate that.
I could genuinely say you're a good person, outside of your religious views, right?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that 𝘗49. I'd say he's a disgusting human being. That guy.
Yeah. You know, honestly,
Yeah.
I can't speak I can't speak from your perspective. You know, Jay's really a teacher to me. Like he has taught me a lot when it comes to
Wrong
Islam.
guy. Get a new teacher.
Wait.
Get a new teacher.
I knew one of y'all was gonna say. I knew one of y'all was gonna say. I knew one of y'all was gonna say that.
Yeah, it was gonna be me. Get a new teacher. Q-Top shouldn't be your teacher. Get a new teacher. 𝘗49er shouldn't be your teacher. Get a new teacher. Tiger shouldn't be your teacher.
Y'all
Get a new
talking about all my
teacher.
partners. Those are my partners,
Bro, what?
No, but let's
These
check
partners
this
in
out.
crime. They're gonna
Check
lead
this
you
out.
astray.
Darren, what's your,
Here's what I'm trying to do, right? Here's what I'm trying to do. Like, I want to be, you know, a leader to my community to show that, like, I think, like, for the biggest example, like Sid is my brother. Like, I would go head over heels to make sure that him and his family is safe, bro. Like, he's become like my brother for real. Like, me and him go back and forth theologically, and I think people like that, and that's why me and him have a lot of people like, when are you and Sid when you guys gonna be debating again? When are you guys gonna be debating again? And I want to create that for all of us, man. I really want to bring all of us Christians and Muslims together. And it's hard. Like, it's hostile out here, man. We all catching strays. You know, as soon as I open my live, I'm getting 3-in-1 pizza in my chat. Like, that's straight disrespect. You know what I mean?
I don't
You
agree
know
with you
what I'm saying?
about
Like,
stuff like
that's
that.
not
I
straight
don't like
disrespect.
the whole doing stuff off rip like that. It's so uncalled for. It loses the substance of what's actually going on. But Danny wanted to ask you something, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Danny.
no worries.
I've already talked to you about Q-Top, but about this Jay guy, I mean, since you said you want to be a leader, you should lead him to not accuse other people of being pedos with no evidence, right? Like he does to a lot of Muslims and other atheists, right? So that's a recommendation, right? But I had a quick, and for those that are, we already talked about Q-Top, so I'm not going to bring him up anymore.
And Q-Top, trust me, he tells me everything. So I'm pretty aware of like the whole situation with you guys.
Okay.
But yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, did my story add up, or did he deny it?
Well, no. Well, again, you know, I don't judge people on their past, right? I don't judge people what they've done. Well, neither did Jesus. You know, Jesus said, "I have not come for the righteous, but sinners unto repentance." My job is to convert the soul, the heart of a man.
No,
and
but
my
in
job
terms of what
is
he
taking
did.
Q-Top. Hold on, let me speak, bro. The whole reason I've really grown so close to Q is to mentor him. He's very young, and he has a lot of clout. A lot of people know who he is. But you know, my thing with him and what I've been discussing with him is just how to being more like Christ, you know, being more like the Savior, humbling ourselves and, you know, living at the Savior's feet. You know, I have a lot of followers too. So what? It means nothing. I really don't care. I have to stand before God on Judgment Day just like everybody else. So the whole point of our existence is to become more like Christ every single day. And so if I can influence Q-Top, if I can influence Jay, if I can influence anyone for that matter, to becoming more like Jesus, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to be here like a Pharisee pointing fingers when I have, you know, sin of my own that I had to deal with, you know, in my process. So look, I just want to be an example. I'm not here to be an accuser.
That's fair, but he didn't deny it, is what you're saying.
No, he talked, like I said, I'm not going to put him out frustrated in front of 600 people. I've talked to him personally. So I know, and I'm mentoring him every day. I literally just texted him 2 seconds ago. And look, I'm going to influence anybody in my sphere of influence to being more like Jesus.
All right.
Wait, so basically his past doesn't matter, but you're going to do better.
So you're saying that he'll stop doxing me is what you're hearing, what I'm hearing.
Bro, I'm doxed every day. Bro, my name is out there already. You can
What
read
does that
my
have to do with my situation?
Bro, I'm not here to argue with you, Danny. I just came to hang out with the family.
Okay,
I literally just came to hang out with the posse in here, man. I'm not here to argue about another man right now.
I mean, you were just when I asked, no, you were willing to engage up until I called you out on saying that your situation is not mine. So that's weird. Anyway, Libyano, are you there?
All right, man. I'm gonna drop down, bro. I appreciate y'all for having me, man.
No problem. You know what? I want to say this. Hold on one second, Leafy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Darren. No, much respect. I get it. Like what Q-Top does, like, you know, as like man to man. Yeah, nobody's really responsible for anybody else.
Right.
If Q-Top is doing that, he does need to stop, and I do condemn that.
Yeah, well, he's not doing anything now.
I agree with what Danny's saying. Like, yeah, like because some people can live in like being a public figure or live in a public life, and therefore people do find out things about you, and they're like, oh, he lives in this town. Oh, he's from this place. He has these attributes, these things about his life. But like, guys, with all due respect, Muslims, Christians, atheists,
we're here for discourse. Like, these are discussions. We're not here to perpetuate violent acts, or we don't encourage that.
Come on.
So, frankly, if this is like something anybody's encouraging, I condemn them like wholly. So much respect to you,
And
bro.
let me say this,
No
Danny.
offense.
If you,
But just advise Q-Top against it.
I got
is what
you.
we ask.
Hey,
Right
you
on.
guys, trust me. I got Q, man. I got him under my wing, man. He's definitely, humble. He's definitely humble enough to learn. He just wants. He's looking. Hey, he's just like all of us, man. We're all looking for the right path, and I feel like he's on the right track. So whatever he's done, Danny, and I apologize on behalf of all Christians, man. If you feel disrespected by us, let me be the first to apologize, man. And I love you, and I hope that
most Christians treat me very well. It's just there's a select few. I just want the doxing to stop, and I think you want that too. Right?
100%. I got your back with that. If there's anything I can do, and I'll make sure, if there's something happening now which I'm not aware of, then I'll make sure that I address it to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
But I can tell you right now, just to speak for Q, his heart is in the right place. He wants to learn and he wants to grow. He's very young.
Yeah,
He's only 23.
Darren, there's the saying that says, like, God save us from the people who mean well, because sometimes people mean well, but the actions don't reflect that. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So, bro, like, the only thing, I agree with Danny as well. Like, he has genuine concerns, and like, he's right. Like, his situation isn't the same as everyone else's situation,
Correct.
and
I
like,
agree.
his situation should be respected.
Of
But like,
course.
bro, what I would say to you, like, as a brother, like, and I only want the best for you, bro, is to hold people to account within your circle and to hold yourself to
got
account.
you.
Because for us, in our
100%.
tradition, we have the famous statement that where Umar, he's one of the companions of the Prophet, he says, hold yourselves to account before God holds you to account.
Amen.
Like, bro, when someone, like, for example, me and you, bro, like, if someone, for example, curses your mother, you're not going to be on panel with them, right? You're not going to sit there on panel with them. Bro, there are people in your circle who do that, who've done that to me.
Yeah.
Explicitly. Yeah, but I like, what I'm saying is, bro, we need to...
No, bro.
No,
Bro,
I don't need you to apologize.
Darren,
I just
it's
want you to
not-
hold
it's
that
not-
accountable.
1 second, Leafy.
It's about holding people to account. You know what I mean?
Brother. Because guys, I got to head out right now. It's 4 p.m. in my time zone. But
Danny wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to. So you talked to one of my friends just now, the pastor guy that wants to debate you, and you're requiring $2,000, which is totally within your right. But he's actually pretty well connected. So here's my suggestion.
Wait, are you talking to me? Or are you talking to somebody else?
No, I'm talking to Libyano.
Oh, I was like,
okay,
I ain't saying nothing like that.
Right. He is friends with or is connected with these runners. All 5 of these people have run from me. Big John Steele, do you know who that is?
Yeah, we know who Big John
Danny,
Steele is.
Danny, I'll tell you what right now. I'll tell you what. We'll do the debate because he just offered with $2,000 to charity, right? I'll do the debate with Danny, with him against anybody he picks. What do you think, Danny?
That's fine. Or I think you would like this offer too. If he can get inspiring philosophy, these 5 people have run from me, have told me I'm not debating you for no good reason. Big John
Mike
Steele,
Jones or Tham?
Inspiring Philosophy, God Logic, Apostate Prophet, and David Wood have all told me to my face they won't debate me. So that's also a thing. If you don't want
$2,000 to a charity of my choice. It's going to be a Muslim charity. All right. And me and Danny will debate 2v2. That's fine.
W acceptance. That's good.
Hey, Darren, you want to try to make that happen or what? Go coordinate with John?
Wait, say what? I'm lost.
Is John still here? If John's still here, bought by blood, you can come up, maybe confirm that. These terms, maybe that could be something that happens.
Let me see if I could send him the live. No, I can't. I don't.
Yeah, so Darren, so there's a gentleman by the name of John.
Right.
There's a guy by the name of John. He goes by bought by blood.
Okay.
Basically, he came up. He challenged Libyano to a debate. He offered him $2,000 to a charity of Libyano's choice. Libyano is willing to accept it, but there have to be additional terms.
But the other guy.
Wait, is this on what platform?
One sec, Darren. The other guy, with what's his name, with the John, he has to be a well-known individual.
I see.
Can't be a random.
Of course.
It has to be one of the 5 that Danny just spoke about.
Got it.
Yeah, and the topic is gonna be the Trinity. So me and Danny don't have anything in disagreement there. Right?
Nice.
Right, and also they can't change the subject to Tawheed because that doesn't matter into the topic of whether the Trinity is coherent. because I don't know, and and I see Christians do this way more than Christian apologists, I should say, do this way more than Muslims. Is oh well, look, the Trinity. There's no problem because you have a problem with Tawheed, right? I'm just like even if there were a problem with Tawheed, doesn't mean that the problems for Trinity just go away. It's just a crazy move that they always make, and it's very annoying.
Sure, man. Danny, that's fine. Just who do you want? Who do you want as a second person?
As far as Big John, Inspiring Philosophy, he knows those people personally.
Do you want Inspiring Philosophy?
Well, he's going to say definitely no. There's nothing you can do to get Inspiring Philosophy to talk to me. But Big John Steele's probably like that too. But that's our offer, right? So it's
sure.
I'm just letting you know the percent chance of it happening is like into the decimal, below zero.
Oh, yeah, and it has to be on my channel.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it has to be on my channel. They could bring a Christian moderator. That's fine, but it has to be on my channel, and it has to be.
Can it be a super fan chat, like a super fan YouTube only? So we all have to subscribe in advance.
No, you don't have to subscribe. What you mean, man?
Nah, I'm just teasing, bro. I'm just trying to mark up that profitability, bro.
Yeah, no, it just has to be on my channel. The $2,000, $1,000 going to Sudan, $1,000 going to Palestine, and they have to bring one of the 5 that Danny mentioned. Yeah, those terms make sense.
So I'll catch y'all later. Have a good night.
All right,
Appreciate you.
bro.
Take care.
All right.
Hey, I gotta
Have a great night.
I just want to say love you guys, man. Appreciate y'all for having me, man. And talk to you guys soon, man.
Hey, take care, Darren.
Hey, take care, man. Take care of your family. Have a great night. May God guide you.
You too, man.
All right, guys. Did anybody else want to say anything? Sorry,
If they actually accept those terms, that's crazy. That's gonna be crazy. But you guys heard it. He said he wants to do 2,000 as a charity, so he shouldn't back out now.
Just everyone, make sure to keep Sudan and Palestine, our brothers that are persecuted, in your prayers. And I know speaking Muslim, you're in the life, so barakallah feek, akhi, for hosting us and having us on your panel. We appreciate it.
Oh, no, thank you guys. MashaAllah. May Allah reward you guys and accept it from all of you.
So
Allahumma ameen.
who gifted me 36K? Was that you speaking?
Speaking essentially like a or something for you.
Oh, I appreciate it, bro.
What was his name?
Appreciate you, man. You don't have to do that, man. You be like, you don't have to do that, man.
Well, fikum barak, man. Just got to support the da'wah. May Allah reward you.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Anyways, thank you guys for having me. I'm on the job now. Assalamu alaikum.
You guys are welcome.
Yeah.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum as well.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Itachi, as well. Mashallah, you baked as well.
I've been here for a while, bro.
No, you baked, mashallah. I'm going to do the kafarat al-majlis. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.